Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome everybody here at Weissenhaus. We are just witnessing today the finals of the first Grand Slam of freestyle. And it's going to be a lot of excitement. I'm so happy to introduce not only myself, I'm Judith Polgar, but next to me, Peter Leko. Peter, your legendary player, coach, and actually your student, Vincent Keymer, is playing in the final. How are you feeling right now, here next to me as a commentator and watching live how it will be unfolded in the finals?
Thank you, Judith. Welcome, everyone. Super excited, super proud of Vincent. Yeah, what a day yesterday, knocking out Magnus Carlsen, the world #1 player, in a fantastic, thrilling match. And he's now facing Fabiano Caruana. What a challenge, what a match. It's basically a fairy tale. I'm very happy for Vincent, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to be commentating, having this seat, and witnessing all this right in front of my eyes.
Well, we are going to be talking a lot about that. And, of course, our everyday expert, Grandmaster Nicholas Huschenberg. So, what do you expect from today? Yesterday we had such a tough games, and what a playoff, right, between Fabiano and Sindarov, and experience won. So what do you expect today?
Yeah, today we again have the many matchups where we have experience against the young blood, the uprising stars. So in the final, of course, we have Vincent Keymer against Fabiano Caruana, but also in the match for the third place, which is really important because the third place qualifies for the next leg of the Freestyle Grand Slam Chess Tour. We have the match between Magnus Carlsen against Sindarov, and also in the other matches there's Abdusattorov against Nakamura. Again, this matchup, young against older generation. And also we're going to see in a moment we have for the fight for the 7th place Firouzja against Gukesh. That's, I guess, the only match where it's not young against old, as you could say. So, Judith, we will have another fantastic day of chess ahead of us.
Exactly. So let's see the brackets and see all the things what we have to see about this event of today, what is happening. So we see the two gentlemen in the middle, they play the final. It's going to be the first game that they play today, tomorrow another one. And we see the other matchups. What do you think about the other games? What do you think, Magnus, we can think of?
Well, I can imagine Magnus being very upset. Yeah, it's a nightmare not reaching the final for him, yeah, for his standards. He always wants to win any event he plays, and last year he did win the tournament. But yeah, he will be facing up against Javokhir Sindarov, the superstar of the event, the shock, the total underdog that performed brilliantly, and he was just a couple of seconds away reaching the final yesterday against Fabi.
So this is the matchup of today. We see the different matches. Of course, 8 players are still playing, and incredible, fantastic, amazing participants. What a chess they can offer us on every board, even though, for example, Firouzja, who is a big young star, against even a younger star and world champion Gukesh, they play only for the 7th and 8th place, right? And Abdusattorov, Nakamura, they play for the 5th and 6th place. And what you mentioned, Magnus against Sindarov, and the final between Keymer and Caruana. So there's so much action on the board, and we should not forget that this is freestyle. So let's see the prizes and the format. So get familiar with it. What is going on here in a complete setting? $660,000 in a prize pool, and now we're going to see playing the players, playing out for a lot of cash prizes, right? Even third prize is $100,000. Second prize in the final, maybe one move will cost them the trophy, the victory, and $60,000 difference in the final match. So there is a lot at stake. It's very, very hot here, even though outside it's snowing, but it's boiling here, and I'm pretty sure in the playing hall also the stress level is on the highest already. And let's see the time control in the rapid portion and also in the playoffs. The players play 10 minutes and 10 seconds, but already they are, since from the semifinal, they play 2 games of 90 minutes and 30 seconds per move. Of course, at the end, we witness that we end up in blitzing, not even a rapid portion. So they play very, very fast, and then we go back. If there is going to be a playoff again, which we will know only tomorrow after the second game, then we go back to the classical and the shortened time controls. So it will be very exciting. I'm very curious, for example, how Fabiano will be able to switch again, because yesterday, playing his second game in the semifinals, after that it was an equal, 1-1. Then they played 2 playoffs of 2 games of rapid time control. Of course, new position in every single game. And that was 2 draws, 1-1. Then there was another playoff, so that was already in their match game 5 and 6. That was also 1-1, but already with a shorter time control, 5 minutes and 2 seconds only. And after that, when it was 3-3, it was the Armageddon. That was a killer, because there you have less time. So the players, white had 5 minutes in the row, black had only 4:15, because that was a bidding procedure. That's how it worked out. And their draw was enough to qualify for Fabiano. That was really nerve-breaking. It was incredible to see escalating the stress level and the tension of this whole thing. But in the outcome, experienced Fabiano, who was a World Championship challenger, he made it. Were you surprised that he made it at the end, because he had so many difficulties there?
Yeah, it was 50-50. I just couldn't have placed any bet on anyone at that point. Both deserved it, and I promised during the show that I will hug both players, and I did go to both of them, and I was so happy that they really felt like what we mean about hugging them for this fantastic performance, that we love them, we have incredible respect and sympathy for what they have witnessed in the name of the whole chess community. So that was very, very nice.
I was witnessing that hug, so it's a fact. If Peter says something, he keeps his word. That's for sure. And now we are just seconds away from showing you the stage where the lottery is going to be happening. And what is happening here, there is a special device, special equipment where they have the 959 different numbers. And behind the numbers, there are the secret position. This is why we call it freestyle, because it means that the players are challenged in a very specific way. They don't play the classical form of chess, which I grew up on, and Peter, you, and Nicholas as well. But we play the freestyle, which actually originates from Bobby Fischer. When he was in Hungary, he was sharing this with me and my sisters, how great game it is to avoid all the theory. And he had already problems with chess theory 30 years back. And because theory is a very difficult challenge for chess grandmasters, especially these days, especially since the engines came on stage. But now we go on the real stage.
Hello and welcome to day one here in Weissenhaus. Today is day one of the finals. Yesterday we saw a thrilling day of chess with a match going all the way to Armageddon. Before we get to what's happening today, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
At the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Weissenhaus, the battle of generations has begun. Young versus legends. The world's best grandmasters face off. Who will make it to the finals? Experience or unstoppable ambition? The answer was decided on the chessboard.
It is very interesting to see the clash of generations. The problem is not the knowledge. Basically, it can be the hunger what you have for chess. While the youth players, they are like hungry. They come here hungry every day. They think I'm an underdog, but I'm gonna bite.
Vincent Keymer causes a huge sensation with his victory in the semi-final against Magnus Carlsen. It is the biggest success in the 20-year-old German's career. He defended brilliantly against the endgame god Carlsen and fought for a draw, which was enough to secure his place in the final after winning the first game.
Yeah, I'm really relieved. Also, I have a history of losing many games to Magnus. So yeah, winning this match against him surely is one of the chess achievements that matters most to me. I really enjoy playing here. The games are nice, and even though I get myself into trouble from time to time, I'm still overall happy with my performance.
But not only Vincent Keymer impressed the freestyle chess world today. Youngster Javokhir Sindarov challenged Fabiano Caruana to his limits. After Rapid, Blitz, and Armageddon, Fabiano Caruana finally defeated the rising star from Uzbekistan. A thrilling night comes to an end.
Every game was tough, and he put so much pressure on me. I can't even explain how difficult this match was. It's similar to last year. I played this match against Levon, and then you have to play another match the next day. So I'm not expecting anything easy, but I hope I can get some good rest tonight and be ready tomorrow.
A thrilling night comes to an end. Now everyone is looking forward to the final days. Keymer and Caruana will compete for a prize money of $200,000. The Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, the Formula One of chess. Stay tuned.
So, of course, today we have game one of the final, but the match happening here for third place will also be hugely important between Javokhir Sindarov and Magnus Carlsen, as the third place finisher will qualify to the next event in Paris. And now I would like to call to the stage, of course, Jan-Henrik Büttner, but also from the Grenke Chess Festival, please welcome Christian Bosset and Sven Noppes.
Thank you, Fiona. Yes, we have some exciting announcement to make, because as Fiona also mentioned, is now next stop in 7 weeks only will be Paris, the next Grand Slam, and we'll see after today who is going to be qualified. The top 3 of this event will be qualified, and then of course some other people as well. But the exciting stuff what we are announcing today is right after, over Easter, there is usually the Grenke tournament, as most of you know. And we have agreed on a cooperation. And I think maybe Sven Noppes can explain what we are going to do, right? Perfect.
Thank you very much, Jan. Yeah, we are very happy to invite you to the tournament in Eastern. A combination of Freestyle Chess Open and the Classical Chess Open. We have 2 big opens, and in combination we are hoping for the biggest tournament as last year of the world. So we are happy to see you all after this wonderful tournament with this wonderful, beautiful stage here next then in Karlsruhe to the biggest stage on chess. Thank you.
And
I can thank you, Sven. So obviously you are familiar with the Grenke tournament. It's going to be a similar format like the Grenke Open, but there will be no Grenke Classic anymore. Instead, we're going to have a separate Open. Are we going to show the trailer, Sebastian?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. So we're going to show the trailer in a minute, and then maybe after that I can say something about it. Perfect.
So we're ready. Let's have a look. I can invite you to maybe to stand behind the table, since you will assist me in a second with the draw. And let's have a look at the trailer for Grenke.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
So you see there are some pictures of the past, which will also be the future. So I think we had 2,600 chess players. It's very massive and impressive. And what we are doing is we're trying to keep the audience and the players so that it's still going to be a Grenke Open like normal. But also at the same time, we are doing a Grenke Freestyle tournament with higher prize money so that not the chess players don't have to think, can I play freestyle or not? So they can participate, and we have the possibility up until the 5th round, they can change from the classical tournament to the freestyle part and take their points with them. So kind of see the experience. And the good thing is then with the freestyle part of it, first of all, the winner has a qualification spot for the following Grand Slam in New York in July. And in addition, the top 10 of the Grenke Freestyle Tournament will get Grand Slam points for our count in the end. That's also very important. So Magnus has already agreed to participate. Vincent has agreed to participate. And I can only encourage, of course, all of our club members to participate because not only the prize money is there to get, but also the points. So in April, you will be able to get Grand Slam points in Paris and in Karlsruhe in 1 month. And so that's a big encouragement, I think, for everybody to play this. But now we are continuing what you're doing here today.
Thank you very much, Jan. Very exciting news indeed. But now it is time for the chess. So, Christian, I will ask you, please, to pull out the table and get the balls rolling.
866.
Thank you very much, Sven. Number 866. As always, the players will have 10 minutes now to prepare for the game. So to the players, best of luck. And to our guests, please enjoy the show.
Fantastic news that not only the top great players are able to play the freestyle chess, but also anybody can play. As we've seen, the invitation for the Grenke Open, but we're going to be talking a little bit more about that. But let's focus why we are here, what has happened. Position 866 will be played, and shortly we are going to be seeing the players in groups already. We see the players discussing their strategies, getting familiar with the pieces.
Yeah, again the king is on d1 and d8.
g3, b5, it's not. I mean, knight g3, b5, or please? You want knight g3.
Let's listen to players' first thoughts, and then we also share ours.
So we will castle short. Yeah, I'm going to
Just to highlight, this is the youngsters team. Teaming up.
Too much.
No, I think it's too much. I didn't like. Because e6, knight h6. Very fast.
Uzbek youngsters on one side in green and blue jacket, and in yellow Vincent is playing. But we will have to know who is playing with the white pieces and with the black pieces.
to f4 square.
I love it that the mood is great. It's fascinating.
Yes.
You see them
And they are
exchange.
looking at some Sicilian, e4, c5.
So I think we can show it also on your board, Peter, so our audience also sees if we see something that it's worth showing and sharing what the players are showing on the board.
No, it's bad, yeah?
No, why?
This is our analyzing board.
Yes, so one of the things that caught our attention immediately, we have seen some
No, it's
Sicilian,
no,
and then
yeah,
even
it's
Vincent was
yeah,
pushing
yeah,
b5 because thanks to the queen on b8, the pawn is protected, the bishop is opened up, it's a very logical kind of setup. We did talk about this, that we haven't really been seeing e4 too much in the tournament. Now it's interesting to keep an eye what the players will still analyze. So maybe if we can zoom in, that would be very nice, and then we can reveal some more secrets from the players.
But on the other hand, we were discussing yesterday that I brought up this question, why not d4 and d4? And then we came to the conclusion, or one aspect is that the bishops, when they are standing in different ways than in classical chess, for example, the bishop on a1, of course, you don't want to open up the line with d4 because it's supposed to be on c1.
Okay,
but b3 and b4 is a very logical move. So now that the bishop is on f1, you think it's a logical start to play e4 to open up the diagonal for that bishop?
Not that sure, because actually what they were analyzing, that e4, c5 suddenly hits the h2 pawn. Yeah, so white has to lose a tempo on knight g3, and then black goes b5. I can even make those moves just so that we have exactly the same position on our board.
I would go knight f3.
Yeah, and in the Sicilian spirit.
Yes.
Yes, e4, c5, knight f3. Okay, believing that Vincent might want to go b5 again, and just to highlight that, yeah, this c5, b5 is not only grabbing space on the queen side, but it opens up the diagonal for both the bishop and the queen, so it's kind of interesting. But there are so many different... If, for example, we consider that c5 is a great idea for black, then why not to play c4 with white, yeah? This is a very logical kind of question. Then we can also play c4, target that pawn on h7. Yeah, we invite black to play the move knight g6, for example, and then we play something like b3. Immediately we get the queen and bishop into the game. Fascinating for the players. c4, knight f6 on the board, what they are analyzing. So bringing out the knight to f6, trying to protect the pawn like this.
Yeah, the knight on h1 guards. I was just a little worried. Yeah, but let's...
And this is already the theme of the experience, guys. So interesting. This is fascinating. Yeah, the youngsters versus the veterans, the superstars, the superheroes.
Well, okay, we shouldn't forget that they're not so old, right? They are all under 40, clearly.
Yes, but compared to the 18-year, 19-year-old guys, yeah, they are real veterans.
And also comparing to the fact that all three of them, who we see fantastic world-class players for many years, they are all started at a very young age. So they have about more than 2 decades of experience and more than a decade of experience in the chess elite. So they are basically traveling from one tournament to another, playing against each other, and they do understand chess. Whether it's freestyle chess or classical chess, I think they are the really cream of the cream. And it's interesting that when there is an unprotected pawn, and actually in this position there is, the h7, this is why you're highlighting to play c4, immediately an attacking move, because white wants to capture on h7. So actually there's not much of a choice for black, I believe. Knight f6 or knight g6. g6 should be not played.
Yeah, but look at this. Now they're analyzing some g6, f6 kind of construction also, which is confusing. I don't think that it's a very happy choice. But they are experienced players. They want to check every single opportunity. We did hear that potentially this knight from h8 very comfortably moving to f7. But white gets quite a lot of time to grab the initiative. I don't know, maybe is it time also to involve Nicholas a little bit? I think he was checking what the players are discussing, and he might have some very important insights.
Well, I think we can take a look later when the players are done with the analysis. Yeah, I'm checking what they're analyzing as well, and there's some really interesting points and some early tactics that are possible. So now we're switching back to the youngsters, and they expect. So it's interesting to note that they are all playing with the white side, and they're not even looking at g6. So they're discussing mostly c4, knight g6, which is actually the best response to the early push. After c4, hitting the pawn on h7 and knight g6. Yes. So there might be a surprise already for them on move 1 if indeed the experienced players choose to play this move g6 in the first move. What is happening here, Peter? The knight is advancing to g5 early?
Wow, even to g5. In any case, it looks very harmonious for white. Yeah, playing an English kind of opening. Yeah, with c4, knight f3, b3. Very healthy setup, and I'm a little bit worried for black with all this knight g6, e6. The knight g6 move is logical, but the move they are analyzing with e6, I'm a little bit skeptical, and that's why they want to go knight g5, which would actually hit both pawns on h7 and on f7.
But you know, I'm wondering whether if white wants to play and go and steer the game in a classical chess way, they are away 3 moves, right? Knight g3, e3, bishop e2, and castle short.
This as well. It's a very nice point.
Maybe I just... my brain is going that direction, that looking harmony, and that's the fastest way to get that. But this always engages me to understand how the players think. Do they want to go to, if there is a possibility to go into the traditional chess kind of routes, or they say, no, let's have the benefit of having the knight on h1. But how can you have a benefit of that, right? But also what is amazing to see, and I think it's one of the biggest strengths of chess players, to brainstorm. And this is what we are witnessing right now. The players are brainstorming, getting ideas out, what can be something to consider, right? Because they're changing, alternating options. Should we play e4? Should we play b3? Should we bring the knight out first? So it is very much like a brainstorming when you have a project or you do some other thing than chess. And then, of course, the time element is very important because they have only 10 minutes to brainstorm, and after that, immediately, they have to make conclusions and make their decisions.
Yeah, and they are back to c4, and I'm loving the move c4, and it's very, very nice that they compare things. Yeah, the position after 3 moves that they received from e4, e5 was not very attractive for white. And c4 is so much more tempting. Put the pressure on black, make him decide how will he deal with this hanging pawn on h7. We get b3, we get knight f3, already highlighted that white even has the chance of getting a very natural kind of development, and the short castle kingside, which would bring perfect harmony to white. I believe that white has the upper hand.
I'm curious if today we will see on all boards the same, but we see that the fourth player is not here, who is playing with the white pieces, because Firouzja is probably thinking at the board himself. And now the players are taking their seats, getting ready in every way, getting comfortable, taking off the jacket, sitting in this fine chair designed specifically for this event, and they switch. No laughs, no talks, no brainstorming, but ready to make the first decision at the board.
And I think that we will be seeing one c4.
And now we see Fabiano taking the stripe of the heart rate measuring, because that's what we are going to see. I think today we should put on one on Peter as well, because that would give us a lot of information.
This was Vincent's suggestion as well. Yeah, that would be hilarious. Yeah.
But I think as you don't have to be silent, contrary, you have to share your thoughts, and you're very honest, and you want to entertain and share all your thoughts and engage the audience. You're going to tell us, as you did in previous rounds, how you feel about it, what are your worries, or what are your hopes, but you can stay still, I think, pretty objective. It's nice, but of course, it must be like incredible, beautiful, and unique to see Vincent playing in the final.
Yes, of course. I think the experienced viewers can understand from my voice, yeah? Because when Vincent is in a trouble, I have trouble talking, yeah? I'm fighting for words, and it's just a fascinating battle. Vincent takes his time. We already see that Alireza, who was not part of the group, has already played the move c4, exactly the line that they discussed, c4, knight f6, knight f3, playing the English opening. However, all the youngsters, they kind of want to slow down, they want to get into a position, and however, I believe that they will play c4. It's just such a natural move.
It's also interesting how much stress level they have unconsciously, you know? Because, for example, I felt that yesterday Fabiano was very nervous starting from game one. I think when he was not so nervous anymore, it was the Armageddon. Yes. It was the last game when he knew that in 10 minutes we know what it is. This is what it is. This is the time control. I have to be fast. I have to be sharp. I have to be there in the presence. And I can do it, right? Now it's a two-game match. So today is the first game. Tomorrow is the second game, regardless what is going to be the result. If you're unlucky, you lose, as Magnus Carlsen lost his first game, and then he was in a must-win situation against Vincent, and he couldn't make it. But generally, of course, the players, I think, if there is an option to go very risky, extremely risky, or a little bit more solid, as much as you can go solid in freestyle chess, then maybe I would bet on the fact that they would go solid. At the same time, Vincent was playing so calmly, and he made decisions, which was quite unexpected in his situation yesterday when the draw was enough for him to secure his place in the finals. It's also interesting, you see Magnus looking outside to see what's going on the other board, and with Firouzja versus Gukesh, we see in brackets, I would say, that English opening, c4, b3, knight f3 setup.
Yeah, and breaking news, Abdusattorov goes for 1e4. That's a surprise, because they were trying e4, but the position that they received after move 3 was actually nice for black. Then they took it back, they put c4 once again on the board. However, none of the youngsters have yet played the move c4. Vincent is still thinking, Sindarov as well. I take some responsibility, because I was the one encouraging Vincent that take your time, don't rush. But c4 is smiling so much on me in this position that don't listen to me, just believe what you are doing and just go c4, and let's wait for Fabi's response.
Yeah, it's interesting, because Abdusattorov actually was the one who took it back and said, you know, it should be c4, which should be the starting move. We were listening in on him, and now
one more e4.
Sindarov as well. Wow.
The question is why Abdusattorov is smiling?
Yeah, Abdusattorov is smiling, that I had the courage to go e4, yeah? I told them that, you know, I'm not sure about e4, but I did play it, and then Sindarov said, wait a second, if Nodirbek thought like e4 is good after all, let me also go e4. But it might have been that Sindarov did not even look at Nodirbek, we don't know. But it's just very funny.
Yeah, I think probably he saw Sindarov's board and he was smart.
Yeah,
because
that's why.
He copied him, or he also chose to play this move, even though they did not discuss it so much. But maybe it was the exact conclusion that they were saying, oh, this could become quite sharp, that this is exactly what they both like, to make the game maybe sharp early on.
Magnus is just zhedubing, adjusting the pieces, a classical movement, ritual for chess players, though usually it does not happen after your opponent makes the first move, right?
Yeah, it happens beforehand.
Yes.
But of course, yeah, you have basically two options: whether you zhedub your pieces before the game starts, Or if your opponent is thinking for his move, then already you don't have the right to jadub on your opponent's time. Yeah, then Magnus had to wait patiently for Sindarov to make his first move. And this is also shows the gentlemanly, the sportsmanship that, yes, you know that these kind of things are very important, and then you adjust in your time.
Interesting that Vincent is the only player for the moment who is still thinking, debating with himself, thinking about making the right choice, getting into the focus in this
and
moment.
C4 on the board. Good, I'm loving it. It's good because Vincent has to stick to his type of play, his kind of chess, and Sindarov and Nodirbek are mainly E4 players in classical chess as well. Vincent is D4, C4, Knight F3 type.
I think this is the moment when we must ask Nicholas to get us through what are the best moves, why possibly C4 or E4, what are the pluses and minuses.
Yes, let's have a look together. And here we have it. Vincent opened up the game with C4, and C4 indeed is a better starting move than E4, after which maybe Black is already a bit more comfortable. And I just remember, just shortly to that point, that I had a discussion with Nakamura one of the days, and we're talking about the strategy with Black, and he said, well, often it does make sense to mirror, but when you have a chance to play Sicilian, then it does make sense to not mirror. And this is exactly the case here. You could say from standard chess, the Sicilian opening is E4, C5, and Black could play this move here and open up the queen, hit this pawn on H2, and maybe it would be even possible that we get something that kind of resembles a Sicilian if the pieces are developed in this manner. And it seems that would be fine for Black. So C4 is a good move. Also, I was looking at Knight G3 or Knight F3 as the first move to be really flexible. And there's also something to that. But let's focus on C4. And now it is Caruana to move. And the question is, how do you defend this pawn on H7? And there are really three ways to do it. You can play Knight G6, blocking the way. You can go Knight F6, protecting the pawn. Or you can go G6. And the best one, clearly, of these three moves is Knight G6. The other two are clearly worse already, I mean, in comparison. For example, the players were looking at G6, which to my eyes already looks a bit odd to block the knight on H8 and also invite a move like B4, opening in the bishop. But a really important point I would like to make, and really cute, is the idea to go C5, claim some more space, and if Black goes B6 here, you can push with C6, and if Black takes this pawn, you can take on C6
Body time.
and give checkmate in how many moves? 5 moves. Here you go.
By pushing the C pawn, yeah, all the way. Incredible.
Pushing the C pawn all the way. This is freestyle chess where you have to watch out for such tactics early on. And of course, for top players, it's so counterintuitive to push your pawn in the first 2 moves, push it to C5. You never do that in standard chess, but here it does make sense to grab space, and especially because you have this tactical idea. So for that reason, G6 would actually be a clear inaccuracy already. Caruana is taking his time. He's probably considering which move to play. And I, like Peter, also like Vincent's choice here. He took his time, he thought it over, and he did not go with E4 as Sindarov and Abdusattorov, but went for C4.
Well, I don't know if C4 was the intention to play C5, but we have a move by Fabiano. He just played Knight F6, protecting the pawn on H7. And indeed, it was fascinating, the line what you showed, Niklas. But indeed, to play C5, it's not the first time that you mentioned, and we talk about that, right? It was in previous positions also, that it was an interesting idea to play C4, C5, and gaining space, and somehow stop Black of developing properly, kind of thing. And I'm very curious if C5 will be on the board. I think it's very difficult to make. for a strong chess player to go c5 and to convince yourself that good move, good move, good move. Yeah, c5, good move. I want to restrict the opponent's pieces, pawns, the a8 bishop, and so on. But of course, now c5 is not the same than after g6, because all these party things after b6, c6 does not work because the knight on f7 can defend the king with knight d7. Anyway, still, I'm waiting if we're going to see any game where the first two move is c4, c5, because it's exceptionally interesting for me. So, knight f3 is the most logical, but let's go to the bird's eye view. What is going on the other boards?
Wow, Firouzja is blitzing out his moves.
Yeah, queen f5, I think he's also very frustrated. Yesterday he played a wonderful game. It looked like he will win that game against Abdusattorov, then he would be fighting for 5th place. And in online terms, we would call it that he's on tilt. Yeah, that he is very angry and upset and he might not be able to control his emotions. But what I'm seeing looks very attractive, what he's doing.
It is, but what I'm watching is that Carlsen and Nakamura, they both thinking seriously that as they would feel that, oh, this move won, it makes a difference what I'm going to do. I have to think about my strategy already. Should I be playing symmetrically, mirroring to play e5? Should I come out with the knight to g6? But if you don't do anything against e5, then knight f6 is not a good move. So how to react on this? To go c5, e5, knight g6?
I believe one of them will definitely play c5. Yeah, because it's so tempting. But we have seen the experienced team discussing the position all together. It was fascinating to see. Maybe it was also Abdusattorov's strategy that, wait a second, the top 3 players in the world, they were teaming up. They were expecting c4. I don't want to play against their preparation. Let me shock them with e4. And then Sindarov was like, wait a second, if Nodirbek was brave enough, then I want to be also brave, and he also opts for e4.
But it's very interesting to see the players, because Nakamura is looking outside, probably also seeing on a monitor that Magnus is also hesitating, but Magnus is also looking out.
Yes, they're waiting for each other.
Well, it would be good information to know what was the other playing, because they have huge respect for each other.
Yes, there is huge respect, and there is also the other point that they know that Abdusattorov was discussing with Sindarov, so probably they have a prep, and what is that prep? I don't want to fall into any trap. However, the trick is that there is no prep involved. It's just bravery that finally Nodirbek came to the board and thought like, all right, I suggested e4 as a funny move, and I'm going to stick to it.
But it's really interesting to see the 4 players even, not only Magnus and Nakamura, but also Sindarov and Nodirbek, because everybody is on waiting. e5 by Magnus.
Wow, solid stuff. Okay. Usual to his play, but from Hikaru. And we already, even if Nicholas would have not told me that they had this discussion about the Sicilian, I just feel like Hikaru is such a player who will finally go c5.
Well, let's see, but I have the feeling that Hikaru is kind of surprised, thinking, well, is this e5 really the best move? Interesting that Magnus came up with this conclusion.
And will Magnus play the Petrov? I haven't seen him ever play the Petrov in a classical game.
Yes, but your e5 pawn is protected.
Yes, it's protected. So basically white is trying to play knight g3, bishop c4, short castle, and get an Italian kind of...
You know what feeling I have? That why can't we just play this freestyle that you don't move the rook, you only move your king? I mean, it would be so much better. You play knight f6 and then put my king on g8. I mean, look how harmonious it could be. Rook on e8, bishop on f8
yes.
already.
Like the famous trick in the Blitz, yeah, that you castle and already jadub your rook to e1, yes. Excuse me, yes, rook is on e1, it's your move.
No, but how ideal it would be, right?
Yes, of course. Of course, but actually I did mention this Italian setup with bishop c4, but I'm very skeptical about it because black will play b5, hitting that bishop, and you cannot retreat it to b3 because then your bishop on a1 is locked. So clearly white will play b4, bishop c4, and then plays the bishop on b3.
Well, this is very funny how you're telling this bishop c4, bishop b3, and I'm visualizing it to have the bishop on b3, having this bishop on a1, my God.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my God, that would be a horror.
That would be a total horror. Yeah, you get disqualified. By your pieces, by your own pieces. Hey, what are you doing to us?
But probably it's the worst possible setup white can have with the bishop on a1.
Of course.
Because with the c3, b3 bishop, you will have to have 5 moves until
a3, bishop a2, like in anti-Marshall. Yeah, a3, bishop a2. But clearly, if white plays b4 at some moment, then black will play b5, and then it will stop already the development to c4 with the bishop. So yeah, a lot of mind games. I'm not even sure that is it so easy to be white, because with white you are trying to fight for something. With black you just react.
I have an idea. What do you think? Until the others, they go very slow. Why don't we look Firouzja, Gukesh?
Yes.
I know they are playing for 7th and 8th place, but
it's Alireza and it's Gukesh. I want to see it.
And it's a very funny, unexpected kind of position, I think, that it's just worth looking at it for short. So we would like to go to the Firouzja Gukesh game first.
Absolutely.
I believe we are not exaggerating if we say that this is a unique game from the perspective that we didn't see anything like this, playing so aggressive already in move 5, bringing out the queen on f5, and actually it seems to be quite stable and secure there. But I definitely going to ask Nicholas to show us what is there, because I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, it is definitely quite entertaining how Firouzja is playing here, and maybe also Caruana is looking over and thinking, okay, I should make sure my game does not head in the same direction like this, because this is looking a bit murky already with the active white queen, because in the game Keymer against Caruana we have the first same starting moves as we had here, namely c4, knight f6, knight f3. This is the current position, I believe, in the Keymer Caruana game. And now Gukesh played c5. We're back in a symmetrical position. Firouzja goes b3, opening up the bishop. And maybe here it was an inaccuracy to go e5, because you're weakening this square on f5 quite considerably. Maybe it would have been better to play e6. So Gukesh goes e5, and Firouzja almost immediately goes queen f5. Look at the time situation. He has spent about 2, 3, 4 minutes so far. Firouzja is playing quite fast, and I remember also last year it was a bit of a similar situation when he was knocked out in the quarterfinals against Carlsen, and then it was the match, he had a match against, I believe it was, who did he play for first? He played, I'm not sure.
He took the 5th place because he beat Gukesh
and
at
he
the
played
end.
against Gukesh for the 5th place.
Yes.
But I think also back then he played quite fast, and I think it's a little bit what you're saying, Peter, that he's just pretty much done with the event at this point. He just wants to get over with. He doesn't want to sit for like many hours here playing, and he just wants to play intuitively. And honestly, so far it's working out for him. Queen f5, maybe not the best move, but definitely a good move, hitting the pawn on e5. And we see the difference in queen activity here. Queen on f5 compared to queen on b8. And now he also quite fast played this move g4, being super aggressive here in the early stage. We, of course, as the spectators, love this style. Also here there were other options like knight g5 or knight g3. Knight g5 also looks quite entertaining to go after this pawn possibly on h7. I'm just looking at one funny line here, h6, knight h7, let's come in with the queen trying to win a piece on h8, but black can go knight g6, and what to make out of this position with the queen on h7. Apparently it's good for white, but not so obvious, and instead we saw the move g4. Here the intentions are quite clear. White wants to go g5, push the knight out, and claim more space. And already I think that Gukesh is not so happy how these first few moves went. Maybe he was infected by the fast play of Firouzja, went along, and now wishes he would have taken a little bit more time to consider his first few moves. Judith, this is quite entertaining chess here from Firouzja.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very much engaged with what you're showing, because I see the computer, and after g4, if he can just continue for a few more moves, because it seems like one of the alternatives for black to give up a pawn playing knight g6. So it is very normal, generally, right, that you want to activate your piece, even if you sacrifice and give up some material. And again, and it is so interesting that computers in the last several years, they became kind of humanized in a way that they give up material. So knight g6 would be an idea.
Yeah, let's take a look at this.
Let me just say a few words to this position. My feeling is that if I would be from the black side, I would be thinking, why am I not lost already? This whole g4, this c5, d6, e5 idea was based on the fact that white's bishop on a1 is shut down, but everything else is kind of falling apart. And the move knight g6, that you are giving up the f7 pawn, and white has actually played the move g4. He wants to push the knight away from f6 with g5. I also feel that Alireza is so disappointed in this event. He's looking around and he feels like, I won the group stage with a +4 score, and I'm suddenly playing for the 7th place, but actually against Vincent I had great chances of coming back. Yesterday I should have won against Nodirbek, and he puts all his frustration in this game. And I feel like very unlucky spot for Gukesh to be in, because I don't really see him stopping this incredible power from Alireza right now.
I understand your point. But if we go back just for a moment to the board, I think we can show some exciting things over there.
Yeah, it is quite a difficult move to play knight g6 here, because now the pawn on f7 is undefended. Of course, white goes g5. And I believe the point is that if white now takes an f7, which at first just looks absolutely horrible for black, you can go e4, and this knight suddenly does not have a lot of squares. And already if you have to remove it back to g1, you get a feeling that maybe grabbing this pawn on f7 could be too much. But even then, I'm looking at bishop takes g7, and then you have to see there's rook e7, I guess. Even this, like, let me just grab another pawn. Yeah, rook e7, bishop f6. You can play knight takes f6, queen takes f6, and now suddenly bishop g7, and black is just getting so much play here with his active pieces. But none of this is so obvious. I mean, now having a computer evaluation saying that black is completely winning, that is very helpful for us in the studio. But for the players, they would have no idea. And Gukesh has to really dive into the consequences right now. How can he respond to g4, knight g6?
And even here there is knight g5 after knight g6. Yeah, there's
knight g5, of course, yes. Also going up.
But then queen c7 you can protect with the queen. Yeah, okay, then
it's fine. Protect the pawn. And Peter, yes, to your point, Firouzja being quite frustrated, obviously. As you said, he played so well in the round robin, and then against Vincent, he probably felt his first game just was out of his hands early when Vincent found some really great moves in the opening stage. Then he couldn't come back. Then he lost against Abdusattorov as well. And now he plays against Gukesh, who by the way, he could have also picked as his first round opponent instead of Vincent, and he probably at this point has some regrets that he did not, Judith.
Very good point.
Yeah, well, of course, what if kind of sentences, it can hunt you for a long time, but this is what it is. And we do see Firouzja being angry today. He says, I'm gonna kill you, G4, G5, I'm going to make a complete crushing game here. This is what we are witnessing, at least this attitude. And we see also on time that Firouzja was spending only a minute or two, while Gukesh is already thinking heavily. And I'm pretty sure that he's not very happy with his position. And but of course, challenge is there, so he'll try to figure out how to look for counter chances. Let's go to the bird's eye view and pick another game, because I'm pretty sure until we discover these beautiful lines, there are some things happened on the other boards. Probably Nakamura also made a few moves.
On the board, C5, yes. All right, Sicilian Pausen. We have a pause, and Judith, you have been one of the main specialists back then. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, but somehow there is a little change in position still.
Just a little bit.
Just a very little. After B3, immediately you have a powerful bishop on A1. The E4 pawn is not under attack. So there are some interesting differences. While what also catches my eye that Caruana is going so slow. I mean, they are just made 1.5 move, right? 2 white moves and 1 black. So
maybe, Judith, what do you think? Did Fabiano look around and saw what happened to Gukesh, and he felt like, wait a second, I don't want to enter such territory, let me be super calm?
Well, it's very interesting. Actually, from now, looking at what the second game which catches my eyes the most after Firouzja is Abdusattorov Nakamura, because that is like kind of a hybrid situation in our brain, right?
Yes.
In our human professional chess player brain, what to make out of this? If I mean, the rook on E1, bishop on F1 actually stands perfectly fine in later stages if the king would be on G1. And C4, D4 can come up, and the knight from H1 can be centralized, knight G3, knight E4. So we have this hallucinations. What is there, and is it reality or it's not reality?
Yes.
Or it can be reality.
And also, let's just mention that whenever you castle short to the king's side, then that lovely rook from E1 moves back to F1, which will hurt you so much.
And after that, you will move it to E1 and bishop on F1 back.
And now also, funny that because of the bishop on A1, there is this idea maybe to go knight G4 and then knight H6, because the knight can get comfortably then to F5, maybe. Yeah, not to close the long diagonal with knight D5, because you're going to play B6 or B5, opening that diagonal. That's also something to think about. So knight D5 is now not such an automatic move that usually you do in this type of position.
But what would you like to play instead of knight D5?
Knight G4. And I'm heading to H6, I'm also provoking H3, and then I'm going to go B6, your knight on F3 will be hanging immediately, then and knight comes to G6. I feel that this makes also sense.
Well, you know, it's very funny that when we look at classical games of our own or whatever, right, classical game with you, with Nicholas, with anybody, many times we mention that only one pawn is standing 1 square away, everything is different. It changes the whole concept, the evaluation, everything. And here, it's not only one piece which is standing.
Or one pawn.
Or one pawn. It's basically half of your guards standing in some unexpected location, and you have to figure out what is their strength in this position and what are the drawbacks of those, right? So actually, for example, to have the king on G1 in this position, it would be lovely.
Yes.
At the same time, you have to evaluate, is it worth spending 4 moves for that? Bishop goes out, you castle, and then you go back rook E1, and then you bring back the bishop on F1. 4 moves. Isn't it too much to spend in this position?
It's way too much. It's way too much. And of course, it will also depend in which direction Hikaru goes, and he takes his time. He understands that actually I have a choice. and he's about to make a move. Somehow, knowing Hikaru, I sense that he might go knight g4 just because he wants to spice things up. And there, no, knight h5.
I just wanted to ask you, because you were telling me that my bishop is on a1, so knight g4, knight h6 is more possible than in a regular position where bishop is on c1. f4 square he wants to highlight.
Yes. Wow, very interesting. But for some reason, because maybe I was thinking already that white will put the knight on g3 and the h5 square is under white's control, I completely forgot about this square.
Because actually having the bishop on a8, f4 might be a very stable square for the knight, especially that it can be strengthened with the other knight to go to g6. Wow.
Yes, yes. Very interesting.
So let's go and pick this game. What do you think? Let's zoom in. Let's get the board out in the Abdusattorov Nakamura game. So let's see what's going on between Nodirbek and Hikaru. Just knight h5 was played by Nakamura. He spent quite a lot of time in the opening, starting already in move 1 when he was like thinking and looking out on the screen. What has Magnus been doing? And then now he's, I think, might be speeding up. And now we see c4 move, opening up the diagonal of the queen, which is kind of a very logical continuation, I believe, because the h7 is hanging. And I would think that knight g6 will come very fast and appear on the board. What do you think, Peter?
Yes, normally I would say as well. And then we have to talk about some knight g5 idea, because the pawn on f7 is vulnerable and the pawn on h7 is hanging as well. That how is actually, let me even put that on the board. Knight g6. And then the question, what happens after knight g5? Double attack on f7 and h7. I believe this is the moment to include Nicholas right into the show, because I don't know what Hikaru is doing with his knight h5 idea.
Yeah, to be honest, the last two knight moves were not really ideal. Black didn't have to allow any of this. When we go back, I really liked that he went for the Sicilian, as we were hoping here with c5. Now knight f3, e6, this is great. b3, but now there was no need to play knight f6. You can first maybe develop this knight to g6. And actually, well, quite counterintuitively, the computer wants to play either with knight h6 to avoid any kind of e5, or maybe even play f6 here as well. Not running into this move e5, which allows white to grab some space. So after knight f6, white is a bit better. Also, there was an interesting idea here to play bishop e5, provoke d6 and then take on f6 and to play this kind of pawn structure, but probably Nakamura want to play with the bishop pair, and e5 I think a very logical move. And here, Peter, as so often, you were spot on. Knight g4 was the best move. Knight d5, c4 would be a clear white advantage, but knight g4 then heading to h6 and knight g6 maybe next would have been around equal still. After knight h5, c4, this is indeed an uncomfortable question to be answered, and Nakamura already played f5 because after knight g6, knight g5, I mean, you have a lot of problems here defending. You cannot defend both of these pawns and you're just going to lose material, and all of these knights are going to be loose as well. So f5 was played, and in this position Abdusattorov should definitely take en passant on f6, and black would probably take back with the knight, and then we have this position, which honestly, I mean, why did Nakamura go for this? White could take on f6, then take on h7.
But this I'm happy with black.
5.
If you take the pawn, I'm happy. No, okay. Judith, we agree. Black colored bishop, compensation, nice center. But knight e5 is a move strategically. I'm worried about f4, knight f2. Imagine Hikaru would be with the white pieces. He would be super happy.
Well, looking at the knight on h8, I don't know when and where it will come out.
Yes, the knight is now completely dominated, and d6 is also not a move you want to play. So it looks like it was a good opening phase so far for Abdusattorov, who is thinking about his move right now. If he takes en passant, he should definitely, and I think he will. And I'm just happy that we get a lot of different positions today in all of the games so far, it seems to me, Jude.
Absolutely. It seems like the players have completely different understanding of the position, but I believe also that they are getting tired and they lose more of the control. And also somehow they feel the importance of move one, but also at the same time I feel they put too much pressure on themselves on move one. Because, I mean, okay, you're thinking, but I mean, now in 2 games already, right? Gukesh is being in trouble. We see it with our own eyes, with intuitively, it's already very dangerous. And here also we feel that after the capture, e takes f6 and passant, it can be a very dangerous position for black because of basic understanding of chess, seeing the piece placement already. So that's why you want to go after capturing on f6 takes, you want to go definitely knight e5. I'm not even sure you would be calculating bishop f6 and takes and queen h7. And to this thought, I want to share with you that when I played in '94 the first time in Linares, I was playing with all the top guys. It was a very rough tournament for me. And in round 5, which actually the tournament is very long, and that was only in the very beginning, I was playing with the black pieces against Karpov. And I made a strategic mistake in the very early phase of the game. I closed the position, and Karpov was able to break it up. I had very weak squares. And at some point, I realized that actually he could win a pawn. But strategically, the position was very good. And I was just, I said, okay, he didn't take my pawn. But later on, of course, I understood that Karpov was not even paying attention. He understood positionally he's so much winning. He doesn't care if he's sitting there for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. It doesn't matter. The important thing is for him was that strategically he's winning, and then he's going to be collecting the point. Exactly. And he's not even paying attention winning a pawn material. No way. He was not important. Actually, maybe...
Not to get distracted, yeah, from the strategical
maybe I would have been more happy because I would lose the game faster and not to be tortured.
Or you were famous to be very tricky and you just don't want to grab any poison pawn against you.
But it was not poison. That was the problem. It was just for free. So going back here, so after e takes f and knight f6, some players would not even consider grabbing the pawn. Though I'm not sure it's not good. It just looks from our intuitive understanding to not to give up the a1 bishop, because we don't look at it as an a1 bishop. We look at it if it would be on b2 or something, and it's an extremely powerful bishop.
Yeah, takes, bishop d6. The knight is protected on h8. Black will play b6, opening up the bishop, and I simply love this pawn structure, and also black's king will feel very safe. I have no idea where I'm going to put the king from d1. I believe that this is a shift. Maybe a computer can handle this position from the white side, but humanly speaking, you just feel like, no, this is no-go territory.
Yeah, because it's somehow you have to be extremely precise, and maybe in the long run you keep the pawn. Nicholas, what would you choose? Would you consider bishop takes f6 and grab the pawn in this position in place of Nodirbek, or you would also, can we put ef knight f6 on the board? Would you consider bishop f6, or you would just instantly, without thinking, go knight e5?
I would definitely consider it. I mean, whenever you have a chance to win a pawn, you take a look at it, and then you consider, well, what do I have to give up? How does the position change? And you calculate maybe for a bit, and you realize, okay, black will have the bishop here. The position is quite open, in fact. Black can put the king on the queen side. By the way, I'm not sure if we pointed this out, but white and black can cast at any moment if they want to on the queen side. Just switch king and rook on c1 and d1. So king safety also should not be an issue here for black. And yeah, this is definitely also not a position I would like to have against Nakamura. So bishop takes f6. You look at it, and well, the computer is saying white is better there maybe a little bit, but also you always have to consider the practical point of view. And in that regard, you don't play that move. And knight e5, playing a nice active move, powerful move, is just having a much better impression in that regard. So,
but actually, let me answer or ask the question after knight e5. If black plays d6 and kicks our knight away, then actually, how do we justify that we jumped? Because we are so happy to restrict the knight from h8 with the move knight e5, and we already were talking about f4, and whenever then the knight is kicked back, once f4 is played, then knight f3 will be very natural. But at this very moment, if black plays d6, then how do we react?
We have to come back.
Wow, okay.
But it is worth spending the tempo, because just the pawn on e6 becomes suddenly a target, and also the queen is blocked out. Black is not going to put a bishop on d6 anymore. And I think it's worth it. Of course, it's always nice to have the computer as a backup also telling me, yes, if you go d6, knight f3, white actually already has a clear advantage. But for the players to evaluate this, of course, is another kind of question.
Well, I think Peter pointed out a very important thing, that we were misled, that knight e5 is so obviously so good because we didn't go further. And yes, after d6, I understand that we come back, but on the other hand, in our understanding, usually it doesn't happen so often that we give away two tempis in such an early phase of the game, and then we have with all the self-confidence that we know what we are doing. We just go there, we want you to play d6, and as we all know, pawns don't go back, even in freestyle chess.
Yeah, so for example,
makes a move, it's a
let
weakness.
me continue with the knight f3 e5, and I'm claiming that I got the grip that Gukesh also wanted or played for. Give me one or two more moves, b6, knight g6, bishop e7, short castle, and I will be thinking why I'm not winning with black. But clearly, I don't want to fight the computer, because computer will probably crush me in two moves. Yeah, actually, Nicholas, can you just ask the silicon beast that after d6, knight f3, e5, how is he planning to crush?
Yes, we can have a look. And also I see that we will get some support, which of course will be very helpful. Yes.
Again, don't tell me knight g5, h6, knight h7. The obvious knight g5, h6, knight h7. Sensational stuff.
This is not obvious at all. But now you see all the pawns here are on the dark squares and a lot of weaknesses. So this is looking much better for white. But we have a guest, so let's bring him in.
Welcome Levon Aronian, one of the most original and greatest player in the tournament and in the world. So welcome, Levon.
Hi.
You came in the best moment because we are having dilemmas. So maybe you can help us to figure it out.
Sure.
Yes, Levon, thank you so much for joining.
Then, Nicholas, just please turn off the computer. Just very quickly.
Yes. With our minds. Levon, this is currently the position between Abdusattorov and Nakamura. I'm not sure if you had a chance to look at the first few moves.
Yeah, I saw his knight f6. Actually, that was very provocative.
Yes,
I was kind of surprised. I was thinking that he's going to develop with b6, f6, not to do the Paulsen type of.
Yes.
But was he worried about some c3? I was thinking maybe he's worried about some c3, d4 coming. Although it's not that scary, but I think we are, when we're playing chess 960, we're paranoid about the opponent taking control of the center. While the computer, he doesn't care. He says, let him have the center, we'll slowly attack it later, yeah? It's more of the Reti approach he has, the great Hungarian player, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So knight f6 was provocative, and then knight h5 was maybe even more provocative. Knight g4 was also an option.
Oh, this is very interesting, yes.
Now c4 was played.
That's why we felt that we are so fortunate that you are joining at the right moment.
I could not guess any of these moves. I think Hikaru is playing very creatively. I think he's trying to challenge Nodirbek's creativity in this game.
Yes, and now f5 was just played, and up to the turn thinking.
So my question is, Levon, in this position, would you take en passant, or you would try to get advantage of the placement of the h5 knight, that it's out completely from play? What is your first intuition?
My first intuition is, if I were to be old-fashioned and be a chess 518 player, I would think that knight h5 is a bad knight. But since I'm now converted chess knight 60 player, I see this knight to be a strong piece. And I feel that the bishop, it will take such a long time for bishop to come and control f4. And white cannot play g3 because the knight becomes a threat. And so I think just white should take. Yeah, I feel that white should.
So would you spend time on it to examine it deeper, or would you just don't spend the time, even in the classical time control?
I would definitely spend time on it, definitely. But EF looks so natural.
On the board, also.
Yeah, EF looks so natural because also I want my queen to breathe. I want my queen to hit.
Okay, so next question, knight takes f6.
Yeah.
What is your next thought?
Okay, so what is kind of natural here? Well, first of all, of course, I'm thinking as a big fan of Korchnoi, if we can just capture the pawn.
Okay.
Yeah, but that is, I think, very dangerous for white from strategical point. Bishop d6 and the castle.
Peter was very much against it. I like pawns, so I would consider it, and then I don't know how I would decide.
Yes, I'm a bit scared to do this with white. I'm not thinking it will end well. What else am I thinking about? Bishop b5, d6, or bishop d6 is possible. Yeah, bishop e5 maybe is interesting. Probably bishop d6 is probably fine for black.
And why would you play bishop e5 if d6?
Then I just retreat. I think
and
that
you're happy.
e6 is a weakness, no?
Wow. Okay. But this brings back us
But actually,
to...
the bishop on b2 is better than on a1.
Yes.
I think you guys are on some conspiracy.
We are testing you, Levon. Yes, exactly.
Actually, yes. But if bishop d6 is there, what else is?
But Levon is doing great on the test. I mean, he's exceptionally good.
Okay. I see what you mean, guys. Yeah, knight e5 is the move. Yeah.
Of course.
d6, knight f3, and yeah, of course, I got you. Actually, that's counterintuitive.
Yes.
From a human perspective, you kind of feel. I know that now that you look at it, okay, e6 is weak, and white threatens d4, and black has to play with d5. He doesn't want to do it, and you also close the queen. So now it feels natural. But at first, when you look at the position, you're kind of, oh, what's the big deal? Yeah, I lost to them.
So actually, what is your experience in freestyle? Is the queen on b8 generally? Is it somewhat annoys you? Or it's reasonable, you don't care if it's on b8, a8, c8, wherever?
I think a lot of play generally from the first moves is all connected with the future of the queen's position, yeah? You want to, I mean, first it's of course the... I think, like in regular chess, rooks don't matter. Rooks will come later in the game. You cannot really block the rook
It's
forever.
already there on c1.
Yeah, but generally, yeah?
Yeah,
but the queen,
them.
the minor pieces and the queens, yeah? This is what the whole intrigue is all about. How can you control the center and at the same time use your queen position?
So what is your priority in freestyle?
Depending where the queen is.
So the queen is one of the most important, right?
Yeah. Okay, quite often if you analyze freestyle, you understand queen is on h1, the theme is g4 or h4. And quite often they're connected. First two moves are g4, h4 when the queen is on h1. Because the queen on h8, you want to restrict it as soon as possible and put it in the disadvantageous position. So that's what I've seen. Sometimes it's not the case, depending, of course, on the position of the knights. Quite often, when the queen is on this corner, the other corner is exposed. And the knights can jump quickly and attack b2 pawns, yeah? It becomes tricky. But quite often, it's all about quickly restricting the opponent's queen. So that's why I think knight e5 was such a strong move. You force d6, kind of, because you want to play f4, yeah?
Exactly.
And
but it's interesting, you want to say that throwing out on the window two tempes is worth blocking the queen just by black playing d6? Because after knight e5, d6, that's one thing that the queen is blocked, but I thought it's more important that the e6 pawn is weak.
Yes, I think it's both. It's both.
But actually that e6 pawn is not weak because it moves up to e5 And it really comes down that black's queen on b8 is completely
and also,
stuck.
if I may correct you, Peter, just to add something. Right now, bishop f3 is a possible move. With the pawn on d6, nobody even consider giving away the bishop.
Of course.
Because the structure is so weakened. Bishop comes from h3.
Well, it's obvious for you guys.
Yes.
Well, Peter is a world champion. I'm a world champion in this game, so we have more experience than you did. But you're slowly getting there.
I'm learning. Peter can improve that. I'm learning here.
Absolutely.
So just to point this out, for a trade it makes a huge difference if the pawn is on d7 or on d6, because on d6 the pawn on e6 is weaker, the light squares are weaker, and then you don't want to give up your light squared bishop. So this is the current position. Knight g3, b6 was
Knight g3,
played.
b6. Okay.
So once again, knight e5 maybe? Or is it too late now?
I think it's fine.
But actually,
now I think the knight g4 can be very annoying at some point, yeah?
At some point, maybe knight g4.
So
it is very interesting in this position, what we're looking and this setup, that in one hand, I think it is very obvious for our understanding that from knight on h1, you want to bring it out to g3 because it's a, let's face it, I mean, it's a much nicer square for it. At the same time, immediately when we bring out the knight to g3 or in previous other positions, knight g6, immediately knight g5 is a killer. And mirrorly, it can be a killer for black to play knight g4, right?
Yeah, we saw this in when I was commenting the match between Anna Carling and Alexander Bontes. She didn't think too much, and she played knight g3, like e4, e5, knight g3. And now for bishop c5, suddenly white is worse. f2 is hanging. And I think quite often in this game, you have to be very cautious with the way you develop your knights, you know, because the pawns can be very loose at the different positions, yeah? And also, I'm not so sure the knight belongs to g3 in all of the lines. Knight on f2 is always more...
Yes, but once you have your knight on f3, what do you want with your knight on h1 in the long run?
Yeah, if I could get the f4 like we were dreaming of.
Yeah, knight e5, f4, knight f2.
Knight f2.
Okay, f3.
And this is Peter's type of style of chess, you know? Getting the knight on f2 is harmonious.
Of course, yeah. I'm so happy, yeah. I'm happiest man on earth, yeah. If I can get the knight on f2, f4, knight f2 structure. Thank you very much.
So this is the current position of the b6. White to play. I guess bishop e2 would be also a reasonable move. Preparing castle.
It's passive.
Yes, it's passive.
Knight g5 is failing to, I don't know, queen f4 is there? I'm a bit scared about this type of things. Maybe queen f4 is not a big deal.
It looks nice.
Knight h7, this has to be calculated, yeah?
Yeah, knight g4.
Knight g4.
I'm getting a bit worried.
Yeah, you guys told me. I think Levon was the one who said, wait a second, there is knight g4.
f3, I don't know.
Yes. Okay, it's crazy.
If I get checkmated.
Also, I can take this pawn on h2, yes?
Yes. Yeah.
But at least some bishop e5, some harmony, yeah?
Bishop e5 is nice, yes.
Bishop
Maybe
e5.
queen f4 is not the move.
Yeah, maybe not.
I wonder what is the so let's just go back a couple of moves because it's a very interesting position. So knight g5, are we threatening anything actually? We want to take the pawn, right?
Well, Levon still doesn't know computer's idea that after h6, knight h7, queen h7, computer is usually very happy with the white queen on h7, which shocked us.
I would think so.
Yes, but also in the line with knight e5, d6, knight f3, e5, computer said knight g5, h6, knight h7 with clear advantage.
Makes sense.
But the knight is still on h1, yeah? So that one knight from g1 has traveled to f3, e5, back to f3, g5, h7, and then we claim advantage.
I think it's connected with the fact that once the knight from f6 disappears, and I have bishop d3, bishop e4,
yeah.
Just a structural joy. Yeah.
Vance Magnus had that in the tournament. That kind of structure.
Yeah. Very, very interesting and very sharp position. Extremely sharp, yeah.
And one question to you, Levon, because I have noticed last year and also this year that you are like a completely different person in freestyle chess, fish and dome chess, playing rapid and classical. Whenever we see you in rapid, you are kind of struggling, and then it comes to the classical stage and we say like, wow, the true maestro is just amazing, that everything is like a symphony, you get perfect harmony, you control the game, and your performance against Fedosiev was sensational. What can you tell us about this?
I think I need to learn. I am not the same player, and you're right. I think the issue with me, I enjoy the classical so much, you know, and to think that also when I analyze, I want to take my time when I analyze chess 960, so it becomes kind of a drawback, because instead of playing fast and just putting the pressure into the middle of the game, I'm kind of saying, no, I have to play the best moves in the start, and then it doesn't really matter what position you get. Because when you're down on time and everything is hanging, well, I blundered the knight in one move against Magnus, and this is obviously not a very flattering result, I would say. Yeah. So my time management is terrible, and this is something to work on in Chess 960 Rapid, because I really, you know, I'm so envious that everybody gets to play, and I only got to play 2 games.
Yeah, because
So.
when I think about it, when I look at your games, I feel like if you would have reached the classical portion in the fighting for the top 8, you would be one of the candidates for first place. This is what I'm getting from the quality of your games in classical.
Yeah, I also felt that I was very, very happy and actually proud of my second game, especially against Fedosiev. But yeah, it's not meant to be if I'm not good in the rapid, so I have to learn to understand.
Well, there will be more chances, and just today we learned that there will be an open tournament also in Grenke in April during Easter. You've played in Karlsruhe, the Grenke Chess Classics many times. Do you already have an idea if you want to play, or you have to think about it?
I think when it comes to chess 960, I don't have to think about it. I've never thought in my life when it was about playing chess 960, except the ones that were online qualifiers. I didn't want to do the FIDE online qualifier. It was, to me, I felt it's a bit strange. But when it comes to over the board, chess 960, yeah, you know my number.
So what do you like the most? Sorry.
That means we can expect you in Karlsruhe then?
100%.
Great, awesome. Yes.
So what do you like the most about 960 freestyle? Because you're an incredible original player in classical chess as well. Do you like it that it's even more challenging, or what is it?
This is the chess that we've played. This is the chess that you and I played. This is the chess that Peter and I played. This is a chess without computers. And it's beautiful. You have to create, and you don't have to think that, oh my God, I haven't repeated my 28-page long analysis of chess 518. You can just play.
At the same time, you were also always famous with your very good preparational notes, right? Just as Peter is as well.
Yes.
I was not in that club,
Yeah.
but it meant that you can take advantage of the fact that you like theory and you're very good at theory. So you are already starting out of having an advantage, which also means that you were much faster and managing time was much easier.
No, absolutely. I mean, I'm not the person who shies away from challenge. Although I was always a lazy guy, but I still told myself, okay, and we work together with you. You guys know me, my desire to work hard. but yes, I've learned. I adapted, and I studied the openings. I studied the middle game ideas. But this brings me back to something that I love. Just finding out the truth from the first move and not having to compromise. Because the issue with the regular chess, that you just have to compromise the whole time. You cannot play your own chess. You have to play something that is possible to play. Because it doesn't matter how creative you are. I mean, if your opponent decides to drive you into some endgame where you have to play very precise moves just to maintain some little tiny symbolical advantage, it will happen. Here, this cannot happen. Nobody can tell me, oh, Levon, you got to play the Tarashan game. and remember, if it's A3 or H3 to get plus 0.010 and have an illusion of a game.
So basically we can summarize, because we were talking a lot about the fact that basically the top players like 960 freestyle because they can exclude theory, they can have a nice breakfast, walk, chat, brainstorm, and they don't have to spend the time of preparation. But now you highlighted not only that part, but the part of the creativity element of the game. And this is what we've seen again and again right after the draw is happening. And the players, we have the camera to show the players gathering together, discuss. And I think it's one of the nicest part of this event to see real brilliant minds, younger and older, in different generations, but they have something very much in common. To try to brainstorm and get your idea, what is your idea, what Levon, what Fabiano, they collect all the different ideas and then they filter it and they go on their own and they know that now it's me who is the boss, I'm going to navigate it. So creativity is maybe another element which we can say that the reason is that you like freestyle.
Yes, I think it's a big misconception by mostly amateurs, not the professionals. Because the professionals who are familiar with the game, they understand what's going on. The amateurs think that, oh, these guys who are maybe old or who are maybe super lazy, they don't want to work on the openings of classical chess. That's why they invented this variant to sit, sip coffee, come to the game, play a couple of moves, and that's it. The thing is, playing freestyle chess, you get at least 2-3 times more tired while playing it. It's much harder. Preparation is the same. You have to, you have to know the positions. You have to prepare. It's just the joy is there. Unfortunately, in classical chess, and you can ask Peter, if Peter could play chess 1960 professionally, I think he would choose it any day. I don't know. Peter would be more correct to judge this, yeah?
Well, the point is that I see that with Vincent and I see all the other youngsters that they are still so excited studying the theory and they are finding new directions because everything is new for them. But when you have studied, I don't know, the Berlin endgame for 5,000 hours and you know every single move order and you know that you have analyzed it and still you are unable to even get an advantage, and in fact you have seen so many move orders that you don't even want to play it with any color because you feel like I'm already overexhausted in this position and I cannot remember anything anymore, then the feeling becomes completely different. But when I work with Vincent, okay, we just started now moving into 1e4 direction. Yeah, for him everything is fresh. Every time, every single training, he's enjoying that. Wow, I'm learning this, I'm learning that. When you ask Levon or Magnus or all the top guys who have been studying all these openings for 20 years with every single engine, every single time, yeah, whenever in half a year a new program comes out, you have to go through all your repertoire, every single move to check that the new engine, where does it change the evaluation, and you have to be up to date. Then you lose the joy, yeah, and this is what Levon is highlighting, that of course as chess players you want to have this joy of playing. The youngsters still have it with the classical chess. For older guys this is of course refreshing.
So before we want your thoughts on many things, but let's go to the bird's eye view. We have to fix something on Levon's microphone just in case that we hear everything in very well. So in the meantime, before we ask Levon about some more things about theory in freestyle, let's observe what is going on the other boards, because it is one of the most interesting round from different perspectives, I think.
Yeah, and we can see in the final between Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana the tension that they are fighting in the final. It's all about taking first place. They are much more cautious. They don't want to rush with any decision. They are afraid, scared to make a mistake, an inaccuracy, not to get into a worse position. We already talked about this, that the Firouzja Gukesh game got completely out of control right from the beginning. Fabiano is much more professional. The other game for third place between Sindarov and Carlsen is extremely interesting because we see some kind of a symmetrical e4, e5 kind of position, but with a new twist of white going b4, and we did see that between Abdusattorov and Sindarov and Vincent, they had that position on the board, e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, b4, and something very similar happened here. Will be very interesting to get expert opinion of Levon, Nicholas, Judith. What are your hot take? Have you ever seen a position like e4, e5 in a way like this?
No, actually, it is very exciting to see the queen on b3. So I think it's time to bring that board up, but let's see Sindarov Carlsen. So now we are trying to get the ideas from Levon, what his take is in this position. But before we go into the concrete things, before that you mentioned this word, and it caught my ear. You said that you're preparing also before a freestyle game. Can you share with us, or whatever you can share with us, what is the preparation for 960 before the game?
I try to analyze the positions, as many as I can.
How do you pick them?
Just by number. Position number 1.
Okay.
Wow.
You're systematically going.
Yes, why not?
Okay.
Just to get the themes, you know. I normally go like position 1, position 101, position 201, just to get the whole spectrum.
But don't reveal all your secrets, because then the players, if they will get, we have the position 290 against Levon, that's a good number.
Don't worry.
He has studied it, yeah?
No, Levon tells us the numbers, but he picks others.
Exactly the opposite ones, yes?
But okay, tell us the things you can share with us.
Yeah, and then I just try to understand, okay, in this position, the queen is in the corner. How does the strongest engine play in this position? Or can I actually afford not to occupy the center? These are all conceptual things. In certain positions, the computer is just happy. You play e4, he goes some h5, d4, h4, doesn't care. Take the center as much as you want, and I'll slowly start attacking it from the sides. So it's a different philosophy, and those themes, they are so mind-boggling that it's a very humbling endeavor, analyzing chess 960 positions. Because you always understand, oh my god, so basically the maneuvering the bishop, making 2 moves with the bishop is actually far more important than developing anything in this position, yeah? Just because of a certain point that is weak in the position and you need to fortify it. That's fascinating. You know, in regular chess, I think it was as fascinating maybe before the neural networks. It was still fascinating, I think. Then when computer became too strong and they refuted a lot of stuff, it was already not great. I think the last time I was very fascinating analyzing was probably when Lila came to life. And you saw, wow, all these ideas, disagreement with Stockfish. But now it's basically one program. All of the programs, because of neural networks, became one. So that's why we have just 960. That is fun to analyze.
Okay, I just got the information that about 10 minutes ago, Magnus was in the Confessional booth. So why don't we listen to that and then we dive in according, and so to have this information, what he had in mind few moves earlier, because sometimes he shares, actually all the time, he shares incredible information and insights. Let's go to listen, Magnus.
So I was looking at the position a little bit with Hikaru and Fabiano. We were mainly considering 1c4 before the game, which honestly looked a bit unpleasant. But then when e4 appeared on the board, my first thought was that, oh, this is even more unpleasant. Because I think the normal response generally would go for, in one order or another, to go for e5 and then c5. Then I was really worried he was going to go like a4, b3. I didn't see any prospects for me really. Like I can never really develop the knight to g6 because of bishop c4 gains a tempo, and it just didn't look very good at all. So I felt forced to go for knight f6, which looks incredibly dangerous if he goes d4 now. But I guess I'll have to see what happens then. I guess I'll take e5, knight d5, and yeah, doesn't seem losing, but that's about as positive as I can be. It's really maybe okay for black, but it feels quite dangerous.
Well, he was not very optimistic about the start of the game. It resembled a little bit what he was saying when he played against Vincent in game 1. He was kind of upset after the first few moves there. So he said, well, this is the maximum positivity he can tell.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why do you think people actually in this position, in the starting position, didn't think that Sicilian is a good option? Because when I look at it, and with me analyzing Paulsen, the knights, this is where they belong. Knight g6, f6.
Exactly.
You know, so it's very strange for me that they came up with this idea not to play first c5.
Well, Nakamura did. Just Carlsen was not happy.
What do you think?
Yeah, I was also surprised. I even wanted to highlight to Judith that the c5, e6, knight g6, f6, knight h6, bishop d6, b6 setup, if I look at Judith and look at this position, that's what comes to my mind first. Yeah, because from Paulsen, you always want this f6, knight f7 construction or whatever, that your knight on f6 is not targeted. And we haven't seen Hikaru. Hikaru opted for this knight f6 immediately, which was very provocative, kind of inviting e5 for absolutely no reason. And it was very harmonious.
Yes, but you can also say that if you play e5, I understand that the queen on b8, there is not much good to say about it. But after e5, knight g6, knight f6, and you play it as a Rai Lopez, it can be also quite...
but you can never play knight g6 because of bishop c4.
This is what Magnus highlighted, that basically I cannot play knight g6 because bishop c4. We go back where you started, that you were commentating the girls' game, and then it can happen very easily that you get in trouble, right?
Yes. So I'm extremely puzzled. And actually, the fact that Vincent played first c4 makes a total sense.
Yeah, it's like playing Sicilian from the right side.
He doesn't want to play he doesn't want to allow the Sicilian. So I think maybe it's a sign that the players are getting tired.
This is what I said. That people, players, okay, they are playing like it's insane. Yesterday, what was going on? I mean, what Fabiano and Sindarov had to go through. It's like, what did you say?
Yeah, well, marathon and then 200. Yes, this is, doctors don't approve it.
We also had it with Fabiano last year. Yeah. Fabiano cannot live without this.
Has to experience the extremes, right?
I think the reason why he still does not hate it because he finally managed to win both, after some crazy thriller.
But he lost to me in the American Cup, where we had also this kind of a thriller last year.
Yes.
Where we also got to the Armageddon game. So this is his spirit. He's a big fighter, of course.
So Nicholas, show us, and let's go through in the first few moves what Levon has to
Yes, I would love to hear your opinion, Levon, on a4.
And just a second, because Magnus was saying that he's worried of d4, and he was thinking like ed4, e5, knight d5, and then who knows what's going to happen. Those were his words.
I wouldn't be so worried for black. You know, after all, he will probably have to recapture on d4, and maybe I'll get the tempo with c5 early, and then the e5 is gonna be, hit My knight on f4 is fantastic, as we already determined. So I don't know. Of course, quite often this is all can be very scary, but not in this case, I think.
So Sindarov, after quite a long think, played a4.
But wait a second, let me just add that we can castle long immediately. So after this ED knight d5, if you think about this element that long castle and targeting that king on d8, that might explain why Magnus was really worried.
c5.
c5?
Yes, you can play, but maybe I can also
first
first
take on
never capture
my pawn anymore.
Yeah, but maybe I take on d4 first, and after I return to f3, then I still have this long castle. That long castle and c4, like in Scotch, I might.
I also have one castle, I think.
You also have.
Knight on f4. I believe it's as Gary would say. It's not forbidden for religious reasons in chess, you would say, yeah, in analysis.
All right, instead we saw this move, a4.
Would that come to mind to you?
I would never think of that move, actually.
b4 I would, which later on we've seen, because queen b3.
Yes.
I mean, making a move, opening up for both pieces, right? a1 bishop and...
So the point is that he wants to meet c5 with bishop c4. But let's say c5, bishop c4, b6, and then I go for d5 quickly.
Why can't I go b5 and take on e4?
I'm scared. Scared of this type of...
Yeah, the h1 protects the f2 pawn, yeah? So I'm not sure.
No,
if
I
we
just
can.
thought that the center... No, after
c5.
c5, bishop c4.
Because c5 looks logical, doesn't it?
To go
Generally.
b5 and
Actually,
collect the
it
e4
was on
pawn.
the. I have to reveal that it was on the board of the players when instead of a4, if white would play b4, c5.
Yes.
Was analyzed by the players before
Looks
the game.
very logical,
Yes. This one I'm scared. Knight g3 or something.
Judith, we're scared. Tell us. You want to take and play d5 maybe? But this is just too unbalanced. Way too unbalanced. Too early.
Then bishop back to f1. Bishop goes to h3.
Bishop
at
h3,
some moment.
c4.
c4 and b4. I don't know. It's
What is going on?
Nobody knows.
freestyle chess at its best, yeah?
Yes.
Chaos.
The mess.
Okay.
But I think b6 shouldn't be a problem. Then I play d5, take with the bishop. I don't know, like c5.
c5?
Yeah, let's say bishop c4, let's say b6.
Can knight g5 be? Or d5 you go?
I go d5.
Queen a2 will be also there at some point.
You think this is not going to work? I'm not going to be in time?
I mean, can I go knight g5 and on d5 I take, and bishop d5 I go queen a2?
And knight g5, knight e4 is too risky because I lose to c8? Or maybe it's too risky, yeah. So you want to take on h7 somewhere?
I was not sure.
Well, if you're provoking me, I might, but I thought to go queen
But I don't have to
queen a2.
capture on d5, right? Because last time I checked, this is not checkers, yeah? I can also
Then
play
play h6. Last time.
Knight e4?
Knight d5?
Knight d5.
This looks stable for black.
Yeah, and queen a2, knight b4.
Queen b3?
f5.
Yeah, once I
It
play
gets
f5.
too murky.
No, I want to play f5 anyway.
Yeah. But instead of knight g5, we do Judith's idea, but with knight g3, developing the knight,
Knight
and
g3,
then go for
d5.
this queen a2 takes and queen
d5
a2.
takes bishop d5. I create luft for the king so I can castle.
Aha, yes, you prepare castles.
How?
After queen a2, he just castles long.
And is it so nice with this pawn structure?
I have the
don't know.
center.
What's
I have the center. And you know, in this
I go b4.
You know that
in
I
Gioco
have
Piano
trouble.
they play this d5 all the time.
I have
now.
always trouble fighting against Levon, yeah? So help me out, yeah? Please help me out.
c6 I don't like, honestly. c6 is a bit too respectful.
Wow. Well, and having the a8 bishop there, it's not very tempting to play c6. Okay.
But why not b6, by the way?
But look at this. No, forget about. Let's go to the current position, because after queen b3, when the pawn on f7 is weak, Magnus opts for knight g6.
Oh.
This is breaking news. He gives the pawn like this.
He had enough of his harmonious knight on h8.
Can we zoom in? Is it really the position? Because I'm puzzled of knight g6. What is this? Knight g6. f7 is hanging, inviting knight g5. What's going on?
Let's see the players. What are they up to? Why did Magnus play knight g6?
And which body language does he has?
Was it desperate?
Ah, you're already body language experts,
Of
huh?
course.
Yes.
We don't understand the positions, then at least, we need clues.
But actually the b4 pawn is hanging. So after queen f7, but the g7 also.
And knight g5, then d5.
This was always very useful when I was playing against Peter, the body language.
Yeah, you were always tricking me. Yes. I'm the solid guy, respect everything, and Levon is making everything dirty, murky, and so on. And then I'm collapsing. Yeah, it was always this kind of stuff with your shirt driving me crazy. It's oh no.
Like I'm already ready.
Exactly, Levon is ready. Okay,
No, but you see, my grandpa's father was a butcher. So I have it in my genes,
And then butchering me. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I know. It's terrible, horrible, Nightmare scenarios coming. Yeah. But wow, then knight g6 is a brilliant move. Double exclam. What's going on, Levon? Please tell us. What are your thoughts?
I'm thinking, I don't believe bishop b4, queen g7 is part of the plan. Because the queen is such a pest there, yeah? Then the knight comes to g3, f5. I'm very worried for black here. This is definitely not the plan. So he wants to meet it with the castle, yeah? Logically.
Logically. Nice.
Yeah, let's bring up the analysis board so we can...
But then what does he want? I just
look.
don't understand it yet. If I just go knight g3, let's say.
There we have Magnus on the camera. What do we read from him? I had enough? Or what's going on? He looks confused, no? A bit.
Well, we are for sure.
We are. And Sindarov is shocked.
It's quite possible that he forgot that f7 is hanging.
No.
It can happen to everybody.
No, he was revealing that
F7
is weak and so on.
After he plays knight g6.
Exactly.
So he's pointing out for everybody that
so he's
f7 can be weak.
He's hoping for compensation.
Maybe he doesn't like to be having a weakness. He prefers not to have it.
Yes, this is what my friend Boris Gelfand says. He says that the more pieces you exchange, the less you will blunder. So, makes sense. But queen f7, let's just analyze this. This is interesting. Let's say I go long castle after queen f7.
Yes, we will bring it up on the board.
Yeah, we are waiting for the analyzing board.
Ah, yeah, we're waiting for it. Okay. So queen f7, long castle, knight g3, let's say, yeah? What happens there? Knight g3 makes sense? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we just have to wait one more second. By the way, Magnus's heart rate is 72. Is he such a good poker player?
He loves playing poker.
Yes, but is he good at it?
He's a better chess player.
Yeah, that's what I feel as well.
Well, it's a high comparison. To be as good at something else that he is at chess. So yes, queen takes f7. Let's take a look. Castle.
What is the move here? What do you feel, folks? Because black, maybe he's already threatening to play d5. It's possible. Because c4 and b4 will hang after the exchange.
And okay, white will not play castle, right? Because the b4, a4 is not helping for that.
Yeah.
White is far away from castling the other side, on the king's side.
g3 feels natural for me because I'm preparing some bishop e2 long castle, short castle.
Ah, but for me, knight g3 was logical.
But
that's what I mean.
Knight g3, knight
yes.
g4.
This, I'm not sure works. But
well,
why am I not
later,
sure?
for sure it will not, because then it's castle. Oh.
Can we get away with this?
Oof.
Very brave, trying to trap the knight.
Oof.
Yeah. Yeah, this is possible.
I saw some lines earlier, I mean much earlier, where there was like a sacrifice like this and then d5, e4.
But okay, once we trade queens, we should...
Now the queens are traded, yeah, then it doesn't work. So here it doesn't work.
This definitely is the position. This definitely feels like the position. Knight g4, and then white has to come up with a move.
Well, what about h3?
Okay, let's go. h3, knight f2,
right.
king e2, and now we need a move, yeah? So, when I take on b4, you take on f2, and I give queen b6 check. You come back to d1, and you're a happy camper.
Right, there is a move like queen b6, setting up knight f4 check idea. Is that a move?
But a5?
Yeah, knight f4, queen f4, takes. But fg, I'm taking also g3, and the bishop on a8 blocks the a7. It's not a queen.
Bishop on a8 finally plays a role. This is good for black. Man.
Yeah, this is maybe winning. Yeah, it's at least very promising. Yeah, king on e2, rook e4 checkmate. It's checkmate.
Oops. That's cute.
Unexpected.
Yes.
I must say.
Endgame and checkmate.
Okay, so after queen b6, maybe d4?
Yeah, d4, but then already any kind of piece sacrifice, knight e4, yeah, it's
b4.
Very
queen b6 is actually a very important resource. Very important. If it actually works, then of course
it could.
Yeah. Changes a lot.
Maybe knight takes e5?
Knight takes e4?
Knight e4, yeah.
Yeah, and then ed.
Or d5 now?
d5, knight c5, I don't know. But ed king d1?
Ed king d1, yeah. And then knight d6 check is a threat.
Yes.
Some motif from yesterday's Sindarov Fabiano game.
Yes. White is biting more.
Yeah, okay, complete madness.
Complete madness.
In any case, Sindarov is shocked. He's taking his time after knight g6. This came as a surprise.
He's going to take on f7. This is 100%. He's a very ambitious and a very strong player. Yes. Very principled. He's going to do it. And we're going to see, and probably we'll be left in awe, trying to understand Magnus. So knight g3, rook e6 cannot trap the queen. Yeah, knight g5.
Knight g5.
Yeah, this was my first thought, but knight g5 is...
Wait a second.
Rescuing the
queen d6? Knight f5. But okay, instead of queen d6, what is there? This is so close, huh?
Yeah, rook e8.
Knight e6.
Rook e6.
Then you cannot trap me.
Well, knight h8 after queen d8.
No, that takes a while.
But some bishop c4.
Rook e7.
Rook e7. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah? If you relax, too early.
No, this is too slow, yeah?
Should be.
And we have a move, I think. Yes, rook b1.
Rook b1. Okay, respect.
Disappointment.
Respect.
Take on f7.
Yeah, but he thinks maybe that I can attack f7 later.
But I don't understand what this is.
But this is a big
after
tempo.
d5. What does he want after d5? And rook b1 is such a strange decision.
Well, protecting the pawn.
Very strange.
No castle.
I'm telling you guys, they're tired.
Yeah, normally rook b1, I would say that he accidentally touched his rook and he had to, because there is no way you just purposely play rook b1. It just, I can't really believe. Yeah, black is also getting ready for long castle. Your king on d1 is in a lot of danger, and you don't do anything with it. I cannot imagine.
Yeah, you still need 3 moves to castle short. So d5 is the move you immediately were attracted to, Levon.
Yeah, but let's face it, the a8 bishop is still stuck there.
One move, b6.
b6 and it's perfect.
And where do you want to put your king? Are you going to play bishop d6?
With the center in my hands, I don't care. I don't care anymore. This is a beautiful position for black.
Yeah, might be just...
I think rook b1 should be like a 0.5 swing move.
Let's see what the computer says.
Let's see. Also for knight g6, that what was going on after queen f7, for example, would be interesting.
Yeah, we'll cheat, folks. We'll start cheating. Because we don't understand anything. And Magnus, and also one thing we have to consider, the players are deep in the game. They see 10 times more than we do here.
Yes.
So obviously they have some ideas of their own, so we're allowed to cheat.
So knight g3 and queen takes f7 were the best moves. Queen takes f7 should have been played, indeed, yes. And after castle...
But look at that. Was it c5 that the computer tells?
Okay, knight g3 is a good move.
Yeah, knight g3 is a good move, okay.
Well, and knight g4?
And knight g4?
Actually, it doesn't work for some reason. I mean, it doesn't work for black.
Yes, because of d4. That's what we understood.
Yes.
Peter! You
Even
were
the
lying
endgame.
to us.
Even the endgame. Don't take b8, don't get checkmated, and then it's okay.
But it's still good because the knight is trapped, yeah?
Yes.
So I guess we figured it all out after all. Well, not
But then wait a second. Then what Magnus had in mind? Yeah, that's the big question.
C5 looks very strange. So maybe taking.
Taking. And Queen G7, Knight G4. Of course, this explains it.
No. Knight E6 actually. Rook E6 after Queen G7. So you shouldn't take on G7.
It's too risky for white now. Yeah.
But if you don't take on G7, then it's still good, as the computer says. Rook B1.
So Rook B1 is...
Or Knight F5.
Maybe
but this is not that obvious. Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to go Rook B1 after Queen F7?
No.
And he played first move?
No.
In any case, actually already after Rook B1, D5 is on the board. So yes, we at least got a clue that after Queen F7 also pure madness was happening.
Yes, there's a big swing, as Levon said, from better for white to worse for white if black goes C5 here. But Magnus played the human move.
C5 is actually very logical, yeah?
Okay, because of the bishop playing B6 next.
But you have already played C6, so difficult to move it one more time.
But you have... Well, also because probably you have in mind you want to castle instead of benefit the rook on having it on C8, queen on C7.
That's the thing. The rook was the protecting C2. And C5, you don't need to move the rook anymore. That's the point of C5. That's beautiful.
And also after bishop, you target the F2 pawn, so white will have problems.
But let me ask you this to you folks. How many moves you would have to consider before you would stop on Rook B1? I mean, how many moves would you have to consider to play Rook B1?
Okay, Rook B1 I would not consider at all.
I think it's basically you don't like your position and you want to surprise your opponent.
This to me is that's what makes chess wonderful. That you have young guys who will actually consider a move like Rook B1 that our generation wouldn't even cross our mind. Even for 1 second we won't think of this. That's beautiful.
Even if I'm told that, Rook B1 is a move, I say, no, not for me. Please, you can do it at your own expense, please. But no, I don't want to be mixed into it.
It's too perverted for you, yeah, Peter?
It's too bizarre, this Rook B1, no.
But actually, our D5 is wrong.
D5 is wrong, which is mind-blowing, no?
Actually, we were thinking that Knight G6 idea behind that is D5, protecting the E5, right?
Yes.
So it's no surprise that Magnus just followed his logic.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the computer, as I saw, it says Knight G3 and the position is still slightly better for white. Hard to understand.
I would pick black.
Bishop.
I would pick black for sure. Yeah.
No, the reason I understand more or less. So we cannot play B6 because bishop A6, and E5 is hanging, and then bishop goes back. So he basically says, if you release the tension, then the white pieces are well placed. So you're missing a move. You cannot play D4 because the center will be. F7 is also very weak to play D4. So it's basically he says, make a move. Yeah.
Well, black played the move D5.
Knight
G3.
Well, Sindarov hasn't blitzed out Knight G3, and what is the... Okay, he's anyway up on the clock 50 minutes, and he takes now his time.
Yeah, but I also think that it's complete confusion with Sindarov. I mean, he showed move Rook B1.
Yes.
It shows that I got lost.
But how much time he spent on Rook B1, I wonder?
He spent about 9 minutes.
But probably Knight G3 is something that he wants to or wanted to postpone, because otherwise he would play Knight G3 before. It's Knight G4 which bothers him.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah, probably still here, yes?
Well, now the D5 is hanging.
And also you have the C1.
And he has Luft, yeah?
Maybe he played Rook B1 to have the lift to place for king.
Knight G3 is played.
Knight G3 is played, yeah.
It's a very interesting game and very, very obscure, I think. Starting with the first move of Magnus, of thinking that he has to play 5, continuing with the F7 pawn sacrifice. Brilliant. Very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the computer, it says out of the first 7 moves, there have been 3 mistakes and 1 inaccuracy already. Just goes to show how difficult this game is and
how fascinating also, yeah?
Yes. When even the best in the world, including Magnus Carlsen.
And next time we play against Sindarov, we have to expect all kinds of moves like this. It's already too much pressure. Because the move like Rook B1 can come at any second, and You don't know what to expect.
But this move will probably not scare you so much, yes?
It is scary.
You.
It is scary because you don't understand what's going on.
Okay.
And then suddenly knight g3. Probably Magnus sitting here now, and he's saying...
He's also puzzled.
The guy played rook b1, I played d5, I should be better. And he plays knight g3. Now he's looking for ways to finish it off, to get the advantage. But there's nothing of that kind.
Actually, why can't black just take on e4 twice and play f5?
Knight g5 maybe after d or not.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, knight d5, maybe.
I'm thinking about some... No, b5 is too much. But maybe it is okay. bc, bishop a6. I'm a greedy bastardo.
that is asking for too much.
Yeah. Can I be a greedy bastardo in this game? You don't know.
That's the question.
That's the question.
And if h6, you just... okay, you can include bc if you want, but...
Yes.
bc, knight e4, f5.
You see the b1 rook?
No, f5 can't play, yeah, because of you are controlling.
You have no rook b8.
Yes.
Yeah, rook b1, brilliant.
Now it all makes sense.
Yes.
At some point.
And yes, you know, bc, bishop h6, then knight f7 is hanging.
Very interesting. That's why we also love these generational clashes, yeah, because the players are thinking completely differently, and we are getting this extremely exciting, unbalanced kind of game, fight of beliefs. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not so easy to suggest a move here for black.
Well, I wanted to originally just castle with black, yeah? What happens if we just castle?
Yes, the move rook b1 has zero dogma in it.
Yes.
It's just pure creativity. I will just make a move and see what happens.
But okay, so I castle and I want to checkmate you in the center. Well, how do you react to that?
b5.
b5. Okay,
I'm
knight
coming.
takes e4.
You allow... Can you afford to allow bc? I'm not sure. bc, knight f2, king c1...
So you just ignore everything and, well, if you can just play like this.
This?
King e2, bishop c5.
No, but I want my king, you know.
King Let's get the benefit of rook b1.
Safe position, king.
And
Enjoying
okay, what
himself.
is b takes c6, bishop a6 check, king d7?
b6 also possible.
Why am I losing?
I don't think you're losing. But
I'm a pawn up.
I was just trying to scare you, Peter.
I'm even 2 pawns up. Excuse me. I'm not 1 pawn up.
No,
I'm
this
2
looks good
pawns
for
up.
you. I agree.
Yeah, this is good.
for you. No, I got too optimistic. So what do you want? b5, knight e4, yeah?
Yeah, knight e4.
Knight e4, all right. And knight e4 takes rook e4.
Rook e4.
And
yeah,
then
there's some f5, e4, I was thinking.
Yes, f5. So rook c4, c5 you want to close, huh?
Yeah, something like this, yeah. I mean, I feel like if I'm not losing, I'm winning, yeah? So we are playing a very crazy game.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yes.
Maybe
I
not
probably
b5.
have to move the rook back and then knight d4, this type of play.
Yeah, completely out of control.
What if I take on d5?
Then I take cd maybe, no?
Yeah, and then I want to bishop b5.
Okay.
And
Go
why is
after
this a big deal? Rook e6, knight g5 you want?
Yeah, just go after this rook.
You want the exchange.
Look at you.
You are such a friendly guy, Niklas. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Rook
Going
b6?
after our rook.
Yes.
What is this harassment on the working place?
They bishop, sorry that I get back.
Well, rook takes b5, ab, b6, actually, and then d4 and knight f4.
Que el maestro.
Of course, of course. Yeah, it will come. It will come.
Also a6 is there and then rook takes b4. Yeah, maybe...
No, you cannot harass the rook so much. I'm sorry.
No, this is one of the craziest positions, yeah, that it's also that flank attack against, normally it's countered with the center strike. It all makes sense.
I think long castle is interesting, yeah.
For sure it is.
I have some very weird idea, but no, it shouldn't be. I was thinking if I should control the center with bishop d3. Well, you cannot play knight f4, e5 is hanging, but no, this is too perverted. Peter would not approve, so b5 should be the move, yeah?
Well, but on the other hand, with bishop d3, you stabilize the construction and you might want to play b5. Maybe bishop d3, I play b6.
But then ED, bishop g6, bishop e5.
Ah, you can. Okay, ED, maybe I take back with the rook. I'm ready to sacrifice the next change, can I?
Ah, that's what you want, huh?
Yeah. And play c5, and I don't know, it's just crazy.
Yeah, no, but I think b5 should be the line. I mean...
But I think that we haven't even touched the final yet.
Need to go there.
Yes, it shows that we are spoiled with incredible action. That game is actually slow, at least it had been slow. So we haven't been missing out on so many things, but now we have to catch up because probably things escalate there.
Right, so we're just gonna switch over and go to the Vincent game. And here we have it. Yeah, let's take it from move 1. We have actually 9 moves by now. We didn't cover this game so far because they've been really slow. They spent like 3 moves for the first. They spent like both half an hour for the first 3 moves. So let's take it from the top. Levon was happy with c4, knight f6, knight f3, b6, b4, claiming some space, c5, and now bishop e5 was played, d6, bishop takes f6, e takes f6. Wow, this is really...
I like this.
Quite developed.
This is, Peter would call this concepto, you know?
Okay, but I don't know what to think of this concepto yet, but it's a concepto.
It's a concepto, yeah. But it's a dangerous one for white.
Yes,
I will be terrified.
So the knight had to move. It was attacked. So white won a pawn but gave up his dark squared bishop.
Because once this bishop comes to play, this guy is...
But look at this. With e3, actually, Vincent gives up the pawn. So actually, he's not going after the pawn. He feels like maybe strategically on the light squares, he will have perspective.
Okay, the pure concepto should not be materialistic. Yeah?
Yes. And by the way, black cannot castle anymore, because we cannot really imagine him castling kingside. White will castle kingside the right.
This resembles a proper game of maestros, of course. This feels more kind of for us. No weird moves. More up to a point. So what happens, Peter? What do you think? d4? So does he want to take on f3? And sacrifice something or not? Probably not, yeah?
No.
He wants to play rook a5 and rook c2. And now Fabiano probably prepared certain move here. f5, f4 or something active. I know my fellow
But I don't think actually that Vincent wants to play d4. I don't think that he wants to take away the d4 square for the knight. Maybe he just wants to castle. What about castles? And then try to play with knight d4 and...
I'm a bit worried about d5, Peter, honestly. Because
d5.
you have to play d3. This is not
No,
the way.
d3 not. No, d3 not. Ah, so d5 is a move. No, that's what Fabiano actually prepared with queen c7.
Yes.
All right.
So that's why I was thinking d4 is more or less forced.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want that.
But it weakens by its construction. Yeah? What to do?
But it restricts the knight on g6 at the same time.
Restricts. But the queen on h7 is restricted also already. Yeah?
The queen is a spy there, and as a normal spy, he shouldn't really reveal his identity. He's sitting there in somebody else's house and just, I'm here. Let's pretend I'm not there. He's telling to his opponent.
It would be maybe very interesting to zoom in on the players, because we haven't seen them. I want to see how Vincent is sitting there. I want to see how Fabiano is looking at the position, just to get some human touch. What's really going on here?
I'm actually thinking about bishop e7.
Wow, look at this, Vincent leaning a little bit back.
Time situation is about even. 46 minutes for Keymer, 40 for Caruana.
How it escalated.
And queen c7 apparently was a mistake, as we see here on the. And white has a clear advantage.
Okay, come on. How? Why? Yeah, queen c7 was such a nice human move, just bringing the queen closer,
but
setting
d5
up this d5
more,
idea.
But I thought d5 immediately.
That he could maybe play d5 immediately. By the way, Magnus has castled long. Okay, good. I'm happy to see that at least I can guess a move. Alireza's game is out of control.
Alireza's game yesterday and today is incredible because he's blitzing out the whole game. It's funny. Yeah.
What do you think of picking Keymer's game?
Yeah, we
haven't been there yet.
Exactly. We touched it a little bit, but now we zoomed also on the players.
It's an exciting position.
Yeah, very exciting. And it's the grand final.
Let's see the Keymer Caruana game. Let's see what is up there in the finals. First game of the finals. They play 2 games today and tomorrow, and if it's 1-1, only after that we are going to see playoffs. But what is going on here? I can't say it's a dead equal position.
No.
It is a very strange setup. What a pawn structure. What king placement. What about the white queen
on h7? Yes. You know how much I hate pawn hunting, yes? So when I look at h7, but it had a concept. We talked about this with Levon, yeah, that there was a concept fighting for the light square, so it's not about grabbing that pawn. But yeah, probably, yeah, d4 on the board. Let's get the big analysis board up so that Levon can also comfortably join the discussion and analysis. Nicholas.
Yes. Let's see. This position we actually already discussed, Levon. And rook a5 is on the board, hitting the pawn on a2. And now we expect Vincent to protect this pawn going rook c2, right?
Unless he doesn't want to do it and he wants something totally crazy. Let's say something like d5. I just thought about this while you guys were talking. You know, just knight d4. Then I make a castle. You're not going to promote so quickly. And I have, my pieces are just ideal. I kind of block the bishop on a8. I don't know.
Maybe before we go on and try to discover who thinks what, there is a little help to us to understand, because Vincent was just a few minutes ago in the confessional booth. So let's listen him first, and then we analyze, go further.
My feeling is that the starting position again was really, really dangerous for black. White had many options, both e4 and c4, which were played, looked kind of very natural. The biggest problem was actually not the pawn on h7, but the pawn on f7, which is kind of only defendable by the knight on h8, which means that knight g6 can be played only really, really late. In general, there are so many threats against the quite weak king side that I do believe that in general black is running quite a lot of risk. The position I got in my game is also complete madness. My feeling was that it should be better for white. I was kind of relying on this bishop e5 resource to provoke d6 in order to kind of cut this queen on b8 and the bishop on f8 out of the game, at least short term. My structure is much more healthy. Of course, the queen on h7 is kind of tricky, but I actually feel like it's a quite good piece because it ties down the bishop from f8, creates some threats. Also, castling long is not that easy for black now that the queen side has kind of opened up. So I'm not exactly sure what he's going to do. I guess the most important thing for him is to get some immediate counterplay, because I do believe that long term with the bishop on f8 and the kind of bad structure, I should be doing quite well, especially since I can castle short and my king will be kind of safe, while his king, at least I assume, will have to stay in the center for quite a while. But yeah, we will see. I mean, it's a position where it's very possible that I missed something and therefore also misevaluated the position. But in general, I do feel like it's black is running way more risk, and I'm quite happy with my position for now.
complete madness.
Yes.
This is how Vincent was describing his game.
Yeah.
At the same time, it's so interesting that there are more people pointing out, highlighting. We were discussing that the knight g6, the dangers of knight g6, weakening the f7 pawn. So he was very happy with the starting position. And also he thought that provoking d6 was important to cut and make a turbulence and disturbance between the f8 bishop and the queen on the diagonal.
I think a lot depends on the assessment, how they both assess the position. I think this is the key normally, because the way you assess the position is the way you're going to play the position. So if, as Nicholas said, the Keymer thinks white is better, but I wouldn't be surprised if I was playing black, I would think black is better. Yeah? And then, of course, it affects. If white thinks he's worse, he would never think of d5 or never think of such things. He would be thinking, oh, maybe I should try some castle, bishop d3, quickly release my queen from there, or rook c2.
But yeah, Vincent revealed that he does not think that his queen on h7 is badly placed, because it ties down the bishop on f8, the pawn on g7 is weak, and he might hope to benefit long terms with this queen.
You will have your discussion with him afterwards,
definitely,
right? About this judgment of queen on h7.
Absolutely. What were you thinking? Yeah, how? Why? Yeah?
Commentating your game, and I hear you like your queen on h7.
So should we dive into the move that Levon suggested? d5, rook takes a2.
I'm actually right now, I'm not
d4.
so sure rook a2 is the way to go. Maybe d5 is imprecise because of rook c5.
And then bishop takes d5.
But he also revealed that his
b5.
plan is to castle.
Yes.
And I think he will as soon as he has the opportunity.
It's such a difficult decision, I know that this b4, a5, a7 pawns are not queening yet, but to let these two pawns alive
seems very risky.
Let's go rook c2 and then short castle next. That was also Levon's original suggestion.
Yes.
Because what is black actually going to do in the meantime? You suggested something like this, right? f5, f4?
Yeah, black cannot really get some tactical ideas working, because b3 takes, rook a1 cannot be anything, just king d2, yeah? Yeah.
Too solid.
Yes. So black has to come up with some other concept. We have to think what kind of pieces he can activate, yeah? So this bishop from a8 is not getting too active. Although, he can play, in the end of the day, he can play, let's say, a move like rook a3. And after castle, bishop c6. And bring the bishop to a4, play a5. Just to play for the long-term play with this active rook and white's rook being a bit passive. A lot depends, of course, if knight f5 is not just
Okay, rook c2
crashing.
played finally after like some 10 minutes thought. So Vincent actually invested for d4, rook c2 more than 20 minutes or something like this.
It's a critical moment. It's very logical.
But actually he was in the confessional booth before that.
Yes, and he said that he likes his position, he's planning to castle everything, but I believe that this queen c7 move, which the computer criticized, was a move that Vincent already has quite some respect for. And that's why he spent quite some time for it, because this short castle, let's just put it one more time, instead of d4, it would be very natural and tempting, and Vincent revealed that he wanted to castle short as quickly as possible, runs into d5, and if now white plays d4, then black sacrifices the exchange happily with rook takes c4, and he might be just...
What a pawn phalanx.
Yes, d4, rook c4, bishop c4, dc. Let's just put it one time on the board.
I will put it on the board
yes, we have
as soon as we have the board up again.
Yes.
All right, so here d5.
The legionnaires, the Roman legionnaires are just conquering everything, yeah?
Yes, takes. This is super dangerous for white.
Oof.
Okay, white has d5, but okay, I would pick black any moment.
It's definitely a big mess, so instead, to avoid this move, d5.
But now the pressure is on black, folks, because if white just manages to castle...
Absolutely.
And, just, let's say, prepare for d5, this is going to be a nightmare of a game. So, and this is, I think Fabiano is going to take at least 20 minutes here, just to understand how he can counteract White's play, because White's play is natural and beautiful. Well,
your idea was f5, f4.
Yeah,
Yes.
I like it.
But the good news for White is that after ef, knight f4, there's queen h4 check. Still g5 is there, so it's not. It's not
So,
so
for
obvious.
example, castle, f4 takes, knight takes, queen h4 check, hitting the knight and the king, and now g5. But
knight takes g5.
you can take this one.
Yes.
but you don't want to do this with White, yeah?
Knight takes g2.
92 maybe also.
Oh, it is, yes.
92 queen e7. Maybe I'll force some queen exchange and
Yes, it's great. This rook on a5 is a monster.
yes.
Yeah, 96.
Here I can win material.
Yeah, here probably you can win material. Yes, but no, it's double check.
yeah.
I have to move. Unfortunately, yes. That's unfortunate. Yes.
Forgot to play king c8. That's
Yes,
why.
yes.
Okay.
No, this is a rook. This is a whole rook, yeah. So that's why black has to take on e2 probably. But yeah, I just wanted to highlight that this f5, f4, somewhere queen h4 check.
But what about f5, knight h5, knight g7 is, I know it's very greedy, but maybe it makes sense.
It's also an idea for sure to go.
Okay,
off that
f4.
And ef, bishop e4, oh no, I don't want to allow this. Oh no, I don't like this. Okay, bishop d3 is not what I wanted. Knight g7 is not what I wanted, yeah.
Also, knight h5 runs into bishop e4, weakening the e4 square.
I think I have an answer for your f5, Peter.
Okay, good. Tell me.
d5.
Yes, f5, d5 was...
f4,
And then
now
just
I can
take.
just take.
Yeah, now you can take it.
Because there's this important check on h4.
This was my line as well, but...
D5, what a prophylactical move.
Yeah, d5,
And
it was
now
Levon's
rook
idea,
c5.
but yeah, I'm not sure if I'm in time to...
Knight D4.
Yeah. This is too late, I think.
Because now the knight protects the rook.
The knight protects.
Comparison to the other
I had
lines.
an idea. Probably you will not like it instead of F5.
I like everything now because black needs a move.
D5. Can we go D5? Open up the bishop.
If black doesn't open up the position and allows d5, it's 1-0.
But
So-
okay, white can just take and castle next, and then bishop c4, rook e c1.
Okay, queen D7.
I think this is a very good suggestion by Judith. Black needs activity at any cost. For him, it doesn't really matter what he's going
No,
to
rook
lose. Yeah?
C1. Yeah, but A2.
But
I'm
wait,
going.
rook a2?
Yeah, now rook
think
a2. No, I play bishop c4. I will sacrifice the pawn by trading the light square bishops. Now rook fc1.
So you gave a pawn and you also let me exchange.
Ah,
Thank you
wow,
very
and
much.
bcb2. Oof,
Thank you very much, Peter.
I'm a friendly guy, you know this. No?
Cooperation.
Well, okay, I have queen h3, so I'm not panicking yet.
Well,
But
but
You should.
yes, I should, yes.
Takes 97.
Yeah, 97 is
Bye-bye.
goodbye, yes. Yes. Yeah, tricky.
That's an excellent resource, Judith. I think this
d5 going after
this
the
shows
h2 pawn,
this shows
maybe.
the class that Judith understands the danger that if you're slow, it will finish.
I wanted B3. Somehow I wanted B3, bishop B4.
I was actually
check.
thinking about queen a4. I thought you want queen a4 just to
Too
keep
many
this.
ideas, yeah?
Just keep it there.
Ah,
Not so fast.
no, but actually after B3 takes bishop B4, you can't castle.
No, but wait a second. Okay, if this is so tricky, then after d5,
No, you can't.
You
You
can't.
can't.
no, but then
It's good
after
that we clarified the rules, just to make sure.
I'm
After
finally
d5 I
excited for
play
my boy
castles.
Fabiano.
You just play
I play castles, then no nonsense.
No nonsense.
Judith
just-
is too dangerous. Castles,
Okay.
tranquilo,
Yeah, this
Yes,
this
you
seems
need
to
the
be
tranquilo,
right
yeah.
one.
tranquilo approach. Yes.
Okay, takes on C4.
Okay, bishop,
Bishop
c4. Now it's a different story.
Bishop b3, cemento, yeah?
Sementovic, of course.
Okay, so I don't take on C4. Maybe I just go queen D7.
Okay, rook fc1.
No, this is Cementovic in making, yeah. This
Yes.
is already...
And with chances for attack, yeah? It's Sementovic, and then with bishop c4, some queen g8, touchy-patchy from there also. You know? Hello, I'm here, yeah? Why are you blaming that queen on h7? No.
d5 was a nice resource, but as we found out, chess is not checkers. And
Okay, guys. Okay, you're teasing me. B3 now.
Oh wow!
But didn't we speak about this? Takes?
Yeah.
Takes check. I don't want
And
you
King
to
D2.
cast.
King D2.
King D2.
Takes and D5.
With Niklas Words, it was too solid.
King
I
F1.
still remember.
Yes.
I still remember.
It looks still very
Or
solid.
bishop D. No, King D1 and then bishop D3. Thank you very much.
What are you thinking? My cooperation, playing B3?
Well, you
you
helped
gave
me have my structure, like Peter in the previous variation when he gave a pawn but exchanged his own reactive piece. You did the same. Exchange your rook for a check.
So actually, it's a momentum for Fabiano, you want
That's
to
what
say?
I told
Yeah,
you.
very
20
key.
minutes will be spent
Yes.
here minimum.
Well, he does not have that much time left, but
He's
yes,
behind
it's
in
critical.
time already.
It's critical.
Otherwise, it's resign time.
What do you think about Vincent play in this event? Very
He's
following
very
his
good.
games.
He's very good, yes. He's fighting. And,
What do you think about his defensive skills? I was amazed by that.
Yeah,
He
no,
sounds
he's a tough opponent. Yeah, of course. I've played classical with him last year. Remember, I lost to him. Played nicely.
No, you won.
I won the match, but I
you
lost the
knocked him.
game to him. Yeah.
No, you survived the
drew.
first. You survived that first
Sorry,
game.
sorry.
The
I was
bad
losing.
French, the bad French, which turned into a Nimzo Indian finally.
Yes.
You came up with some Rook B7, incredible defense on the seventh rank.
But I was
driving me
losing.
crazy. That's why I remember so well. Yeah? I was thinking at least Vincent will take revenge for all my losses, but no, Levon was fighting back, and then you punished him for D4 F5 in the second game. I felt like he lost it in the first move, and that's when I told him that you have no right to do this. You have to slow down, take your time, and this year he's spending much more time in this is all the lesson that he learned from Levon last year.
And it's working out really well for him today.
No, he's playing fantastic. Yeah. I mean, this game, the whole concept is very interesting and
very
like
difficult and complex ideas he's playing out. Yesterday, for example, the way he saved his game against Magnus.
Yes.
I don't know if you've seen that point where everything seemed to be like on downhill.
Yeah.
And suddenly, I mean, the F5 pawn disappearing in a second, right?
Yes.
He goes knight A5.
With 8 seconds on
With
the clock.
seconds on the clock.
Yes.
And basically, he outsmarted Magnus because he was
Yes.
faster to understand that. And Magnus did not realize, couldn't switch and play C5, which was the best. He just played what he played, bishop E6. And after that, with the Greek group, it was easy draw.
This happened to me playing against Peter, you know? Suddenly Cementovic is coming. You don't expect it. And then when he's already solid, finished.
Yeah, but you don't let me be solid. That was your trick.
I learned
yeah.
from you.
Yes.
Learned from you that you cannot let Peter and students of Peter be solid. They're very strong.
Get the position we want, yes.
Yes.
Yes, but Vincent, it doesn't want to be solid. Do you want to say that this position is
No.
so solid?
When we say solid, we mean like to get the structural advantage.
Okay.
This is the statistic.
So we have to explain it to our audience. What do you mean solid?
Yeah, that we are ready to take very unclear positions, but we want to believe in it. Yeah, that is very important. Yeah, that's why I was playing
That's
the
a very interesting description.
Yeah, because I was playing the Sveshnikov and I was always looking for these crazy kind of positions. Yeah, that okay, I'm believing in it. Yeah, it's normal,
Yes.
and I won so many games because of the belief. Yeah, that okay, this is crazy position out of control, but I went for it because I believe in this craziness. Yeah.
Actually, that was one of the biggest surprises in your repertoire to see Sveshnikov with so many weaknesses. And actually, maybe it was the most successful repertoire
Yeah, exactly.
you had.
Yeah, many people say that thanks to Sveshnikov, I played the World Championship
Exactly.
match.
This is
yes.
what I wanted to say. You basically
Exactly.
scored very important points with the Sveshnikov
This was missing from my repertoire.
You know what to do.
Because you came too late, then already
Yes.
Sveshnikov was not that attractive. The Rossolimo was coming, Bishop C6.
But I think this is a sad move. I mean,
Well, whatever
he
we
has
were
to play
looking,
fast.
the end of it was sadness.
Yes.
So
Well, he's going for this idea that I suggested. Rook A3, Bishop
A3,
A4,
Bishop
at least to
A4.
keep. But it's
It's
I don't
slow
believe
now
in
that
nothing happens, no? I mean, Rook A3, White plays something.
Well, I don't know if knight H5 or something like that.
But okay, this Bishop E4, always this Bishop E and then Knight F4 is a
So
threat,
D5
no?
I cannot play. You will take.
You
Okay.
castled, no? Ah, no, castle.
Castle Rook
I'm
A3,
sorry.
yeah, this is Levon's setup. Yeah, Rook A3, very unpleasant move. Stopping Bishop D3.
I'm not sure I need to move this rook.
Okay.
I don't know. So d5, bishop d5, knight d4, bishop c6. This is okay for black, yeah? Still very dangerous.
Is it?
Still very dangerous. But this, I think Fabiano understood that this is only practical resource he has.
All right,
in the position.
castle has been played and rook
And
a3.
rook a3.
Well, Levon,
Yeah.
you know Fabi well. Predicting moves perfectly here.
Okay, white can, I mean, if white wants, he can just retreat with the rook somewhere from c2, although not sure it's a good idea.
Rook
But you know,
b2,
just to put d5, knight d4.
Yeah, I like rook b2.
Yeah, but black plays d5.
Yeah, now rook c1 runs into a pin. And this is already
And rook
different.
c3 is there. No, no, no.
Yeah, rook c3 is there. No.
I agree with you.
Bishop
nice
b5 is
resource.
also not bad.
No, this rook a3 double x clam. AI, where are you? Rook a3 double x clam. We forced you to give the double x clam to rook a3.
Okay, now we have to find the precise play for white, yeah?
Let's look at his pawn sacrifice again for a moment.
Yes.
Of course, we are attracted to
Knight
that.
d4.
Sorry, what about going rook d1?
Here.
But bishop a4.
No, after d5.
Here.
After.
Rook d1 and c5. Is it possible, or bishop c6, bishop a4?
Well, I can also put my bishop somewhere else.
But
now,
also,
yeah?
white has such a nice advantage. There should be an easy solution. I believe white has a very nice position.
Well, if white can find a clever move, then yes. But
Yeah.
yeah, what is the clever move?
Maybe we can think for a second after rook a3. I mean, let's just understand what are black's ideas, yeah? What I want to do generally is just to put the knight on d4, knight on f5, and start capturing and promoting to queen.
All the pawns.
All the pawns. And if, let's say, I go make... rook b2, you said d5, yeah? D5 is the option.
Rook b2, d5. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we couldn't really judge it. It was just that it felt like counterplay. Yeah?
So I see that right now we are in deep thinking, right?
Yes.
So we have some nice video played in mid-interview with Vincent, and I think it's a nice moment to share that with our audience while we are going to be going in deep thought and try to figure out what kind of ideas we can share with our audience.
I'm joined now by the first finalist, Vincent Keymer. Vincent, congratulations. You beat Magnus yesterday. Today you held him to a draw. Before we talk about the game, how do you feel to be into the finals?
Yeah, mostly I'm relieved that I managed to survive this very tough game, and also it's for me like personally incredible achievement to beat Magnus in a match.
And what happened in the game? I mean, out of the opening, very quickly it felt like as black you got pretty much everything you could have hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, you basically, even if I was in a must-win situation, that position would have been quite nice. I mean, my position was, I think, clearly better. I was up on the clock around 20 minutes. So, yeah, to get myself into that much trouble after that is really not something I'm proud of, but yeah, it happened.
How did you manage to control your emotions with so much on the line, to let go of the advantage and suddenly be under so much pressure? What was happening inside you?
Yeah, I was just trying to focus on the moves, because at some moment you can't really afford to think about all these things. Like, if the game, even if something goes wrong after the game, you will have more than enough time to think about everything that you missed or could have played or could have done different. But in that moment, you just have to fully focus on playing the best possible moves, because I don't think there was a single moment when I felt that my position is hopeless.
You are one of the players who always impresses me with how calm and composed you look in general. But today I was sitting kind of behind you and I saw your legs shaking. The entire chair was shaking. Were there a lot of nerves, with the feeling so close towards the end to the final?
Yeah, actually, I think even though there was much more at stake than there usually is for me during games, it doesn't really change that much. It's simply that it's a game against Magnus and I'm very low on time and the position is very complicated. So that's basically enough to be very nervous, at least for me.
Do you feel, in some sense, you've taken revenge for losing that match to Magnus in the World Cup a couple of years ago?
Not really, actually. Although it kind of is that way, but it never really crossed my mind.
And let's come back to the game. I mean, after a crazy middle game and then in the early end game, suddenly you were under a lot of pressure. Maybe Magnus had some winning chances. And then what happened next? How did you manage to defend so accurately? Talk us through the final moments of the game.
Yeah, I think when I played this knight a5, this is the moment where he has to show his win, if there is one. And when he played this bishop by6, I can only imagine that he must have missed b6, because after that, first of all, the position is, I guess, again, draw. At least that's what I felt like. And also my play becomes so much easier. Like, my next few moves are quite obvious, and even though I'm ending up in an endgame pawn down, it's still quite comfortable in the sense that my pieces are very active. Like, the structure in itself could be dangerous, because, of course, an h-passer is potentially very risky, especially with a bishop on two sides, always an advantage. But here my knight, king, and rook were like really well placed and active. Also, his pawn still on h2, so that I think, the winning chances were quite small.
What was the first thing that went through your mind in the end when you knew, okay, I've got this, it's a draw?
Yeah, the game also pretty much finished right there and then, and I think mostly it was relief that after kind of messing up a great position, I still managed to survive.
And just in the early stages, I was listening to the broadcast, and our commentators were saying, this is maybe the best chess we've ever seen Vincent play. Do you feel similarly?
I think it's hard to compare classical chess to freestyle in terms of quality, but I think I'm pretty satisfied with the quality of play that I'm showing here.
And finally, let's talk about tomorrow, the next couple of days. That's where it will all be decided in the final. Your opponent is currently being determined in a playoff. Do you have someone you would rather play between Sindarov and Caruana?
No, I mean, Sindarov is, of course, kind of the underdog of this tournament, but he has shown to be incredibly strong, especially in this specific format. So, I don't really think that there's clear someone that should be better or worse for me. And I'm also not really thinking about that. For now, I will just relax, and they will have an incredibly tough time fighting each other and deciding who will win this tiebreak. And then I'm just happy to play whoever wins.
Sindarov, of course, is very close, just 1 year apart, 1 year younger than you. Do you feel it would be nice that the younger generation sort of is taking down, the old elite top players? I mean, old, I say old, I don't mean... they're not that old, but you know what I mean, the established elite.
It would have something, but I have to say that I don't really care that much about this.
Are you going to be following the match they are playing right now?
I think I will, maybe, I'm not sure whether inside, but certainly then on the chess.com or wherever I will try to see how the games are going, because of course it's very interesting.
Final question tonight. Do you think you'll have any trouble sleeping, or do you think you'll sleep better after beating Magnus? How do your emotions in the evening?
I'm quite lucky in the sense that no matter how nervous, bad, good I feel, I usually sleep quite well and normal during tournaments. So that's also extremely important, because these tournaments are very tiring, a lot of energy, and therefore also a lot of sleep.
Vincent, thank you so much for taking the time. Congratulations on an incredible result, and all the best for the final.
Thank you.
I would rather not.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling, and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Welcome back to Weissenhaus Grand Slam Finals. And we see a move just made, but we've seen before that Grenke Open is opening up the opportunity for everyone to qualify to some of the Grand Slam events. So, Peter, you had that experience to play in that event, right? Or just being there. How is it? It's a fantastic festival with more than 2,000 participants.
Exactly. Okay, I'm very emotional whenever I think about the Grenke Open, Grenke Classic. I started doing the commentary in 2017 in the Grenke Classic tournament. It was a wonderful joy, and ever since I'm joining commentary. Vincent, then in 2018, with 13 years of age, made the incredible sensation, winning the fantastic Grenke Open by beating Richard Rapport in the very last round. That was a sensation. At the same time, I was commenting on the Classic. All these 2,500 people every year, and you feel like no matter what the level of the players, how much it means to them to be there. This playing hall, like Sven Lopez, we have seen him on the stage, opening up the floor, and everybody's so happy. Everybody's always already asking, like in beginning of January, is this tournament taking place? When is it? How is it? I want to register. There are people already who are booking hotels before the tournament is announced just to make sure that they're already settled there. I'm so happy. I'm really emotional to see this really happening, and now this combination of freestyle. Who wants to play this can have the chance to play this. Nobody is forced to. Whoever wants to stick to classical plays the classical. It's wonderful. I always love things when it's in harmony.
Well, festivals are always superb, especially when there are thousands of people talking the same language of chess. So let's go back to our chess language. It's a freestyle event, and there's some action happened. So the floor is yours, Nicholas and Levon.
Yes, we just saw h4 being played here in this current position by Vincent. It's a very powerful move. It is the best move, and the bar is showing, speaking a very clear language here, White is completely, well, not completely winning, but White is winning at this point because the threat of going h4, pushing this knight, maybe even going h4 and just completely opening up the king side is a strong threat. And it seems that Vincent is on his way to score a win in this first game. We just want to take it back a few
Vincent,
moves.
I would say that Vincent, with his move, is one of these moves. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It's one of these moves that you say it speaks for itself. Is it that?
Yes, you see the move, and actually, I think Peter already suggested it while we had a little bit of a break, and Peter came back from the break and he said, I still don't see a move after h4. Yes. And as so often, his student Vincent, he played the move, and then Fabiano is probably thinking right now, what am I going to do? It looks really, really bad at this point. He's also, well, time is actually even, but yeah, the position is just
while we were having a little break, we actually had the time to understand where the woes started for Black. And in fact, it's some of the decisions that Fabiano made were actually very, very dubious. And we can go to the move number 8. And so far, we have the same position that we saw. And then somehow I think Black wastes very precious time.
Yeah, so basically Black made 3 moves with the rook, 1 move with the queen, and 1 move with the bishop in this current position. And White played the knight to g3, castled, played d4, and played rook c2, and then h4.
But maybe we can say that it was a complete full misjudgment by Fabiano, where his rook is standing the best. Of course, we can say that he wasted his time, right? Because he started his journey with the rook from c8 to c5, a5, a3. So we can say that it does not have such a power there as Fabiano was expecting it to.
In my understanding, yes. It's obvious that in this position, there's a huge strategical risk for Black. And in my understanding, his structure is much worse than White's. Therefore, he has to change the structure or change the pieces at any cost. Rook c5 didn't achieve that. Knight d5 was a move that would achieve that. He would change his passive knight.
Yes.
d5 would have achieved that. So this was, I think he kind of blinked.
But I think it was the situation also by playing rook c5. You're saying that I have a structural problem. I have a problem. I don't like my position. I want to go on some concrete fields, because after rook c5, rook a5 is posing very concrete questions, right? Highlighting the weakness of the a2 pawn.
Yeah, but once you see the d4, the knight will be stuck on g6. I think maybe, how much time did Fabiano spend on rook c5?
He spent 9 minutes.
9 minutes. I think he had to spend more here.
But if you would say 3, you would also say the same. And if it's 15,
no,
maybe
but
more.
this is a decisive moment. I
Yes,
think
for sure.
after rook c5, it became almost lost for him.
And would you feel it yourself? How do you pick a crucial moment of a game?
I think it's generally when you feel that there is strategical danger. You start assessing what you can do to change the outcome. Rook c5 could be a move if you would play and you feel, this moves, and then the queen is in trouble. Or I move the certain pieces here, and then I quickly attack. But if you don't have anything concrete after rook c5, if you don't have the follow-up, you should spend more time. You should definitely spend and find the correct move. Because as we know in chess, and we're taught that from very early age, don't move the pieces that are already developed. Rook on c8 is an open file. Rook on e8 is an open file. We have an issue with the black pieces. We have an issue with the structure. And this is more pressing matter than anything else.
At the same time, looking back and analyzing, criticizing ourselves after a game, we are much better than actually
That's what
when
we do all
we're
the
playing
time.
in the game, right?
Absolutely.
So we also understood it only when we saw what is the situation Fabiano is dealing with, right? So it's always a question, how do you realize it during the game, before you make your wrong direction?
But remember, folks, we saw the position with rook on a5 and rook c2, right? And we were discussing, is there a way for black to find something? You suggested d5. So we already knew that this is very critical. But it's already too late.
It's already too late.
Exactly. And
Yeah,
that's
so
what-
basically if you want to break, then to break here also with d5 makes so much more sense.
Also here, he should have tried d5 one move later. It would have been a better chance, because now it's just getting worse and worse.
Actually, Peter, it's interesting. Can we show this position? So
Which one?
what computer suggests, instead of here, he goes d5, d4, rook c4.
Yes, even here they actually sacrifice.
He actually sacrificed, but at least gets something, yeah?
Yes, and then bishop d5, and okay, it's a fight.
Yes, it's a fight, yeah.
Because rook c2, b3 is an important move.
Yeah.
And if rook c1, then you can take on a2 probably.
This is Armenian heritage, no? Tigran Petrosyan.
Yes.
Of course, you sack the exchange.
Whenever you can, yes. And yes,
And whenever it's good.
This is a full game.
Whenever it works. Yeah.
This is a full game, whereas what happened here is just that it's getting progressively worse for black, and then rook a3 feels like the final bad move, probably completely missing this idea of
Well,
h4,
as
h5.
long as we miss the h4, h5, you remember I was saying, AI, you have it wrong, put the double S-clamp to k3, it had an effect on us as well, stopping bishop d3.
Yes.
I think that Fabi from a distance felt like this is a lovely setup, rook a5, rook a3, bishop c6, I'm super clever. He might have just completely missed this h4, h5 idea.
Yeah, he should have tried f5 when it's still actually the white is better, clearly better, but far from over. But now after h4, Fabi is still thinking, but yeah, it seems a bit late. h5 is coming, and it's tough to suggest something for black even.
And the most annoying thing, when you lose, or you get the losing position when your opponent is not making incredible moves. And if we look at the position, Vincent.
But his
made good
decision
moves.
for going bishop e5, bishop takes f6, queen h7, maybe Fabi has underestimated. He thought like, what is Vincent doing? It was a very double-edged kind of risky decision.
But
no?
let's say his last 5 moves were not incredible. And suddenly the position is lost. And you get totally thrown away. It means, oh my god, my judgment of the position is so bad that even with simple moves, my opponents get the winning position. And
at the same time,
you.
it happens when someone plays very well, you feel it that the player is playing effortless and just wins easy, right? So in this game, this is what you want to say, that Vincent didn't do anything special, right? But still, he made bishop e5. He still made the decision of capturing the pawn.
No, that was special, but I'm saying the last 5 moves. He just developed his pieces.
Yeah, everything went according to plan, like what he actually revealed in the confession booth. Yeah, that he thought like, I got a better structure, my queen is not bad at all. I want to develop, I want to castle, and then I will look for the next stage of the game. However, as a coach, I don't like jinxing it that this is winning for Vincent, whatever the computer says, +2 point something. It's still a very complex position. Yes, it looks good for white, but I'm trying to caution myself and also you guys that, okay, let's take a step back. Let's enjoy the game, not talk about the result yet.
And if you have no expectations, you have no disappointments.
Yes, exactly.
But the position is so good already that if we talk too much about it, he will have expectations. Okay, we are not teasing you longer, Peter. So let's see what kind of chance Fabi has in reaction to h4. I understand that it's very, very hard for black, right? But still, Fabiano is sitting there. He was in difficult positions in the tournament and in other events as well. He's always so resourceful. What he will come up with.
But now he looks very nervous. He looks very tensed, and he's already thinking for 20 minutes, as Levon highlighted, that I think he will need to spend 20 minutes to understand what to do. He's under 20 minutes. This h4 move and the typical Keymer stare at his opponent when he is super confident.
Actually, he does this and plays this and gives the impression during the whole tournament. Since he qualified?
Yeah, ever since he qualified. Yeah, in the knockouts, I mean the group stage, he was shaky. I didn't really saw that those stares a lot.
Yeah, but also when it's a classical game, you have time to give this look at your...
And I think also Vincent is benefiting a lot from more time on his clock. I feel this. He's playing much better classical than rapid.
Yeah, I can reveal the secret. I was very worried when I heard that the organizers changed because now there are more players. Last year there were only 8, and they were playing 20 minutes rapid games. I thought like the 20 minutes rapid games suited Vincent so much better than the 10 minutes. And then when finally he qualified, it was such a relief that, okay, now you can think, take your time, play according to your feelings, just listen to yourself, don't rush, and he's really managing his clock quite well.
But probably it was for everyone that it was much more challenging to go down to 10 minutes.
Well, 10 plus 10 is blitz, I think.
It's blitz, yeah.
Yeah, it's blitz. Less than 10 minutes, then it's bullet. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Different expressions in freestyle, right?
Yes.
How difficult it is to get used to the new position. Let's say when you made the qualification part and you played 5 games.
Yes.
How awful and challenging it is for players to get to understand 5 completely different setup.
I think it's fun. I don't know. I don't think any player complained that they got to play all different positions. I think it was fun.
But it's very difficult, isn't it?
Yes, yes. But that's I think all of us, we are professional puzzle solvers, more or less. We like the challenge.
Actually, it's very nice to see when the players gather together after the drawing of lots, which position is played. And apart from 1-2 players, you gather together and you try to understand. What do you think about that part when for example, Fabiano was continuously the person, if he played with the white pieces, he was sitting on the other side looking at from the black perspective.
Or sometimes from the white's perspective when he was about to play with black, always on the other side.
I personally, for me, it really doesn't matter from which side to look. I never... for me, like, flipping boards was always strange in any database or thing. Because I always look from both sides. Yeah. But, maybe he can be more critical like that. Maybe it's something to learn from me.
Okay, what do you think, guys, going back to Magnus's game for a short time?
Or for a bird's eye view first, and then we pick Magnus. Yes.
Let's see what's going on. Because soon we are going to end up in some very tough time trouble, I think, in about 15 minutes. And then maybe we will pick only one, and we stick to that.
Wow, actually, Magnus got perfect harmony. Right, look at this. Everything is taken care of on the queen side. Yeah, he has a very safe king. Beautiful light squares on the long diagonal. Also, white structure with the pawn on g3 is very vulnerable. Lovely knight on b4. I feel like he has a dominating position.
And the heart rate speaks for itself.
76.
And 100 for...
Yeah, for Sindarov, 100 is nothing.
Ah,
he is normally always 130 plus. What we have seen, yeah.
Oh.
No.
So what do you think about listening Magnus? A few minutes ago he was sharing his thoughts in the confessional booth. I think let's go
He's
there.
probably crying from joy to get this.
I think my position has been quite suspicious most of the game, but I think he, I think it's been probably downright bad, but I feel like he's drifted a lot in the last few moves, and the ugly duckling of a bishop that I've had hidden in the corner is about to become a beautiful swan. And if he captures the pawn on e5, for instance, I think I played the move b6, and as far as I can see, he's in a lot of trouble. My queen can go to c6, attacking his knight on f3, which is not easy to defend, and I got ideas like c4 as well, and all of a sudden my pieces have tremendous coordination, like almost perfect harmony. So yeah, it's looking I think quite good at the moment.
So the a8 bishop became a beautiful swan. Look at that. What are your comments, Peter?
I perfectly agree. To my eyes, it also looks like almost a winning position for black. Yeah, queen c6, setting up pressure on the long diagonal mating ideas if the knight moves. So I was already even looking some desperate idea from White's perspective, bishop h3, bishop g2, just try to get that bishop back. But then I'm giving up on so many other things. Sindarov in a lot of trouble, and Magnus is really enjoying now his position and probably freestyle.
Well, also c4 is in the air, and of course, what a satisfying move to play b6 here. Don't you think so? It's like b6, and suddenly the a8 bishop has all the power, right, on the long diagonal, especially after move this g3 is right there. What do you think, Levon? Sindarov has any chance or good chances to save the game against Magnus?
From his body language, I can see that he's very nervous. And actually, I remember the first time I ever saw him. We were playing a match, Uzbekistan, US, I think it was, in Chennai. And he was shaking the table so much during that game. I had to ask their captain to please, they were playing on a different board, but I could feel the shaking everywhere. And I think the position also calls for it, and you can see that he's very, very nervous in this position. And yeah, some desperate measures are needed. I don't know if it's so bad, but it's dangerous. I mean, rook e1 has to be played. I think it's a forced move. Then c4, I don't know, queen e3. It's still, of course, a battle. Of course, he's a guy who escaped by a miracle against Hikaru, and he almost won his match.
Artist.
Yes, yeah, escapologist. He is. Yes.
I think we should give the floor to Nicholas also to highlight the last couple of moves. What happened? Because so much happened. White evacuated his king from d1 to g1, but it seems like black is the one who is much more happy.
And also Magnus said he was criticizing some of his decisions before. So let's see what he had in mind.
Well, I think it was maybe before he went to the confessional booth that he was not so happy. And then already, I guess, starting with the move rook b1, this is what Magnus was referring to, that Sindarov was drifting. And we saw this position, actually bishop d3 was also a move that Peter suggested. Now d takes e4 was played, knight takes. The knight came forward, hitting the pawn. And knight takes f6, pawn takes. Bishop f5 check, king b8. And g3, kicking the knight but weakening this diagonal, which we saw becomes relevant quite soon. Castle, now knight takes b4, grabbing the pawn. d4, c5, beginning to open up the bishop, and now d takes e5, b6, crowning the black strategy. This is the current position. Sindarov has 15 minutes left against 26 by Magnus. And let's have a look at some concrete lines. Levon, you suggested rook fe1 to be able to meet queen c6 with bishop e4 and also protect this pawn on e5. And what would we expect here? c4?
c4 looks
c4 looks logical, and then queen
I don't know.
c3.
Queen c3 I'm a bit afraid of playing. I was thinking queen c3. I don't know.
Queen c3.
Queen e3, sorry.
Queen e3.
Queen e3 allows queen c6. It all depends if any endgame variations are actually bad for white or not. And that's, of course, critical.
This kind of endgame, yes?
Yeah.
Because there is a fork on a3, right?
Yes.
After knight takes c2.
Yes.
So black might just win a pawn and get into a very nice endgame.
Yeah. And if white has to play after c4, white has to play queen c3, then there is the feeling, yeah? I feel that something should be there, yeah. My nose is telling me that something will go wrong. And I have a pretty big nose, so I mean, you have to trust this nose. What do you think, Peter?
Knight d5, queen d2, yeah? I'm still at least in the game.
Move. It should be rook fd1, actually.
Fd1. Wow, what's the meaning behind this move?
Maybe
how does he defend here?
Oh, ef6.
Judith immediately spots her tactics, yes.
What?
I mean, takes first on d8 probably and take on f6.
I don't want to be in a puzzle competition with Judith.
Yeah, never.
But then bishop
but it
d6,
doesn't work
Judith.
yet, so maybe I shouldn't take. But then it doesn't work, yeah?
Let's see Judith's trickiness. Let's unveil Judith's trickiness. EF,
But it doesn't work.
bishop e5? Why it doesn't work?
Oh, maybe it works.
This way.
No,
yes.
but if we take first on d1 and then we take, then what?
Oh, Peter.
Peter, you're spoiling the whole thing.
No, I don't know, because there are the rook d8 check, queen takes f7, maybe I'm getting checkmated.
No, you're not.
No?
Well, bishop e5.
Bishop e5.
Yes. Rook
Take
e5,
Rook
rook
d8!
Yeah, king c7, queen takes f7,
Yeah, rook
and
d7
then...
is a draw already, right?
Yeah, rook d7 is already a draw.
Just to make sure that we understand that it's white.
Yeah, rook e7 it goes on, but I don't know, rook d7 I might get checkmated, and knowing that I'm fighting against Judith, I will get mated.
Well, you made it yourself, right? You just
I
said
still have
d7.
king c6.
But now I can take.
Now you can take. No, it's all
And
falling
I'm
apart.
very happy.
Yeah, no. This is tricky.
It's very good that we don't have the engine on now because
Exactly,
we can enjoy
yeah.
ourselves with all kinds
Yes.
of fireworks.
Okay, let's go back. Well, let's see.
Wait, and bishop e7, also rook d7.
Rook
yeah.
d7 check.
So this is his idea, yes? We uncovered it,
Yes.
I think. He can take on f6. What a deep idea.
Yes, Levon said that this game, the freestyle chess, is much more tiring than a classical chess game because there are so many hidden, unexpected ideas. I mean, normally your bishop would be not standing on a8, right? It would be standing on b7. And then this
Yeah.
whole thing doesn't work.
So queen c6 on the board.
Oops.
And
Maybe
you-
there is c4, folks. After
Somewhere, some intermezzo.
somewhere.
Over the rainbow.
Intermezzo.
But is it?
But now
But it
I
doesn't
can-
work, no, Peter? Takes and bishop e5,
Takes bishop e5 check.
and then queen b4.
Exactly. This.
No, bishop e5, queen e7.
Bishop f6.
Oops.
Bishop f6.
I know, I'm ruining for
Don't do this.
The scream of pain. And White has to resign.
I opened the party and ruining it.
Yes.
You open the Pandora box, yeah? And now out in the...
But what about bishop e5 immediately?
Straight away, bishop e5. Now
Always.
bishop d6, rook d6.
Yeah, and queen b4.
But then
rook
rook
e5 anyway.
Oh my god. Wait.
No, bishop takes
takes
d6.
d6.
And queen b4.
And queen b4.
Rook f6.
Yeah, there's always
Rook f6 is still continues.
But this I'm not worried about.
Yeah, this should work somehow.
Yeah, because white has a piece up right now.
That helps.
So bishop g4.
Yeah, and you always have queen d6 check. At least you can trade queens.
Yeah.
In worst case scenario.
Shouldn't be so scary.
This is not working because of queen d6.
Well, you have good nerves, Nicholas. I actually wanted to trade queens with queen d6 and go into a 4th game, but to survive. But yeah, of course, you can take.
Should work.
Yes.
So, wow, are we going to get this super sharp position after e takes f6? I mean, you have to have nerves to play that, because if you miscalculate something...
let's zoom into the players, yeah?
And let's be realistic. You need also time to be able to play that and calculate it. Not
But he
only
already
good nerves.
calculated. Yeah, he has calculated many of the lines.
Rook d1, c4.
But I doubt that Magnus was not realizing this opportunity
course.
for white.
Of
I'm
course.
sure he was. He's not at the bottom.
And he's quietly walking around.
106.
And Sindarov done 12 minutes on the clock. And of course, we know that he's a brilliant calculator, so he calculates, he probably sees all these things. He also sees that it's very entertaining, it's very interesting, but unfortunately, in one of the lines, it does not work. This is the impression I'm getting from his. But like you see that he is nervous, but it's not this excitement nervousness that you think like, aha, I'm about to play something that I believe in.
I would disagree with you.
Look at his face, then you don't.
He's a bit nervous.
And this whole spark that usually is there, this fire, I don't feel it. I just don't feel it. He doesn't believe in his position.
You know what? Maybe black is just playing after e takes f6.
Yeah, let's see this.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6, or Levon also suggested to take first and now go c4.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e5 check.
Rook e5?
Rook d8 check.
Yes. What happens? This I want to understand.
So many
If I
pieces
can.
hanging.
No, because I have king c7 and I have king b7. Yeah.
Yes, and the queen of b3 is hanging.
But what do
yeah?
you mean you have king c7?
I do.
Well, it's a legal move. This is what you want.
Yeah, but my
You
queen is
want to-
hanging.
But yes, everybody's pieces are hanging.
Everything is hanging.
Oops, not this one.
Queen
So move the queen.
But what do you mean? 95? No.
Or
95.
just take?
95?
Knight
Take?
c6.
b2 you have a check. And then c3. No, you're right. Can't do this.
Well, why can't I play
What a
this?
crazy position. Yeah, okay, Sindarov, all eyes on Sindarov. He's taking his time, he's about to make a move.
So Judith said bishop d6. We should trust Judith on this one.
Well, folks, you don't have the rising board up anyway, so don't.
right.
And he takes f6
On
on
the
the board. Yes, fire on board.
We have to bring
And
the...
I think Magnus is surprised.
No.
He is. He
No,
is.
He does
Not at
not
all.
look surprised.
Yes. I see some confusion there.
He can also play bishop b7, something like this. But yeah,
Wow.
let's bring the analysis board back up. So actually we can also show the last line we're looking at, because the viewers unfortunately missed that one.
Folks, I played with Magnus much more than you did. And I can tell you, he's surprised.
But after rook fd1, queen c6, otherwise he designs, no?
Well, bishop g4 was still there, I suppose.
But I think it would be nice to have both. Yeah, you guys analyzing and also having the players.
But what do you want? You were surprised when I said he takes f6.
No, I was not surprised at all. We said that that's what we are expecting from you. No surprise at all. No.
Okay.
No, if it works, it's surprising.
If it were, yeah, but it's also very entertaining, very interesting. No, it just feels that it's interesting, but it should not work.
Yes. So we should just, for the viewers, once again, first of all, of course, Black will check what happens after Queen takes F3. The
and
knight
Bishop E5 is wonderful.
And Bishop E5 check. Now the king cannot step forward because then the bishop is not protecting the queen anymore. And if you take this rook, so what is Bishop D6?
Queen F3.
Then just a trade, and then...
Or I can take Bishop D6 first.
Or take on D6 with the bishop first, then trade to queens. So this doesn't work, and if rook takes E5, then rook takes D8 check. The king again cannot go to B7, so it has to go to C7. Now queen takes F7, and if king takes D8, there's checkmate on D7. And finally, if rook E7, then there's a very nice move, rook D7 check. Again, this would lead to checkmate on C8, and if you go to the first rank or to the 8th rank, then queen takes F8. And if you go to C6, I can finally take this rook because the diagonal is, the king is in the way of the diagonal, so no more checkmate. So this is the whole idea of Sindarov. But what you have to consider is that Black has a lot of other moves to play. He can go C4, he can trade first, and
play Bishop D7.
You guys
Bishop
did not
D6.
answer on my question. What on Bishop D6?
Yes, all right, we'll get there. Bishop D6, just stopping any Bishop E5 nonsense. And now again, this knight is hanging. So maybe now Bishop G4.
What else do we have in store? I just
You
want to
don't like
understand.
Bishop G4? It's too passive, yeah.
Well, maybe it's a necessity. It's a necessity, yeah. Most likely.
King G2.
Yeah, King G2 is too much. I don't know. Then some
Folks,
C4, knight A2 hitting the
Let
queen
me
on
ask you
C3.
this: is Rook D6 too crazy?
I just wanted to say
Of course,
that,
you're going to
Queen
suggest
F7.
Queen F7.
Uh-huh.
It is crazy, but maybe good.
I think Queen has to take it.
That's
Queen
what I
takes
thought as
F7.
well.
It's too dangerous, yeah?
Well,
Now I need a good move.
Wow,
Maybe I
is
don't
it
have
possible that actually Magnus had the same feeling like what we felt, that okay, EF6 is interesting, but I have so many options, one of them will work, and
Yes.
relied on this, and now suddenly when it happened on the board, he's worried that, wait a second, I have to figure out one line that works and everything looks messy, or messier than I expected.
but I think if you see EF6, you cannot go to play Queen C6 this way.
No,
I will do something.
Yes, no, you have to.
This
you
doesn't
have
seem to be
calculate
too
completely.
professional.
this is what I do
Okay,
all the
but
time.
he's not blitzing out his move yet, yeah? It's
Because he's choosing and double checking.
yeah, he's doing the correct thing, of course, yeah, but it might not be so simple, yeah.
So also here, Queen takes F.
No problem.
Bishop F3.
The knight is
Yeah, Queen D6 is Bishop D6 is an excellent move. Well, okay, let's try Bishop D6, Bishop G4. Let's be a little bit reasonable here.
Yeah. It resembles some Botvinnik kind of, no?
Yes.
Botvinnik position
Yes.
Yeah,
with the long diagonal, the pawn
Yeah.
structure, also this
pawn on F6.
pawn on F6, the G3 pawn, the light squares, long diagonal.
So many tactics. All right, we have a move. It's Bishop B7. Yes, that was also the other move I was
That's what he
considering.
He played Bishop B7.
It makes a lot of sense. Just
It
much
actually
safer
makes
on
more
A8.
sense than Bishop D6 because it keeps all.
And Judith highlighted that Fischer random chess, freestyle chess, just one small little difference that the bishop is on A8, not on B7, and all this, and then Magnus corrects it. Let me Jadoub the position, yeah? Bishop goes to B7.
But the king will be super safe on
Super
A8,
safe.
and then all the tactics don't work, and then you can attack.
He just took a chill pill.
Yes. So what does White do now? Now already Queen takes F3 should be a threat.
Yeah, now I guess Bishop G4 is a must.
Or King G2.
I didn't dare to say that. Nicholas, you're brave in this environment to say King G2.
We always have to consider
In this
all the
day and age, King G2.
Yeah, this C4 knight A2 hits me, no? I can never play King G2 because C4 Queen C6 knight A2
Or knight
and
D3, look, knowing you.
Something, yeah. Knight D3.
Knowing me, knowing you
But
here.
Knight A2 is a very cute.
but then you can take on D8 and Queen E3 at least. Yeah, no, then knight
Trade
D3.
first on D1, yeah.
Queen G2 I refuse to analyze.
Yeah,
this is
King
against
G2
my.
All right.
Will not work. yeah. No, Bishop G4 only moving.
It's against anything I stand for.
Peter and Levon would not even analyze it if the computer would say +8 after King G2.
Yeah, we dismiss it. Yes, no, it doesn't fit into the concept, to the picture of the position.
The concept is wrong, then we shouldn't check it. Yes.
Queen e4 is very sensible.
Queen e4, h3.
You can also go bishop h5. I'm not so worried about
Bishop
queen
g4 played already.
Yeah. Now we need a move. We need a move after bishop g4. Come on. We need the Magnus. What is your...
The Magnus touch.
Magnus, what is your desire here? Show us the way. Enlighten us.
But also, maybe we have to jump over to Vincent's game, because there had been tons of development and very interesting one.
So let's leave Magnus here.
Well, maybe we'll just get a very brief check with the engine. It is winning for black, but only if he goes c4 here.
And queen c3, a5. Okay, this is super. Okay, it's very stylish. Magnus' style. It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's wonderful.
And were there any misses by the players in the last few moves? Let me see. No.
We are already. We are at the bird's eye view.
Okay, sure. Then let's go over to Vincent, to the final where Vincent.
Look at this. Black has a rook on d2. Sacrificed the a2 pawn, but he got the desired setup with d5, knight d4. He broke the structure with h4, h5, h6.
But Fabiano is very sad. I saw previous pictures of him. I mean, the video.
You mean right now he's very sad?
Yes, he looks very sad. And he has every right to be sad, because bishop h5 looks very strong. Knight e4 looks... Knight e4 maybe not the best. Oh, f7 is also hanging. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, let's just quickly go through the moves. Yeah, so h4. What happened after move 13, h4?
Okay, h4 here, bishop a4 was played, rook cc1. He even gave this pawn. I'm not sure if he needed to, but he did. d5.
d5.
Knight
final.
d4. Just everything comes together.
It's a beautiful song.
Trying to trade the only active piece that black has, more or less. And h6, giving another pawn. But yeah, it's all about the light squares. White to move.
He will capture on f7, yeah.
He was about to make a move. Can we actually also get the double zoom on the players and this analysis board? That would be fantastic.
Yeah, queen takes f7 looks very logical.
Actually, Vincent is coming from a musician family. Yeah, both of his parents are musicians, so he has this sense of. And queen takes queen f7 is only on the board, in the analyzing board.
He's up on time.
He's up on time, yeah.
The position looks amazing.
Yeah, it's hard
he should
to imagine to save this with black.
Yes. This bishop on f8.
Yes, here we go.
Bishop on f8 looks so sad. Is definitely feels.
There are three pieces
like a nightmare.
did not move in this game, right? d8 king, e8 rook, and the f8 bishop.
Yep, that's right.
Well, if Fabiano loses this game, it will be a psychological blow, of course. I mean, he's a guy who can recover from everything, but this one, to lose like this, of course...
It's painful.
Yeah, by not playing any moves in the game, yeah?
And the structure, yeah, this d5...
Well, for Magnus it was also very difficult against Vincent. He also had a very passive position in the whole game.
And Vincent opted for bishop h5.
But he managed to get active against, at least.
For a few moves.
And it was his doing. Losing the game, it was Magnus's doing more than Vincent's play. Because he blundered queen a3.
Yeah, but at the same time, when you're pressed during the whole game and you have some chances for a few moves...
But this is very different, Judith. This is demoralizing.
Okay,
this is like it's one of these football games where you have possession of 10% and the opponent shot 35 times and is leading by 8-0. And you're supposed to be the equal opponents on paper, or even your favorite. Of course, it's not easy to come back from it.
So the queen on h7 seems to be a good placed piece.
Rook a4, yeah.
Yes, I showed us just everything worked out.
Knight c6 first?
Well, I think
you are
can
cruel.
choose.
You are cruel.
Knight c6.
For a mother to play knight c6.
No. What's the goal of the game? To win.
Yes, but not.
And for Judith in the most brutal fashion. Bishop h5.
Ooh.
What to suggest? I mean, black has some beautiful pawns on the queen side, but how do you even get them rolling? Like everything feels tied up.
I'll be surprised if a game lasts more than 5 moves from here. This will be a huge surprise.
It looks like a massacre. Yeah, he takes rook takes d4. Okay, you have to eliminate that monster knight. You have
That's
to.
a desperate.
And then what?
And then knight g6 at least, he's still...
But still, rook takes a4, no?
Oof.
I think it's still possible, even without knight c6.
Yeah, this is a very tragic position.
Knight e7.
94.
Knight e4, yeah.
So let's discuss who is brutal.
Knight f4 and queen f6, queen f4 is also there. Just collecting
That is
the
very convincing. So you would have to move your knight somewhere else. No, okay.
He played bishop b3. Takes, bishop b3. Is trying to target the pawns. But what is this? Do you have time for this?
Well, he's giving up another exchange.
Okay, queen d3 is also very tempting. And then after a4 to take on f7.
No, for sure.
Or somewhere rook f1 and take rook takes b3.
Oh,
just
yeah.
okay. I don't even take on f7. Rook fb1 take on.
Yeah, this is Peter's move. Rook
Yeah,
b1.
I close my eyes. Rook f1 take on b3. No joking around. Yes.
Why would I take an f7?
Because
it's Peter. Yeah.
Peter is a big sadist,
Queen d3, a4 on the board.
a4 on the board. Yeah.
If I wanted to do homage to Peter, I would definitely play rook b1, rook b3, and
I would just slow
He
the
will play
game.
bishop f7.
Yeah, he will take.
Nothing
of course,
stops him to doing so.
but Peter already is salivating. He says rook b1, he's already. This is too much joy for him.
If I can turn a completely winning position into a classic or plus minus that I can torture risk-free, for 30-40 moves, I will take it. Yeah.
Yeah, rook b1, everything collapses. Yeah, this is
Because after bishop f7, there is so much joy for black.
No, there is no joy. But rook b1 is just you can resign immediately because
I eliminate the only good piece in the position, and Vincent goes for it. Of course.
Bravo,
Vincent
bravo.
will always go look at b1.
He can't deny who is his coach.
Yes, so clear. Oh my.
Why to take on f7 if you can take on b3? Yeah?
I had once when I won this incredible game of mine against Vichy in 99, Dos Hermanos.
Yes.
And I was making this sacrifice opening, the theory, 2-piece sacrifice, and then I was playing and I was restricting all the possibilities of his pieces. And there is one move 36, where I could go on and calculate and win somehow, or I play b3.
Yes, b3.
I was so proud of myself because I was not famous for doing these very quiet moves in a very tactical position, but I understood that at this level, if you play b3, killing the a4, which was nothing, it was not real threat, but at least it was psychologically something to play for Vichy. b3, it's psychologically killing.
Yes.
And I played that, and later on, Ubilava, who was at the time his coach, he said it that when you played b3, it was over.
Yes.
So this rook b1 reminds me of that kind of move. Knight c8.
You have to demoralize your opponent. Yes, of course. Not just beat him.
Well, black's actually up a pawn in this position.
Poor Fabiano.
Yes, but look at the pawn structure. Yeah, it tells and the difference of the bishops.
Oh my God.
f5.
f5, yes.
And then bishop comes out.
And you will regret it that you're such a sadist, guys. Playing rook b1, rook b3, not capturing on f7.
No, maybe he shouldn't allow f5. Folks.
Yeah, he shouldn't allow f5, yes.
This is the current position.
Yes.
Well, you cannot take on f7 anymore. You're regretting it already.
No.
No?
No, it's part of the plan, but I told you that it might not be completely winning. It might be plus minus only.
Rook fb1 was not running away, or was it?
Well, bishop b7, he didn't like a b5. He thought that's giving some glimmer of hope.
b5, yes.
But c take b, of course.
But you're joking.
I am joking, yeah.
Thinking about this to play with black what?
No, there's
knight
nothing.
takes d5, and then
Bishop
we get
d5,
some
rook
pieces.
a4.
Bishop d, you don't take the exchange.
If I want
But
to,
why
yeah?
not to take the exchange?
Take
Well,
the
then I
exchange.
have lovely pieces. Knight on d5, bishop
not
b3.
enough.
Of course, you have two exchanges
Rook
up,
b1.
but
Now we can do it. Now
Yes.
we're ready.
yeah, but it's aesthetically not as pleasing as before. But yeah,
Let's see, knight c8. b5 is still a plan.
Okay, white can play knight e2, or white can play any move with the knight. Knight f1.
This or
Yes, just to come and capture. White can play.
but it wasn't the plan, no?
It wasn't.
With rook at b1 to prepare knight f1.
No, he wants to get the bishop on the diagonal, yeah?
yes, somehow.
So queen f3 is a move. Maybe it's a strong move. Then bishop g4, yeah?
So okay, bishop c4, rook b4 you want, right?
No, he will not give away this
no,
bishop.
this is already
No, this is too
not what he
murky.
wants.
It's like he's breathing again.
Like he's breathing.
Somewhat.
Somewhat. No, there must
maybe
there
the
must be
last
many
ones,
moves.
but-
I mean, if you did not take on f7, it means that you don't want to let any counterplay happen. Yeah, that's the idea behind rook at b1. It's actually not a sadistic move at all. It just wants to take everything under control.
Yeah, but taking everything under control you can't.
Yes.
As
Maybe
as a
he
mother, I can
folds.
tell you. No much, how much you want to control things you can't.
He can just take on b3 and after f5 go queen f3 there.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks promising. I mean, it would be very surprising if he would be not taking on b3, because then clearly he wanted.
Yes.
Then you just take on f7 instead. Yeah,
Yeah, but he's thinking.
he's thinking, and he got nervous. Suddenly his heart rate was jumping
It's normal,
higher
yes.
because
It's normal.
yes,
Knight f1.
That's what he played, huh?
he played knight f1.
So maybe we go to the close-up, and we will have on the
We
right-hand
have to,
side
yes.
the chessboard, and on Peter's board we can
Yes.
show
Knight
the
e3, bishop
analysis.
g4 is the idea generally, yeah.
Well, knight d2, as you pointed out before, is also quite tempting,
Yes.
of course.
b5 must be played, yeah?
Yeah, b5 has to be played.
You like it or you don't like it, you have to do it.
So we are setting knight d2. So we believe that black should try to somehow break out, try to activate that bishop, not giving.
CB, yeah? CB is going to happen, yeah?
But b5 we can. Okay, so let's play b5.
Well, isn't b5 the only possible reaction?
Humanly speaking, it's the only one. Yeah, that you want to create a mess.
I mean, obviously, there is a need for Fabiano, huge help by Vincent to save the game.
Not just one mistake. I think white needs to make at least 3-4 mistakes in order
Yeah.
to game to.
I'm telling you, one inaccuracy was done.
We look at
B1.
b1.
The
Listen
trend,
to Peter.
huh?
Yeah,
Rook b1.
Vincent should have not listened.
Don't
to
listen to your inner Peter. Mimo for the next game.
Yeah, b5 on the board as expected. Yeah,
You
Fabiano
didn't
is.
want to see this, did you?
CB5 blitzed out, okay, this at least
Yeah,
shows
okay.
confidence that Vincent follows his plan. I told him, follow your feelings.
Knight b6, knight e3. I don't understand. Is it. Did things change? They didn't change massively. You know, that's the thing. Sometimes you think you make a mistake, and then after a couple of moves, you understand, no, things didn't change so much. So, just was an illusion.
I mean, he should still clearly win the game, right?
Yes.
Even though Peter don't want to hear these kind of statements.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, Peter, it's extremely unclear.
No,
Very
it's promising. It's promising, yes.
We don't know what's going to happen. It's full. The position is full of intrigue.
I remember that whenever Sophie, my wife, was asking my father-in-law, my trainer, Ashak Petrosyan, during my games, that how is it looking, no matter how good my position was, Ashak never said more than, it looks good. Yeah, it looks good. So that Sophie is kind of calm, and yeah, there we go, Queen c7.
Ashak Bagatovic is very superstitious, yeah?
Of course, and professional.
Yeah.
He knows which wording you have to use in which moment, yeah?
Yes.
And he knows how unpredicted the sport of chess
Yeah, chess is, yeah. It's exactly at the moment you say that, okay, this is over, it's finished, there is no way to, then already the mistake
we've
happens.
seen several like that in this event, highlighting Nakamura's game against Sindarov.
Yes.
I mean, that was something that you would never think that it can be spoiled.
That it can happen, yes.
Queen c7, what's the idea behind that? Bishop c2 is a threat? So is it time to capture on b3, or knight e3 will be on the board?
Or rook c1.
Or rook c1, that's the...
Or bishop g4. Too many nice options for white, yeah?
Even bishop g4, yeah, what is...
That, bishop g4.
Bishop c2.
No, bishop g4 allows bishop c2.
Bishop c2.
No, but I want to show you that.
Okay,
Bishop
yes.
g4, queen c2, rook c1. Queen d3, rook c8, and rook e1 mate.
Yes.
Yes.
So you don't like bishop c2 on bishop g4?
Yeah.
That would be a lovely mate, highlighting the horrible structure black is in. The bishop on f8 never moved.
So knight e3 or rook
I think
c1?
rook c1 is the easiest option, yeah?
But then you will not grab my bishop.
Yes.
But I will just mate you.
I know, queen b6, bishop g4, knight e7, queen b3.
Ah, Judith is already looking for finishing.
For all the finishing touches.
Looking for beautiful lines. Bishop g4, hitting the knight on c8.
But also rook c1 is very annoying because you get the touchy-patchy when you don't expect, yeah?
Yes. And here we go. The rook enters the game and it delivers checkmate. Well, basically now white can even choose by going like this. Yeah. No, of course, rook c1 looks very nice.
Yeah, after b5, cb, there are new opportunities on the c file. And Vincent just has to choose.
Vincent still has 16 minutes versus Fabiano's 5. And yes, Levon highlighted Fabi is so unhappy already for the last 1.5 hours sitting there at the board. He thought like, what happened here? This queen takes h7 completely misjudged the structure, the game, where it was heading.
Yeah.
But Vincent is taking his time.
It's still extremely unclear, of course.
No, don't exaggerate. No. That is promising. We can. Yes, it's promising.
It's promising.
It looks good.
It looks good. Yes.
But,
okay, total control after all. Yeah?
But the thing is that there are so many games ruined when you have several options. This is winning, that is winning, other one is winning. I mean, I know our teammate Almashi was incredible, great player, fantastic, amazing. He was really playing in the team, very patriotic, and he was always ready to play, to fight, and most of the time he played extremely well. But he had one drawback. When his opponent is more or less in this kind of positions, the opponent did not resign, he was complaining.
Yeah,
and
he got very upset.
He was sitting there, and he did emotional. He showed it also by his body language. He played fast, and I mean, come on, resign. How can
you got outplayed? You got outclassed. Yeah. What are you doing? You learned to play chess. Next time, yeah.
But it happened with many of us, I think, that we had a winning position and we ruined it because we were over optimistic. We thought already, but it wins by itself. So you can't get.
Vincent opted for knight e3, allowing queen c3, for example.
Yeah, queen f.
What do we think about this?
Queen c3 is the only chance.
Queen f5.
But queen d4? Actually, this is some glimmer of hope for black.
Yeah. Yes, I thought like maybe queen c3 I just take and rook c1. Maybe Vincent just wants to be super professional, but this bishop on b3 stays alive. I don't know, but f5 always knight f5.
Maybe I know. Queen c3, he's queen h7 is an option.
Also.
But it allows rook e3.
Yeah, no.
Queen f7.
Vincent
rook e3, queen f7.
No, Vincent will take on c3 and play rook c1.
No. He just calculated a couple of moves.
You think so?
He said, I will calculate and finish him off. Enough of this tomfoolery.
No, first of all, previously, instead of knight e3, we discussed rook c1, then black had queen b7, and already the same queen sacrifice lines were not working. So it was not like rook c1 was clearly better than knight e3.
Well, I thought queen b7, knight e3. I didn't see what black can do.
But after queen b7, knight e3.
Yes. No, Fabi has to play Queen C3.
No, he goes knight b6.
I think he's demoralized already.
How can he not be?
Yeah, this is what I wanted to say also. It's hard to play with full enthusiasm.
Then rook c1, rook c6 is very tempting. Yeah, just to put the rook on c6.
No, but generally, Fabi is a fantastic player when it comes to losing positions. He saves a lot and he fights, you know. And I understand his mentality. He's saying, he's like being curious. He's telling to himself, oh, I wonder how many moves it will take for my opponent to win this game. You know, I think it's a good kind of motivation. I know I'm losing, I know I played bad, but let's see how many moves it takes for him to convert.
Always to look for some positive, yeah?
Yes. Let's see if he can convert with his best moves.
Queen b7, bishop f3. Suddenly the players are blitzing out their moves. Fabiano clearly under time pressure. Vincent probably showing confidence that I know what I'm doing. It's all going according to plan.
Rook c6 comes next, yeah.
Rook c6, yeah.
This will end in a mate. I mean, the game was going to last a little bit longer than it was supposed to, but the result is inevitable.
Yeah, the b3 bishop cannot move, the pawns cannot move.
Yeah, your only pride of the position cannot move. That's telling already. And the bishop on f8, yes, it never came out of the prison.
I have the feeling that it's hard to be able to make moves in this position longer.
In general, we talked about this with Vincent, that the fact that he had the chance to play white today against Fabi after Fabi having that marathon day yesterday was a good chance. Yeah, because after all, in Fabi's case, I believe that it would have been vital to get the white piece in the first game to get better chance of recovering from everything that happened yesterday.
Should we try to maybe switch to Magnus's crazy game?
Or to get the bird's eye view to be following.
Let's get the bird's eye view first, because we don't want to miss out on action.
Ah, okay. Because you think the resignation is going to happen, yeah?
Well,
probably,
I guess
just to see the ball. Magnus actually played this c4, a5, king a7. Look at this, it's on the board.
Amazing.
So he found all this bishop b7, c4, a5 sequence.
And actually,
of
he has an exchange up.
Yeah, he's just completely winning.
So who's more winning, Magnus or Vincent?
Vincent, of course. Vincent.
Well, not even sure. Now with the king on a7 and the rook d3 also coming.
I also forgot that Vincent's position is kind of unclear.
Yeah, it's
looking I mean, here
hopeless.
It is. I mean, after rook d3.
Quite often, I remember when I was analyzing with Arshak, we would put some position, and I would be trying to kind of find counterplay, and the position was very bad, but I was fighting back. He would say, "Okay, I'll make 3 moves. Let's see if your position improves." Yeah,
yeah, you can play 3 moves. Yes.
Yes. Well, you know, and this is type of a position where you can make 3-4 moves, and things don't improve. Because there is...
Yeah, but now we have the Sindarov Carlsen game on the board. And okay, we are basically thinking about, is Black able to finish the game off with rook d3, targeting the bishop on c3, the knight on f3?
Probably he would be going knight d4. Oh no, he cannot.
Then queen g2 check.
No, I wanted to go there, but the g3 is hanging also.
Rook d3, bishop d4, bishop d2 is trivial, I think.
Because rook f3 is not enough, or
queen a5, I don't want to calculate any moves. I'm telling to myself, I will not calculate.
Mm-hmm.
So what was your line? Rook d3 on the board?
Bishop d4, bishop d2.
Ah, just like this.
Yeah, but
let's exchange.
Yeah, bishop d4 bleeds
rook
out.
f3, queen a5, and black resigns. Yeah, so it's a good trap. No, not resigns. Bishop a6 is still there.
But okay, yeah, you don't want
this.
Go in this
but
direction.
Then bishop f3, yeah, no, you don't want that at all.
Also, Magnus is a type of player when he's completely winning, he doesn't like to calculate.
Maybe
yeah?
he goes king a8.
Queen d5, another move. I mean, there just everything wins. Queen d5 wins.
Queen d5 is nice, yes.
Yeah. Bishop d2 I like because it's classy. You're
Queen
involving.
d5 on the board, yeah. This is the most professional.
He doesn't like to complicate matters.
Yes.
Magnus.
And I think we'll be seeing resignation. I don't see a move.
Yeah, this is gone.
Yeah. Hard to continue the game.
I think Magnus just outclassed Javokhir.
Yes. Giving up the center control with rook b1, rook b1 long castle, practically speaking, I felt that this is very difficult for white. And Magnus with perfect play, with incredible precision. Yeah, and Sindarov designs, that's it, handshake.
And we see the first game of Sindarov and Magnus, the victory for the world #1. He played a good game.
Yeah, he played okay, this knight g6 was a sensational move, yeah, just giving up the S7 pawn
and
like
I think it's a big difference winning with white or black.
Exactly.
You know, it's very hard to come back with black. Yeah.
So let's go back to the finals of the event of the Grand Slam here in Weissenhaus.
I think resignation is imminent here as well.
Let's see what is the situation. Let's zoom in on the players between Keymer and Caruana. And Fabiano has under 2 minutes, which is not the biggest problem he has right now because everything is hanging. Queen f4 attacking the d6 pawn. Right now, rook c6 is coming if it's needed.
Knight f5 is coming, yeah,
I
white
think
has...
Fabiano is just collecting his energy and
to resign, yeah?
nerves to calm himself down what had happened. Yeah, to be able to resign, discuss after the game. So it's kind of a digestion mode, what has happened.
Yeah, because he got completely outplayed, and this is so uncharacteristic to Fabi. Yeah, that somebody just outplays him with such strategical idea like bishop e5, bishop f6, queen h7, and better understands the position.
He blinked in the position where he had to make moves. He was like, oh, I will take it slow. It was a terrible, terrible game of Fabiano, and actually is not very uncharacteristic of his play because he's an energetic guy.
But yesterday, so much energy was taken out of him.
Yeah.
It was such a difficult match for him, the semifinals. I mean, it took him until the very last opportunity where he could grab it and really win and be in the final.
Down to 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think he's about...
He plays bishop f8, but yeah, with a face, and he's looking around that, yeah, what am I playing for?
The bishop saw life for one move and then came back to the prison. Yeah, rook c6 is... Yeah.
Went back where it started out.
And we see that when players know their destiny, yeah, that they are about to lose and they got outclassed, then the heart rate is absolutely fine, yeah, because there is no shock effect.
What a satisfying move to play rook c6. Yes. Now it's just,
yeah, everything is
it's having
wonderful.
Rook on c6 while having the pawn on b5, d5, a3.
Fabi pushes the only asset that he has.
He collected the energy to play on.
Vincent blitzes out rook d6, and he will collect the b4 and the a3 pawns as well.
Oof.
Simplifying the game.
Yeah, so it's not about checkmate, it's about collecting all the pawns, taking away all the hope of your opponent, and then you just collect, and Fabi has to design, there is nothing to do.
Yeah, this will be the point when it happens.
Knight d7 still will happen, and after rook a6 he will resign, I think.
Well, practically knight d7 is the only possible continuation to continue the game, right?
Yeah.
And now rook a6, d6, rook a8, yeah? Setting up.
Total collapse.
The finishing touch, yeah.
Total collapse of the heart.
Yes.
What a drama. What a difficult event is for Fabiano. Things did not look so difficult when he played in the semifinals against Gukesh. He won quite convincingly.
No, that was the quarterfinal.
Quarterfinal.
Quarterfinal, yeah.
And Vincent is showing that he's there for a reason, and his play has been nothing short of sensational throughout the tournament. So that's great, I think, for the tournament, and also, I think, for all of us. We want to see the new stars, and interesting players to win.
Yeah, and the handshake, yeah, Rook A6, the killer, as Levon highlighted 2 minutes ago.
And here is a victory of Vincent Keymer, the young talent from Germany, excelling here in the Weissenhaus, first leg of the Grand Slam, winning his matches in a very convincing style, by the way. So you can't say that he was lucky in so many games. He is just outplaying the top players. This is what is happening. So we still have 2 games to go, but I think we were very happy that you were here, Levon. We really appreciated that, but I think it wouldn't be fair to keep you longer. Thanks very much for being here. Looking forward to have you maybe tomorrow.
I really enjoyed the time.
Thanks a lot, Levon.
All the best.
Ooh, what a game between Magnus Carlsen and Sindarov, Keymer and Fabiano in the final. This was day 1 for them. Not exactly the outcome the players wanted from Sindarov's side, and obviously Caruana was having a very difficult day yesterday, and today was not easier for him. And tomorrow he's in a must-win situation to keep himself in the game, in for playing for a 200,000 first prize. But right now it seems extremely difficult because he was outplayed by the youngster, and there was not much chance what was given to him, right? So where should we go, guys? Or should we...
Well, probably to Firouzja against Gukesh, because it seems like Firouzja has big advantage.
And things are unfolding pretty fast. Can we go to Firouzja Gukesh game just to see what's going on over there?
It's a good knight versus bad bishop.
But there are the rooks, which I don't know. Who does it favor to have the rooks on the board? Peter?
Well, okay.
Well, Nicholas, now take it away.
Yeah, it's a more or less rhetorical question, I suppose, because if you take the rooks away, Black could just resign in the spot. Let me bring the board up here as well. Yeah, I think Firouzja, after playing a very aggressive opening, then transformed his advantage to a structural kind of advantage. We see it here, the players are fully concentrated, not much time left for Gukesh, 21 minutes against 3.5. The king is on f7, deeply invaded into the black camp, and the knight on d5 is just absolutely beautiful. I think some more precision is needed maybe, but Firouzja should win this one, Peter.
Yeah, it would be a big shock if Firouzja does not win. Also, it's a question like, isn't this bishop on d8 kind of trapped? For example, if white plays the move rook b2 check, black plays king c6, and eventually white invades with the rook to b8, targeting that bishop. If bishop a5, then black will have the problem of facing rook a4, hitting the bishop and the pawn. I just don't see, I cannot imagine scenarios where black survives this.
Well, it does not look good at all. This is very clear that the knight on d5 is controlling the whole position. Also, the king on f7 stands pretty well, because once the bishop is moving away from its square, then the f6 will be taken by the king. So basically for Alireza, the question is how to convert it the easiest way possible. So king b7 was the last move. I think there was an exchange of rooks right now. That's why the king went back. So now probably Firouzja is thinking about, should I go rook b2 and enter into the black's camp?
Yeah, the last moves were king f7 and rook b7 check. That's how the rooks were traded. Wow. And Alireza goes to the other side, rook h2, also setting up probably the rook h8 idea.
Interesting that he goes from this side. Maybe he thought that after rook b2, king c8 would be
maybe king c8 is a move, yeah. But that also looks so hopeless that I did not know if I should mention it or not. Yeah, in any case, rook h2 is played. Nicholas turned on the engine. We are looking at the evaluation. It looks very bad. Nicholas, any thoughts? What do you think? And there is not much to think about this position, right?
Yeah, also because, I mean, Black does not really have any counterplay. You see the knight on d5 beautifully protected and also protecting the pawn on e3. And the black rook is on e5 well placed in the regard that it stops the white king from further invading, but at the same time it's also not that active and not attacking any pawns in the white position, so that white can try to improve. Maybe rook h8, rook e8 could be an idea, because if you take the rooks off the board immediately, black just has to resign because of the difference in the minor pieces, the good knight versus the bad bishop, and also the difference in king activity, which is huge and very important in the endgame. So it seems really difficult for Gukesh in his struggles continue in this tournament. I mean, he did not win a single game in a round robin, then he did not win a single classical game yet, and also in the tiebreaks against Nakamura. So at this point, we're looking at 15 games he has played here this year in Weissenhaus, the beautiful private natural resort that we're in, and he has not won a single game yet. I mean, this must be really frustrating. He is the world champion after all, Judith.
Absolutely. It's heartbreaking to see him fighting here, fighting every day. He tries his best and somehow nothing really works for him, even though he had several opportunities also. But I think the most difficult, for example, now it is for Gukesh that he ended up in a position where practically there is no counter chance. And he knows it, that it's like 99% that he's going to be losing, if we are very generous, I think. I mean, basically, you know that you're going to lose the game, but you don't feel like to resign. Of course, I know some people who would resign maybe at this point. For example, Ivanchuk. He would say, okay, I have no chance at all, and he's resigning. But it's very painful to resign in equal material. But of course, we all know that the position itself is just so hopeless, because white can go from the right side, king side, from the B file also with the rook. And actually, it's very hard to imagine how white can go wrong, basically. I'm also thinking that maybe Alireza has in mind the reason he went to h2. Maybe he wants to go e4, and after that to grab with the knight the f6 pawn, so the black rook cannot go to h5 afterwards. Of course, it's only a matter of taste. How do you win this with white? But you have to have a plan straightforward. Interesting that he goes rook h7. So if black goes king d7, probably knight f6 maybe. This would be maybe a point.
But I don't know. No, I don't think that he wants to liquidate. This rook h7 move feels ambitious. I just want to highlight that whenever black tries to activate the rook with rook g5, then white goes king e6 and gets access to the d6 pawn and goes for a mating attack. So that's the reason why the rook cannot move. Your idea, Judith, with e4 was also something I had in mind, with the idea of inviting f5 trying to break out, and then we play rook h5, f takes e4, rook e5, d5, d takes e4, and then with the good knight versus bad bishop we automatically win. We'll target the a4 pawn or we target the e5 pawn. But yeah, Alireza opted for rook h7. Gukesh, with little time on the clock, has already made a move. He pushed the pawn to a3.
I mean, Gukesh is under a minute and still, of course, receives the 30 seconds per move in this time control.
Yeah, he had to push the pawn to a3 just in case if ever he gets a chance for counterplay going after the a2 pawn. It was one of those teasers from computer that computer said since black had no move, even white could have played a to a3, just fixing that pawn on a4. It was a little bit counterintuitive. You don't want to place your pawn on a dark square where your opponent's bishop can eventually target it. But
now my question is, does Alireza want to go king f8 and after a threatening with rook a7, you think?
Could easily be, well, it would be the human way of playing the position. Yeah, he wants to activate his rook. Gukesh, 51 seconds. He's fighting. Gukesh is fighting. Okay, the position is so bad. I just want to say a few words about Gukesh because we are always highlighting that, yeah, he's struggling. He did not win a single game. And so I just want to look at the facts. Yeah, he's 18 years old. He won the Classical World Championship very recently in December, achieving basically a lifetime goal. After that, having some incredible celebration and so on. And heading to Weissenhaus. In Weissenhaus, fighting for the first place with +5, then he lost the last game and lost the tiebreak. So maybe he was, after playing such a brilliant Weissenhaus with the world champion title in the bag, he wasn't in the best mood to come, and it's new challenges. He's exhausted. We talked about this, that actually freshness is so important. And I do remember Vincent. We have been together with Vincent in Weissenhaus. Vincent was suffering there, but at the end of the day, he won that brilliant game against Pragnan in the very last round after 7 hours of fight, and we felt like that this is the perfect preparation for Weissenhaus, that mentally he's ready. Yeah, so we were looking very much forward to Weissenhaus, that, okay, yeah, Weissenhaus didn't go your way, and Gukesh, I feel like he's exactly in the opposite psychological situation.
Yes, indeed. If, let's say, the playoff would have turned out differently against Pragnananda for Gukesh, and he would have won the event, maybe we would see Gukesh
completely different
playing in the finals, because, of course, not only the tiredness, but also the disappointment that he could not win the event, and he was there, he was leading, and played well, and showed that he's a fantastic player. And indeed, we've been informed by experts here that energy is so important, maybe even more important in freestyle chess than in classical portion, because already from move 1, it's a very chaotic middle game starting position.
But I'm a little bit puzzled what Alireza is doing. He's shuffling the rook back and forth now that black pushed the pawn to f5.
He wants to go e4.
He wants to go e4, yeah, but not that he misses some f4 counterplay somewhere. But yeah, it doesn't seem to work yet. But isn't f4 a possibility? Rook e5, d5, ef, ef, knight f4, king c7, no, king c7, king e6.
Or
still in time. Yeah, on 96, yeah, no, I cannot break out, so I will not even... Okay, I will highlight, yeah, that I was discussing about f4, but takes, e takes f4, e takes f4, knight takes f... I can play king d7. Can play king d7. If I somehow able to activate my king, then it's a completely new game.
But king d7, knight e6.
Yeah, it should be losing, but... Okay, I feel like Alireza is playing a little bit against Gukesh's time. He doesn't have a clear plan of how to finish it off, but he sees that Gukesh has no time left.
I think f4 would be the only chance.
Yeah, because now e4, this is, I think this is the box. This is the total box, isn't it?
Well, that's how it looks.
Well, maybe e4 he can go f4
he wants to
then.
Go
give up
f4
the pawn.
then. Give up the pawn like this.
And knight f4, rook e7?
Yes, and play on like this. But yeah, king g6 I think is even
Yeah, he will play king g6. He was about to move the king. I have seen.
And after king e6?
Oh, then we try to checkmate rook h7.
Rook h7 and knight f4. Knight f4 checkmate. Oops, let me put this on the board. King g6 targeting the pawn, and if black protects it, then rook h7. So in fact, let me take everything back, and Alireza goes for king g6. Yeah, Gukesh had to give up the f5 pawn because otherwise he gets checkmated with knight f4 check.
But now he wants to get to the a2 pawn.
Fighting.
Fighting, yes. So white should go rook h7 check and then rook a7 now. And then I think it's...
Which is not so obvious.
But we talked about it, that, yeah, this is... You even suggested the move king f8 to go rook a7.
Yeah, but it's very tempting to capture that pawn, which is under attack on f5, if you were working so hard already to
But it's not running away anymore, yeah? It's already there. Okay, Alireza just needs to control his nerves. He does not need to rush at all, and then he should be able to convert it very confidently.
But it can be also funny if, let's say, rook h7, king e6 would run into a checkmate, right?
Rook h7 on the board.
Because after king e6, knight f4, king e5, rook would go to the other side to a7, and then king f7, knight g6.
And you are in a total box, yeah. Let me just show it that king e6 trying to get active, knight f4 check, king e5.
Maybe we can show also the line.
Yeah, let's show. Yeah, king e6, knight f4 check, king e5, rook goes to a7. It's not only targeting the pawn on a3, but there is the hidden idea, or not so hidden for Judith, king f7 followed up by knight g6 checkmate. What a checkmate for the king in the center. All eyes on Gukesh, 35 seconds. What a horror situation to be in. Yeah, the bad bishop versus powerful knight. It's a model game.
Well, there is not much of a choice for black. Probably he has to go to c6, but it's not much of a joy for black to play on. White will go rook a7, I believe.
Yeah, rook a7 and then collect both the a3 and the f5 pawns. It's
yeah, because white can take on f5, but then rook f8, king e6, rook f2, and suddenly black has some counter chances, which I don't believe black is escaping because of rook h8 simply.
But no one will ever give this. Yeah, rook a7 will be played. There is no doubt about it.
It's better not to give any counter chances to your opponent.
Of course. And this hurts so much, yeah? You know that your only asset, the pawn on a3, gives you some hope. If you lose that pawn.
Yeah, he will just lose the pawn a3, he will lose the pawn f5.
And his bishop still is stuck on d8. There's just no way to activate that bishop.
Yeah, the problem is that black is not getting anything in return for the pawns. A very frustrating position for black. To look at it, to play it, to struggle.
It would not be too early to resign at this point.
Yeah, still out of desperation, he goes rook f8, but we can see it on Gukesh's face that he actually had enough of this game.
Well, it's hard to move on and play on, and what for, right?
Yeah, you can just take on a3 and against king b7, which stops the rook coming back to a7, and then you just play rook b3, rook b1, rook f1, rook takes f5, and black just cannot do anything. It's so frustrating.
Well, white maybe thinks about playing rook a6 check first.
Exactly.
And then if black has to make a choice to go to d7 to keep defending the d6 and only after that to capture on a3, or black goes king b7 and then you can take on d6. But I would rather take the a3 just to make sure there are no surprises ever that black goes rook g8, rook g2 at some point.
Exactly, but it's unbelievable, yeah, that this construction, yeah, he picks up the pawn on a3, that there is just, even if we want to place that bishop from d8 somewhere good, there's just no good square. Yeah, king b7 played, stopping at least all the rook a7, rook a6 ideas. But now white can just switch to different angle. Ah, by the way, he can just play rook b3 check and against king c6 play rook b8. Make a total box and then a4, a5, and you just queen the a pawn. You don't need to collect the f pawn.
But probably black will go king c8 instead.
Okay, but then you are completely stuck. Now he goes king a7. Yeah, so difficult to say anything.
I think king g7 will be on the board, not allowing the rook out at all.
Nicholas, help me out because I can't even talk about this position anymore.
Yeah, maybe it would be time to go over to the last remaining game, the fight for the 5th place between Abdusattorov and Nakamura, which is definitely much more complex here. Firouzja will go on to win. This is clear. So here we have the bird's eye view again. And the game between Abdusattorov and Nakamura is very complex, very potentially sharp and intriguing. So I think it makes sense to head over there. We actually did not see this game yet.
Only at the very beginning.
Yes, we saw the opening. Now we are deep in the end game with a bishop pair for white and an active king on d5. But the knights are also decently placed, and black is up a pawn. Nakamura is shaking his head.
Yeah, intuitively I would love to be black, to be honest. Knight c2.
But it's very dangerous to play it from black side.
Yes.
Because at some point, bishop b6 shows up.
Yes. No, I even don't know, because suddenly I thought like I want to be white, but what did I say? That I want to be black?
Yeah.
Yes. No, of course. No. Because I see that the computer says that black is kind of fine, but I'm very worried for black.
Yes. Black was better even before the last move, but it just feels quite dangerous against his bishops. Bishop b6 is a potential idea right now already. And this should now be equal, but knowing Abdusattorov, he'll try to create some chances. Both players around 4 minutes, so not deep time trouble, but of course also not that much time left.
Well, it looks extremely scary to play it with black. I mean, with those bishops. But it's also funny that in both of the games which are still running, the d5 square is kind of essential. It takes a big role in the game. King usually is not so powerful just because it's taking the d5 square, but it's on the way towards the a7 pawn at some point, if let's say...
Wow, but he came back with the king to e4. That's surprising.
Because knight e3 was a threat, I guess. And he didn't want to move his rook.
Yes, I understand. But yeah, now knight b4, at least white gets stability, fighting for the d5 square. The knight on d4 was doing absolutely nothing.
It's not only that, but also I think knight b4 idea was played by Hikaru because bishop b6 kind of things does not work because knight a6.
Yeah. Bishop d8 is still there.
But bishop d8 check is there.
Oops.
Yes. So bishop b6, knight takes a6 runs into bishop d8 intermezzo. But okay, I'm somehow now more optimistic for black than just one move before. Reaching the knight to b4, forcing white's king back to e4. Bishop d8 check, king f7 played.
What about bishop c8?
Wow, what is that? Let me just highlight them. Both bishops on the...
But probably I'm blundering because
with
rook
rook h8,
right?
Yes. But it just so funny that behind enemy lines, you don't often see that.
Actually, knight on b4 looks pretty safe.
Very nice.
And guarding the d5 square as much as it can.
Exactly. These are the type of positions when you ask in the analysis also, who is better and why?
Exactly.
Nobody knows. Bishop c7 played, okay, heading towards the b8 square, targeting the a7 pawn, but
this is a mistake.
This feels shaky.
But why is it a mistake?
I don't know.
Why is this a mistake?
But actually, you are never threatening to take bishop a7 if I just move because of knight takes a6 idea. Yeah, so this monster knight on b4 gives so much stability for Hikaru.
Is rook h8?
Yes, rook h8, best move, and black is close to winning. It's great.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's interesting because if you're playing the game, you would not necessarily think that you're winning. Maybe you have a feeling that, well, actually...
On the board?
I protected everything, so I have a good position. But to say that it's winning...
No, but that after knight c2, Nodirbek came back with the king to e4. That was absolutely shocking. I don't know anything, keep the activity. If he couldn't keep the activity, then we were fooled. Because we thought like it's a very scary position for black. And maybe Hikaru sensed it, calculated it, that I'm in time to get my knight to b4, and then it is all about white to fight for survival.
So what is the threat of black? Is it to come with the king back to f6?
Could easily be. And also some Zugzwang issues. What do we do with white?
It's a great question, yes.
White rook is tied down to the h4 weakness.
The bishops don't have a lot of squares either.
Can I just pass like bishop a5 and then bishop c7? I don't see any other move. What happens if I'm just moving up and down? Is there a winning plan for black?
But well, actually...
I'm not seeing yet the winning plan.
Yeah, basically this is the question, how to progress with black, right?
And what we spoke about, that over the board, humanly speaking, you might feel with black that, I'm perfectly safe. I'm the only one playing for a win, but actually how do I make progress? Remains a big question.
Well, at some point you want to take that pawn on h4.
But for that you have to maneuver out the white bishop, right?
Yes, the bishop needs to be on a5 for you to be able to take, yes.
Yeah, he plays the move bishop a5. But what does this mean? You mean that you can maybe take on h4 immediately?
Why not?
Well, why not? Because it's scary, but maybe you can.
Knight takes h4, and Nakamura does not understand. What is this move? Why can't I take?
You should take only with the king on f6, apparently, so that white doesn't have the counter chance. Bishop takes b4, followed by c5.
Wow. Yes,
very
exactly.
Difficult. Very difficult.
But this is extremely deep and very difficult to understand if it's such a little time on the clock. That you are able to get to that point where you put your king on f6.
Also, putting the king on f6 and then going after h4 pawn is very counterintuitive because you step into bishop d8 fork. Of course, it works tactically because the king on e4 is also in check, but it's kind of crazy, not trivial, not easy at all.
It's very unexpected.
But Hikaru is about to move this king. He's moving the king and goes king f6.
But now after bishop c7, it's black who is in Zugzwang, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, he should have played king e6 probably, or king e7.
No, but king e6 you can't play because g6 pawn is hanging.
Sorry,
yes.
King g7.
Yeah, computer has showed this triangle, yeah, like a study, king g7. Okay, no, but... okay, with 20 minutes on the clock, yes. With a couple of minutes and all this
tension. Even
tension...
then, it's so hard to understand
yes,
it, I think.
Very hard.
I mean, triangulation we understand in some opponent games.
When it makes sense, yeah. Here it's just totally random.
But when there are so many pieces on the board, it's unexpected, let's say.
Bishop c7 on the board.
First of all, of course, you have to understand there is this element of a Zugzwang, even though there are so many pieces on the board. And once you understand it, then already it can come to your mind that you go king f7, king g7. But it's clear by Nakamura playing king f6 that he was not understanding yet.
Yeah, king f6 was the routine move, yeah? That, okay, it's a good move, I'm improving my position, and my opponent has no idea anyway, but this is not very unfortunate for Hikaru that if he goes low on the clock, it will be very difficult to find the winning construction.
And he's a little nervous about it, that why is this not working the way I wanted to make it work?
He's looking at the score sheet that what about the repetitions, not to fall into a 3-4 repetition, king f7 played.
He does it, what he didn't play.
And bishop d5 check. Is Nodirbek playing for a win?
No, but probably he understood what is the situation and he wants to give support.
No, but look at Hikaru's body language, like he's completely shocked. What? I didn't know what to do after bishop a5, but now you are playing bishop d5 check.
And now he's maybe forced to go to g7, then after bishop b7 he could play king f6. Yes, he goes king g7.
And he's very happy, I think. It looks like he's confused. Why did my opponent let this happen? What is going on?
Let's see if Nodirbek goes back to b7.
Yeah, and then king f6 is the Zugzwang that Nicholas is highlighting.
He needs to protect the pawn on a6.
Now Hikaru is happy. More happy than he was 2 moves ago. Bishop b7 on the board.
And now let's see, will Hikaru blitz out the move king f6, because then it shows that actually he has seen that this is a, yeah, and he's about to make a move. He has seen that this is a
but the difference is, I think, is the 3rd time that they have this position after king f6.
So he's thinking maybe to claim right now, playing king f7. That would be a mistake.
No, he's checking if after king f6 it's not a repetition.
Exactly.
I believe.
And it's not.
The difference is that it's the 3rd time,
move.
but it's white to move.
Exactly, so it's not the same position. Very professional. This is the right attitude. You have to double, triple check.
And king f6 will be on the board in a second.
The position with king f6 was only there once anyway, I believe.
Only once?
So,
and he goes for it.
f6. Yes. And now, what does white play? Because if you go bishop a5, black takes on h4. If you go king f3, maybe he needs to try king f3.
And Nodirbek is confused. Wait a second, what? Now I have an extra move and this is the problem?
Well, probably king f3 looks to be the practical reaction.
Yeah, because
maybe d3?
Yeah, let's just highlight that once the king moves, then after knight takes h4, the motive we talk about, rook h4, bishop d8 check, winning back the material is very important. Yes, so this we have to highlight. And that's the reason why with king on e4, black can take on h4, because after rook takes h4, that's a check.
Exactly. Now Nakamura is with full self-confidence that, okay, I did it. I made it work finally. And your h4 pawn will fall off.
But yeah, what does he do after king f3? How to make progress?
But actually, even knight h4 is not completely a threat now, because the d6 pawn.
King f3 played, yeah, but you are in Zugzwang, yeah. Of course, yeah, d3 is a move, but d3 is a move you don't really want to make.
Because probably there is again the triangulation.
You can never, you can never claim a draw anymore if suddenly you get a chance, yeah, the pawn moves.
But now black can go king e7. And the pawn on g6 would be defended, and Nakamura's ready.
And Hikaru is going in that direction with his hand, yeah. His hand move gestured king e7.
Absolutely. And he has a little bit more time than his opponent, because he still has 2.5 minutes, while Nodirbek has 2 minutes
on the board, yeah.
Beautiful move.
Yes. Basically, it shows that Hikaru is in total control. He knows what's going on. He had foreseen the ideas and leaning back comfortably.
Very impressive play by Hikaru. What about playing bishop e4? But the problem is the a6 pawn is falling off.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful play by black.
Yeah, and look at the satisfaction on Hikaru's face, body language, everything, that I'm making progress. I'm super precise.
And Hikaru has been really strong actually in the classical games so far. I don't think he has been in a lot of danger. And against Sindarov, he was winning in the first game, pressing the second, and also against Gukesh, I think he was usually on the pressing side. So once again, he honestly has had some really good games. It's just that he lost in the quarterfinals to Sindarov and was knocked out. So that's why we see him here. But he's showing that he's actually very, very strong in classical freestyle chess.
King e2, what can be the idea behind it? If rook h4, then rook g6.
Rook g6, yeah, he's trying to...
Look at Hikaru, he's confused. What is going on?
He goes king d7, bishop a5 blitzed out.
And now black will just take the pawn on h4 with the rook.
Well, then rook takes g6.
And rook takes c4.
Wow, really? You can?
Apparently, yes.
Wow. But because that looks scary, no? That I'm activating the rook, the king on d7 is vulnerable, but if you can get
At the same time,
away,
there is no check on g7.
Yes.
f5 knight stands fantastically, and it will show up when it's very painful for white on d4.
But still, rook h4, rook takes c4 in time trouble. How can you really make sure that white doesn't get dangerous counterplay?
Well, at the same time, knight h4. Yeah, I mean, both looks very good.
But when you take knight h4, then you are kind of stuck. Yeah, then everything is protected, but nothing moves. Yeah,
Exactly.
so knight h4 is not so attractive.
Let's see what will be the decision of Nakamura. He knows it, that he's already kind of getting close to victory. Of course, he's the one who's playing for a win. He has a pawn up. There's another weak
Knight
spot.
c6, is that a move?
Yes.
Is that a professional? Is Hikaru is about to, yeah, and very happily jumping with that knight. That monster knight on b4 has done its job.
Very practical.
And it's rerouted, kicking away the white bishop. No more activity.
Wow.
Will black go knight c6 to e7 to stabilize it completely? Or
Well, actually, the way how Hikaru handles this, it's
incredible technique.
Yeah, drives the opponent completely crazy. Yeah, he goes knight c7, perfect harmony, what a coordination.
At the same time, bishop will go back to a5, and I'm not sure. Did he benefit from that?
You mean that after rook h4 takes bishop b6? Yeah, you are relying on this
those
idea.
kind of tricks I have in mind. And if knight h4, also immediately there is a move bishop b6. Though maybe black can go knight c6 there.
Yeah, funny.
So
let me just show with arrows. Bishop a5, rook takes h4, rook takes h4.
No, I take with the knight.
Yeah, no, I just want to highlight that.
Yes.
Then bishop b6, and of course black has resources with knight c6, knight c8. Black is probably anyway better, but white has good chances to survive. Knight c7. All right, all eyes on Nodirbek. He's down to a minute on the clock.
But I think it's very nice. Bishop a5, knight takes h4, bishop b6, knight c6. And I trap the bishop.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, if you take with a knight on h4, I cannot play bishop b6.
Why not?
Well, as you highlighted, yeah, you trap my
yes,
bishop.
Knight c6, yes. But no, I cannot take on b6.
Yeah, of course. No, okay, take on b6, then a7, that would be our plan.
Those looks, what they do towards each other.
d3. Trying to protect the pawn with bishop e1, but it's slow.
Well, black is going to take now, yes?
Exactly.
The question is with which piece? With the knight or with the rook? I would take with the knight.
With the knight, yeah, because now you are able to come back and then the rook stays active.
The other game is actually, you will be very surprised, is equal.
Again. What? No, don't tell me this. This cannot be.
Yes.
But yeah, Hikaru takes with the rook. Okay, he feels like, okay, enough of this tension with the rooks. I eliminate it. I know what I'm doing. I cannot believe poor Alireza, because this is just insane if he gets another big disappointment from a wonderful game.
Yes.
By now there is a collection of incredible one way, no way not to win kind of end games, which was ruined.
Yeah, okay, takes. Anyway, we have to stick with this because there is more intrigue, and then we will be catching up with the miracle save of Gukesh, if he really saves it.
Yeah, after the rook trade, black, according to the computer, is now completely winning, actually.
The knights are jumping, no more tricks. Always a knight is on close to c6, protecting the a7 pawn, two extra pawns.
What do you mean not completely winning?
It is completely winning.
Completely winning. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I mean, sometimes we get surprises, but this would be surprising if it's not winning.
Well, but honestly, this looks less winning than what Alireza had.
For sure, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, in Alireza's case, with the monster knight against the bad bishop, total domination. Here, at least the two bishops give some practical chance, but actually Hikaru might target the a6 pawn with both his knights. Knight b4, the other knight gets to, I don't know, c7. It might just... The bishops are doing absolutely nothing.
Actually, I love it, the way Nakamura played it out, this endgame. I mean, when we got here, like about 8-10 moves ago, we thought, well, it looks kind of scary for black, and it's not so easy. But he made some repetitional moves, Nakamura, which was probably on purpose anyway, just to collect some extra time. And he understood what's going on. Quite impressive. Quite impressive. Knight c6, the b7 bishop completely stuck there. So now we'll see some...
Okay, now maybe we can switch to the other game, because here things have settled down. Hikaru is about to win, but it will still take him time.
And also his heart rate shows it. Look at that, how it's growing, going down, down, down. So let's see what we have there. Firouzja versus Gukesh, an unbelievable turnover, what has happened over there. Let's go to that game, because quite unbelievable.
Well, it's a study-like kind of draw, because he will be 2 pawns down. Probably Alireza thought like, okay, this is just a finish, because knight a6 check, followed by knight takes c5, and then 2 pass pawns.
Yes.
But apparently there is some miracle draw that...
yeah. at the end.
Yes, and knight e6 fork, and then you can take the pawn. Okay, let's just very quickly show this. This is insane. Knight takes c5, and now the only way, because of course bishop takes c5, king c5, king take d3 just loses, then white goes king d5 and queens the pawn. But black has the study-like move king d4, and white cannot even continue the game. The knight e6 check, falling into the fork, king takes d3. Now if you take the bishop, black collects the last pawn, and if you push the pawn, then black sacrifices it, so white will try something like king d5, but this is already a theoretical draw. Insane save by Gukesh.
Yeah, and we've seen it so many times by him, but this feels really...
Can we go back?
Very unexpected.
Yes.
Sorry, can we go back a little earlier how this happened, just to look through? Because at this level, it is so difficult to understand that this can really happen. First of all, the way that Gukesh has the strength to play on. This is one of the things, right? It looks completely hopeless. No chance, no chance. This is what we can repeat again and again. How is that possible that something like this, because white was pushing the pawn too fast,
Yes.
right? But still, the bishop is so
Yeah, he just felt like,
impressive.
okay, he trades the rooks, the king walks with the tempo, he collects all the pawns, and it's game over. So he just got careless. He believed that, okay, from 1,000 times, this is 1,000 times winning, and this is exactly the one and only exception. This is incredibly insane. Yeah, bishop f8 check was a key intermezzo, king c6, king takes c5, and then knight c7, king b4. And yeah, Alireza is now coming back with the king to d5. He will protect the pawn on d3 with king e4, and will try to shuffle, but this might just be a draw.
And what happens after king d5?
Okay, I'm guessing king c3, because
King
you have
e4.
to play. Yeah, king e4, and then we have to make a bishop move somewhere.
But do you think Gukesh knows, and also Firouzja, that it's a draw already? They don't have a help of a computer. They don't know there is a bar which says that it's balanced already.
But based on the body language of Firouzja,
Yes.
it seems like he knows.
So how is it draw? You cannot
King
make
d2?
the bishop move.
At least he is very disappointed, because it should have been an automatic win. Yeah, that's why he liquidated into this position, thinking that, okay, that's it. Bishop h6 played. Well, is this
possible too?
Even this is possible. Yeah, so knight a6 check, king c3, knight takes c5. Now there is no study like king d4. So I'm expecting the move bishop e3, right? Or,
And that is a draw?
and that is insane. Yeah, because you are in Zugzwang.
Well, I can move my king, but I cannot make progress.
Unbelievable. Okay, how unlucky you have to be. This
Even bishop h6.
crazy. This game of chess, when something like this happens to you, then you think like this beautiful game that I love so much, I hate the most.
Us.
Yes.
Tricking us.
In such situations, you just... And look at the frustration. I just cannot believe. We have also heard of Hikaru. After all this, not converting the winning positions, he was talking about retirement and so on. I'm very happy that he started winning again, and I think he will forget about it very quickly. But when you just face all these frustrations, then it's so easy to say that, oh no, I cannot take it anymore.
Yeah. The body language of Alireza shows that he's not happy. He knows that something really went wrong, and probably he will not be able to fix it. But what a save it is for Gukesh if he will be able to go all the way and make a draw. And of course, I don't think he will be missing the opportunity.
Yeah, you remember he was down to 20 seconds, and now he's back with over 2 minutes. Yeah, now he's falling behind 2 minutes again, but it means that he has enough time to understand and to find the right moves. Even if it's still tricky, of course.
Well,
the
this
knight
is what
will
I
jumping.
wanted to ask, that how much chance is it that black can go wrong?
And Hikaru has won.
Yes.
What a fantastic win by Hikaru. I'm so happy that we catch that moment and we could appreciate the way how he shuffled all his pieces, finding perfect harmony.
So we have 3 decisive games so far, but it seems this one, where we definitely expected a win for Firouzja, is going to end in a draw. most likely at this point.
But what is he going to play?
Well, bishop f8 back, maybe. Or king c3.
Protecting the pawn, yeah? But okay, staying passive, it's always difficult, yeah? Somehow I feel like Gukesh would so happy to put the bishop on the g1, a7 diagonal, yeah? Then he would feel like he has a long-range bishop, but he's unable to do that. Alireza made sure with king e4 to block that idea of getting the bishop to this diagonal, protecting the pawn from there. King c3 played, inviting a knight check. If the knight gives a check, then at least the knight and the king cannot target the pawn on c5, so black will just sidestep and will keep on harassing white's weakness on d3.
Unbelievable story here with this endgame. It was, I mean, how many of us would say that there is even 1% chance?
No 1%.
When I said it was 99%, sure. You see, these tricky 1% is there sometimes.
0.0001% maybe, but unbelow when this happens. Knight e6 played, targeting the pawn, so black will fall back with the king to b4, protecting it.
And just shows Gukesh's great fighting spirit. I mean, not giving up, just keep on going, making it as difficult as possible. And even on the highest level, you see it. People can lose their concentration and focus. And then Firouzja thinks, all right, let me just trade rooks and I'll win the minor piece endgame, which in so many cases was true before, but with so reduced material now, black is actually able to hold on.
But actually, it's a big question for me that how do we break it down? What was the biggest mistake of Alireza in this endgame?
The rook trade.
Yeah, the rook trade. Basically thinking that, okay, I just did the rook and I win.
Yeah.
And got careless.
I understand, but is it because he was not ready to calculate properly anymore? Because he was superficial? Because he lost concentration? Because
I think he was too sure of. I think he was too sure of himself. He just thought that this is the logical end. Okay, I trade, I collect the pawns, and my opponent resigns. Finish. And he just didn't. He stopped calculating lines. Yeah.
But it's also because you rely too much on your intuition. Because intuitively, you can say that, okay, of course, it's completely winning.
It's completely winning, yeah.
I can do whatever I want, right?
Exactly.
Because if you're aware of it, there are some very tricky positions.
Then you calculate and you see that, okay, no, I'm not going to go for it.
And you have this alertness that you're aware of it, right? That actually I have to be careful because there are some cases when even having two pawns up,
yes,
I might not.
No, if he calculates it, if he takes the position seriously, then this mistake would never ever happen. Yeah. So it was obvious that he just thought like, okay, yeah, why are we playing this game at all? Okay, I'm gonna trade, I'm gonna collect, and that's it. And it was connected like you highlighted that white pushed the pawn too far. Yeah, if he would have kept the pawn, then he could change the rooks any moment. He should have just played for an initiative and just kept the rooks and win easily.
And the thing is, when you are ruining a winning position, it's not only losing that half point which you didn't score. It is hunting you down for some time in the next game, whenever you have a difficult moment like tomorrow. Of course, if tomorrow he wins and wins the match, everything is fine. But if, for example, he's going to lose the match, then it will be, oh my God, really, this is the position I didn't win? And it hunts you for quite a long time, I think. So
for very long.
What I'm telling also to youngsters when I talk to them, I'm telling them, there's a very important chapter in learning in chess. Pay attention not only to master your end games, your middle game, your openings, but don't forget to spend the time mastering how to win a winning position. I know people say, okay, when I have a winning position, I will manage it, right? Still, to spend a little time to time to win the winning position, sometimes it's not that easy or as easy as we think.
Everything is written on the face of and the body language of Alireza, he's just so upset with himself. How on earth could I let this happen?
And we are asking the same, I think.
Yeah.
How could this happen? With a beautiful piece, knight on d5, which is still standing there, but in different form. The rook was more active, extra pawns,
Yes.
everything.
He took the pawn on a3, which was the only asset black had. And then probably he just thought like, okay, that's it, it's over, finished.
Is there any idea for white?
I don't think so. Also, the body language doesn't signal me that Alireza thinks like, all right, yes, it's a draw, but I can still try something. He's just moving back and forth with total disappointment.
I think it would be something, I don't know, if the black king would be pushed back. Let's say if, well, it's hard.
Yes.
You cannot even push it.
But let's say if the black king is on a5 or a6, and my king is on a4, it's also probably nothing because you go king b6, king
Yeah, then
a6.
I'm going on the... Yeah.
Because for the moment it's very important for black to have the king being active, right?
Yeah, targeting the weak pawn on d3. The bishop takes care of the pawn on c5, protecting. But in any case, yeah, basically 2 versus 1 in such situation should be kind of a draw because it's a bad pawn structure anyway for white. Yeah, so it was more like Alireza thought that I'm collecting the c5 pawn by force, which he
Yes.
could have achieved, but it led to that study-like escape for Gukesh. So that was the problem.
Gukesh has very little time, but by now I have the feeling he understands the ins and outs, and actually the thing is that there are no much danger for
Yes,
him.
no danger
So
at
it's
all.
not
yeah.
like you have to make your only moves, it seems.
Yeah, it would be if white was even able to put black in a position where he needs to find only moves, that would be already an achievement. But I'm not seeing how. It's just a question where you put the bishop. Do you put it on d4? Do you put it on e7? But I would probably go bishop f6 and put it on d4.
I like that quite a lot.
Yeah, I talked about it that black would love to get this bishop probably on this diagonal.
It's kind of a very logical way of
Yes.
defending. That's what he plays.
Yeah, of course.
Let's see what he has in mind after bishop d4. What can Alireza think now? Is he just digesting the horrible journey he had in the last 20 moves?
And bishop e7. Okay, Gukesh says, you know what? I rely on the defense that worked so far. I don't want to change it, and it's also kind of typical, yeah, that, okay, why would you change a defensive line which works to perfection? Now we're going to see bishop f8. Simply waiting.
What an incredible endgame and saving by Gukesh. What an incredible... I mean, just to sit there and play that position must have been so painful, even though I don't even think that he thought there is a realistic chance for him to save this
Of
game.
course, yeah.
He just played because he thought he has to play it out until the very end.
Well, and the youngsters, they don't want to design, yeah? I think there was this match between Ponomarev and Ivanchuk in the year 2002, because it was the Moscow World Championship, the knockout, in December, and then the match continued in January. And there Ponomarev was outplayed in a couple of games by Ivanchuk, but Pono did not design, and then he even gave the interview and also mentioned in his new chess analysis that it's never too late to resign, and it worked to perfection in that match, driving Chuky completely crazy, and managed to win the match. I think he did not lose a single game because he survived all those bad positions. In fact, he won one of the losing positions.
Well, I was also in my competitive years someone who was playing quite long games, sometimes the games when people were expecting me to resign, and I was playing on. The most memorable one, maybe you remember, that I played in Biel with Grishchuk.
Ah, yes, this endgame.
Yeah, I had night endgame with...
It was 2007.
Probably.
I was in a training camp following that, yeah, and I couldn't believe.
And up to today, I believe this is the biggest surprise I have in chess. That and of course, most of the people left already in the building, and everybody thought that I lost. And then next morning, we still had the bulletins after the game, and some people saw the cross table also, that it was a draw. And some people came up to me that there is a mistake in the bulletin, that there was a draw with you. I said, no, it's not a mistake.
It was the stalemate with the king on HC with knight g4.
Yes.
Yes, unbelievable, yeah.
So I think it's complete betrayer of chess that game could be. And actually, objectively, it's a draw.
Thanks to this incredible defense.
And I played that stalemate pattern only because I discovered it, that, wow, there is such a beautiful artistic way to a trick. So I said, obviously, I will try it out just for the show element and just to please myself if I had played already such a bad game. And it was unbelievable that it's objectively it's a draw. So that was my biggest saving in my life.
But probably this helps then Grishchuk, that it was because imagine that it was completely winning and he fell into the stalemate.
No, but actually he fell into it. But whatever he was trying afterwards, it didn't work.
Yes.
So it was really unbelievable because it was move 61. He played very fast, so he still got an extra hour. But he couldn't do anything with it, just calculating all the lines until he was calculating, I was calculating, and we both discovered that actually this trick works objectively.
Yeah, chess is crazy.
Yeah, sometimes it is. So we see the bishop moving back and forth. King is placed in a very good place on c3, keeping an eye and tie down the king on e4 to the d3 pawn.
I'm afraid that we will see a very long game because Alireza is so frustrated that he will never give in. He might play till the 50-move rule. I don't know. It's what is your take, Nicholas? That how do you feel looking at the body language? Will Alireza ever give up, or will he just shuffle around forever?
Yeah, could be that he plays this for another 20 moves without making any progress.
Well, the last pawn capture was king takes a5. It happened on move 63.
So we already played this 20 moves then.
20 moves then, yes. Okay, the first couple of moves were logical because it was like the shock that he cannot take on c5. And ever since, then the last 18 moves are playing out of pure frustration.
Well, it's very hard to give up. That there is no chance, no winning opportunity. And even it's very annoying that black is not someone who has to make the only moves. There are always several moves. The main idea is to defend the c5 pawn, and whenever the king and the knight goes to hunt the c5, the d3 will fall off.
Yes.
Well, I guess I found a way for black to lose. Let's say bishop d6.
Let's show then. Show d6.
And then king d5.
King d5.
Bishop f8. I'm helping a lot, yeah? Bishop f8 and then knight d7.
Bishop h6.
And then it's the same position again, yeah?
Yeah,
it's still the same.
Bishop e3.
Yes.
Even then, yeah.
This is the insane stuff. Yeah, the players could have reached 20 moves ago. The absolutely maximum, the dream of white, which unfortunately, however, ends in a total draw. It's completely crazy.
Then I don't even know how to lose the position.
Yeah, so bishop f8 played by Gukesh.
And actually, it's a position where for Gukesh 1.5 minutes is just enough, especially that he receives 30 seconds after every
he gets
move.
30 seconds, not 10.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe even 10 would be enough, but 30 is absolutely comfortable.
Yeah, by now 10 would be enough, but maybe at the beginning, then the 30 seconds were important.
So now the question is, what he might be thinking, that should I go bishop g7 or should I play bishop e7?
I think bishop e7, just to
Knight
keep an eye.
g6, bishop f6, right?
So yeah, you can anyway go for the c5 pawn, but yeah, bishop e7.
He sticks to defend. To keep the defense over the c5, knight g6, the bishop is pushed away from protecting the c5, but at the same time the knight left
The
to g6 and the d3 is hanging also.
So we are expecting some move like bishop g5 or bishop f6. Actually, bishop g5 is a professional move, no? Okay, white can anyway come back with a king to e4. No, I wanted to force already something. Black cannot force anything. He just has to sit and wait patiently.
Yeah, that's the best to do. Gukesh went under 40 seconds by now. So if he's not going to blunder his bishop, which I doubt, then it will be difficult. So after knight e5, is he going to go back to e7 or he's going to switch places and goes bishop e3?
No, but white plays king e4, yeah. White comes back with the king. And then we'll start shuffling again with the knight.
Bishop f6.
Bishop h6 on the board. Okay, it does not really matter. As long as you don't blunder your bishop, everything is fine.
Hold on. d4? No. No, king c4 also.
Yeah,
cd d3 also works. I just thought that after c takes d4, c5, your bishop in such a bad position.
Yes.
Bishop g5, bishop d8 also. No.
Still, yeah.
Sometimes the knight can control incredibly well the bishop, but here somehow nothing really works out for white anymore. Yeah, you can see Firouzja sitting there playing but giving up and cannot believe it, what he has done. What kind of completely winning position without any counter chances for black. It was very technical and still he misplayed it.
Unbelievable. No, he did not even misplay it. He just misjudged it, yeah? Because it was impossible to misplay it.
Yeah, but
everything was winning, just this careless decision that without calculating, okay, I take and then I collect the pawns.
Yeah, but basically he started to play inaccurately, which meant that he did not play the best moves at some
Because he was relying on the rook trade. Yeah, that, okay, if after the game Nicholas will have the chance to just highlight actually that why this really happened, because I have just quickly had a look and everything was winning for Alireza. He just saw like, all right, let me be the most professional. I trade everything and then I collect the point like this. And that's how Gukesh got the chance for this miracle save.
So what's next? What's next that Alireza wants to pull out?
Well, actually still more than 25 moves till move 50. There is plenty of squares for the white knight to continue the journey.
I don't think we'll see it until move 50.
Well, we hope so. But
we hope so.
Yes. King d5 going back.
What an unbelievable action we've seen today. In the
Incredible.
semifinals and finals, so many action. And now we are finishing in a very slow motion, in an end game, going back and forth. The knight is trying to check all the squares on the board, probably.
Well, it looked like that this will be the first game to finish today with a victory of Alireza. Yeah, because things heated up and things got really very bad for Gukesh from the very beginning. Later, we haven't had a chance to look at the game, so we don't know what happened. But when we came back, then it was already completely winning for Alireza in the end game. Yeah, bishop e7. This is now second time happening. Here was knight g6, bishop g5. But now Alireza goes king e6. So if ever bishop f8, king d5 happens again, then Gukesh, I think, can stop the clock, write down the move bishop e7, and
now
save.
he will go bishop g5, I think. What do you think?
Improve his setup, yes?
No, he goes bishop f8.
Bishop f8.
He just sticks to it.
So now after knight d7, king d3 is the simplest, of course.
Yes.
Of course.
So this is actually now good news for all of us, yeah, that king d5, bishop e7 could be a 3 times repetition.
Well, what else do you play? King f5?
Yeah, then already king d4 comes, yeah, and you can't even protect your pawn.
Ah, so this is over soon, yes?
Yes. Well, maybe, yeah, knight g6, bishop g7, knight f4, bishop h6.
Knight g6, king d3.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes.
If we take.
Okay, knight d7,
Yes,
king
thank you
takes
very
d3. Yeah, okay. The game is about to end.
On king d3, of course, king d5 will be the move. No question about that. I think we are not.
Of course, it continues. It continues.
Of course. And now bishop e7. White will capture the pawn.
And now another 25, 30 moves jumping around with the knight before pushing the pawn.
Well, now probably knight e4, king b4, but unfortunately for white, knight d6 is not possible to covering the power of the bishop because takes and the c4 pawn falls
this
off.
is now.
Yeah, with 30 seconds increment, this is absolutely hopeless. Yeah, there's nothing to hope for with white.
Even with 2 seconds increment.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the handshake.
What a save. What a drama for Alireza today. And if he would have won, life would be much easier tomorrow for him. Tomorrow there will be the second game of their matches. And today, all the games finished. We hear that the audience clapped.
Well, and yeah, there was a smile from Gukesh. Yes, I did it again. I survived.
Well, I don't think we can say that we have an upset, sad person on one side and the happy one on the other, because I don't think Gukesh is so happy with this game. But of course, the score matters, and of course, making a draw, saving the game, it's always great. So maybe we can take a look at the brackets, what has happened today, just to see a clear picture, and then we try to break it out in the games to show you. So Vincent won in his first game in the finals versus Fabiano. I think we can just wrap it up later, that game. And Magnus played a very convincing victory against his opponent Sindarov. And then we've seen some great technique by Nakamura for fighting for the 5th place with Abdusattorov. We've seen Gukesh playing it out, fighting it out, the only draw of today. So I will ask you, Peter, how do you feel how the day went?
Well, the day went wonderfully for Vincent, that he had the courage and this idea of going bishop e5 and then bishop takes f6, queen takes h7. I think that shows that by now he has tremendous confidence in himself, that he's really relying on his instincts, he believes in his feelings during the game, does not look against who do I play. Yeah, because if you think about it, yeah, that facing Fabiano Caruana and then going into this strange kind of idea of going after this h7 pawn and the queen is locked out on h7, he needed to judge it. We did analyze. Levon was there also in the studio. We got a lot of help that there were dynamic ideas from Fabi at the beginning, but he missed them. Vincent got the total control, everything that he dreamed of with his strategy, and went on to win a very convincing game. Super impressive. Magnus Carlsen with this knight g6 sacrificing the pawn on f7, we were here and shocked, wow, what is happening, and then relying on this long castle d5 break, going after white's king on d1, and then that bishop on a8, the buried bishop, became a monster later on with this bishop b7, c4, a5, king a7, getting perfect harmony, beautiful picture. I think we were spoiled with fantastic chess today.
Absolutely. I would ask Nicholas to break it down for us. What was the highlight of the game between the final match, finals, game 1 between Fabiano and Vincent?
Thank you, Judith. Let's look at our move of the day, and I think a very key moment in this final game between Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana was right here when Vincent pushed the h-pawn forward. Very strong and powerful move. And we saw later on the pawn went all the way to h6 to give itself up, but completely destroy the black pawn structure on the king side, and Vincent never looked back and scored a really powerful and convincing win here in the first final game against Caruana, and continues his amazing performance in the first Grand Slam of the Freestyle Chess tournament here in Weissenhaus, Germany. And tomorrow, Caruana and Sindarov will try everything they can to strike back, and I can't wait for another amazing day of action. This has been just a lot of fun, especially also with Levon in the studio. We're laughing a lot, having so much fun analyzing these positions, and you should not miss the last final day tomorrow when the winner will be decided here in Weissenhaus.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. That h4 is a very promising move, what you pointed out. That is we can call it the move of the day. Incredible day we were witnessing in the finals. The first day just got finished, where Vincent, the youngster German player, won a very convincing game against Fabiano. We are going to be expecting a very interesting game tomorrow, and the big question is, can Fabiano bounce back again as he did previously? It's going to be a very difficult match. Of course, we are going to be seeing Magnus playing again against Sindarov. Is Sindarov a player who can bounce back against the world #1? But today we were enjoying ourselves together with Nicholas and Peter. It was a great pleasure. We had also Levon Aronian sharing his views. And I think the biggest takeaway for me from him was that we love the chess of freestyle. Why? Not to avoid the
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool. Or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in New York. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.